I just don't get it. Do you enjoy being hurt? I know you smell the perfume, the makeup on your shirt. You don't believe our stories, you know that they're all lies. Bad as you are, you stick around, and I just don't know why. If I was your girl, baby, you'd never worry about what I do. I'd be coming home back to you every night, doing you right. You're the type of man that deserves good things. A face full of diamonds, head full of rings. Baby, you're a star, I just wanna show you you are. You should let me love you, let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. Make me good, all that protection, make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Maybe you should let me love you, love you. Your true beauty's description looks so good that it hurts. You were time plus 99, and it's a shame, don't even know what you're worth. Everywhere you go, stop and stare, 'cause you're bad and it shows. From your head to your toes, out of control. Baby, you know, if I was your girl, baby, you'd never worry about what I do. I'd be coming home back to you every night, doing you right. You're the type of man that deserves good things. A face full of diamonds, head full of rings. Baby, you a star, I just wanna show you you are. You should let me love you, let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. Make me good, all that protection, make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Maybe you should
captured effortlessly, that's the way it was. Happened so naturally, I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go, and now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. I've been waiting for you, it's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You filled my heart with a kiss, you gave me freedom. You knew I could not resist, I needed someone. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. At first you put your arms around me, then you put your charms around me. We stare into each other's eyes, and what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling lost for treasure, and a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't
close to something right. But we're stupid, but we're stupid, but we're stupid. We could turn love into a fight. Over nothing, over nothing, over nothing. And the only thing we had in common with each other was destroying everything we ever touched. So cheers to us and why we had. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. And all that's left is smoke and ash. So let's keep dancing on the broken glass. Cheers to us and why we had. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. 'Cause when you're high, you're bound to crash. So let's keep dancing on the broken glass. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. Cheers to us. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. We could have done this perfectly. But we're useless, but we're useless, but we're useless. Nobody does a tragedy like you and me. 'Cause we're ruthless, 'cause we're ruthless, 'cause we're ruthless. And the only thing we had in common with each other was destroying everything we ever touched. So cheers to us and why we had. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. And all that's left is smoke and ash. So let's keep dancing on the broken glass. Cheers to us and why we had. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. 'Cause when you're high, you're bound to crash. So let's keep dancing on the broken glass. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. And cheers to us. Let's keep dancing, dancing. Let's keep on dancing. Let's keep dancing on the broken glass. So you recall, long ago, we would walk on the sidewalk, innocent and mild. All we did was care for each other. But the night was warm, we were bold and young. All around, the wind blows, we would only hold on to let go. Little kiss, fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Little kiss, fire gun, all we need is somebody to lean on. Little kiss, fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Little kiss, fire gun, all we need is somebody to lean on. What we do when we get out, when we walk down the same road. Will you be there by my side, standing strong as the waves roll over? When the nights are long, long, here for you to go home. All around, we love, we will only hold on to let go. God, we need someone to lean on. No kiss, God, all we need is somebody to lean on. No kiss, God, we need someone to lean on. No kiss, God, all we need is somebody to lean on.
Hey. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When I had you to myself, I didn't want you around. Those pretty faces always made you stand out in a crowd. But someone picked you from a bunch, one glance was all it took. Now it's much too late for me to take a second look. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was blind to let you go. But now since I see you in his arms, oh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was blind to let you go. But now since I see you in his arms. In his arms. When I had you to myself, I didn't want you around. Those pretty faces always made you stand out in the crowd. But someone picked you from a bunch, one glance was all it took. Now it's much too late for me to take a second look. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was blind to let you go. But now since I see you in his arms, oh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was blind to let you go. But now since I see you in his arms.
We're like rivers in the night. I go left and you go right. We'll find on the other side who we are. Wish me luck and give me hope. Give me sunlight through my day. Turn it into gold. Carry on, carry on. We'll take these broken souls, make them as good as new. Bind them together.
1, 2.
We're rivers in the night. I go left and you go right. We'll find on the other side who we are. We can make it into something beautiful. Yeah, we don't have to try. We can make it into something wonderful. We'll never say goodbye. We can make it into something beautiful. Yeah, we don't have to try. We can make it into something wonderful. We'll never say goodbye. We're like rivers in the night. I go left and you go right. We'll find on the other side who we are, who we are. Wish me luck and give me hope. Give me sunlight through my day. Turn it into gold. Carry on, carry on. We'll take these broken souls, make them as good as new. Bind them together into something we could never lose. We're rivers in the night. I go left and you go right. We'll find on the other side who we are, who we are. We can make it into something beautiful. Yeah, we don't have to try. We can make it into something wonderful. We'll never never say goodbye. We can make it into something beautiful. Yeah, we don't have to try. We can make it into something wonderful. We'll never say goodbye. We can make it into something beautiful. Yeah, we don't have to try. We can make it into something wonderful. We'll never say goodbye. Yeah, we don't have to try. We'll never say goodbye. We can make it into something beautiful. Yeah, we don't have to try. We can make it into something wonderful. We'll never say goodbye.
I can't help it when you make me feel this way. I can't help it when I don't know what to say. It's just that you make me speechless. You make me speechless. But you know I need you so badly. Baby, you light up the night sky. We know how to make the time fly. We could go to the sunrise. There's no going back now. I can't help it when you make me feel this way. I can't help it when I don't know what to say. It's just that you make me speechless. You make me speechless. But you know I need you so badly. Baby, you take me places. Inside of my head I chase it. You're in now, I won't waste it. Oh, there's no going back now. Hold me close. No one knows what tomorrow holds. So don't let go. I can't help it when you make me feel this way. I can't help it when I don't know what to say. It's just that you make me speechless. You make me speechless. But you know I need you so badly.
Is it me? The Gaelic ink on your arm said it was one of my friend's songs. Do you want to drink on? She took Jamie as a chaser, Jack for the fun. She got Arthur on the table with Johnny riding a shotgun. Chatted some more, one more drink at the bar, then put Van on the jukebox, got up to dance. You know she played her fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hand. Said, baby, I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance with my pretty little Galway girl. You're my pretty little Galway girl. Galway girl. You're my pretty little Galway girl. You know she beat me at darts and then she beat me at pool and then she kissed me like there was nobody else in the room. As last orders were called was when she stood on the stool after dancing to Kaylee singing to trad tunes. I never heard Carrick Fergus ever sung so sweet. A cappella in the bar using her feet for a beat. Oh, I could have that voice playing on repeat for a week. And in this packed out room where she was singing to me. You know she played her fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hand. Said, baby, I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance with my pretty little Galway girl. You're my pretty little Galway girl. Galway girl. You're my pretty little Galway girl. Well, now we all said our welcome and it's closing time. I was holding a hand was holding mine. Our coats both smell of smoke, whiskey and wine. As we fill up her lungs with the cold air of the night. I walked her home, then she took me inside. Finished some Doritos and another bottle of wine. I swear I'm gonna put you in a song that I write about a Galway girl and a perfect night. She played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hands. And baby, I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance right. I just wanna dance right. I just wanna dance right. I just wanna dance with my pretty little Galway girl. My Galway girl. My Galway girl. My Galway girl. 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 Galway girl.
Turn the light back on. Watching. As the credits all roll down and crying. You know we're playing to a full house. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While wilted roses fill the stage, and the thrill is gone. Our debut was a masterpiece, but in the end, for you and me, hold this show, it can't go on. We used to have it all, but now's our curtain call. So hold for the applause. Oh. And wave out to the crowd and take our final bow. Oh, it's our time to go, but at least we stole the show. 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 Darling, you know that we are sold out. This is fading, but the band plays on now. We're crying. So let the velvet roll down. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While wilted roses fill the stage, and the thrill is gone. Our debut was a masterpiece. Our lines we read so perfectly, but the show, it can't go on. We used to have it all, but now's our curtain call. So hold for the applause. Oh. And wave out to the crowd and take our final bow. Oh, it's our time to go, but at least we stole the show. At least we stole the show. At least we stole the show. At least we stole the show.
I never thought that we'd be living in front of the sea. I remember that night, I remember that night, laughing around the fire. I couldn't feel much better. The sunny days are back, the sunny days are back. I never saw that we'd be living in front of the sea. I remember that night, I remember that night, laughing around the fire. I couldn't feel much better. The sunny days are back, the sunny days are back. I remember that night. The sunny days are back. I remember that night. The sunny days are back. I never thought that we'd be living in front of the sea. I remember that night. I remember that night, laughing around the fire. I couldn't feel much better. The sunny days are back. The sunny days are back. I never saw that we'd be living in front of the sea. I remember that night. I remember that night, laughing around the fire. I couldn't feel much better. The sunny days.
Think about it. There must be a higher love down in the heart or hidden in the stars above. Without it, life is a wasted time. Look inside your heart and I look inside mine. Things look so bad everywhere in this whole world. What is fair? We walk the line and try to see, falling behind what could be. Oh, oh, bring me a higher love. Bring me a higher love. Oh, bring me a higher love. Where's that higher love? I keep thinking of. Bring me higher love. Bring me higher love. Oh, bring me higher love. Bring me higher love. Worlds are turning, and we're just hanging on, facing our fear and standing out there alone. I yearning, yeah, and it's real to me. There must be someone who's feeling for me. Things look so bad everywhere in this whole world. What is fair? We walk the line and try to see, falling behind and what could be. Oh, bring me a higher love, my Lord. Bring me a higher love. Oh, oh, bring me a higher love, my Lord.
Sound check 1 2, sound check 1 2 3 4 5, sound check.
One, two, 1 2 3 4 5. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. We will ask delegates to please start making their way into the room so we can be seated at least by 8:15, 8:20 for formalities to begin this morning. There is a QR code that we'll put up very shortly that has the proceedings for this morning and today's agenda as well as tomorrow's agenda. So very shortly we'll throw that up and you can download and follow the agenda and the program through the online resource center. But once again, a very warm welcome, and we'll ask you as soon as you're able to make your way into the room and settle in for the formalities to begin this morning. Thank you.
You're never going out of style. Ooh, pretty baby, this world might have gone crazy. The way you saved me, who could blame me? When I just wanna make you smile. I wanna hold you like Michael, I wanna kiss you like Prince, skin it on like Marvin Gaye, like Hathaway. Write a song for you like this. You're over my head, I'm out of my mind, thinking I was born in the wrong time. One of a kind, living in a world gone plastic. Baby, you're so classic.
For some scream, you're one of a kind, living in a world gone plastic. Baby, you're so classic. Baby, you're so classic. Baby, you're so classic.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good morning to you all and welcome to the 43rd ONOC Annual General Assembly, in particular our Step Up Oceania Conference. We did mention earlier that we are requesting everyone to be seated by 8:15, 8:20, so we can go through the formalities and the order of events for this morning. And then we're expecting our first item on the program, which is our Welcome to Country, to begin at 8:30. So once again, it's good to see everyone bright and smiling and in your Step Up Conference shirts. I did mention that we're going to ask everyone to be seated between now and 8:20, and we'll come back and brief you on the order of events for the formalities, and we are expecting to kick our program off at 8:30. There is an app that we're going to put up on the screen very shortly that has the detailed program for today as well as tomorrow. As much as possible, we're trying to keep this a paperless event. So we've got the program online, our online resource center, which you would have read about in the delegates information book. Once that's ready, we'll put them up. We'll encourage you to download them and then follow the proceedings for today through the online resource center. If I can also make mention that there's no special seating, so you can sit wherever you're comfortable at, but we have just 2 tables up the front reserved for our speakers in the opening session. So once again, sit wherever you want, wherever you're comfortable at, and just the 2 tables up the front for our speakers and for the opening session this morning. Once again, a very warm welcome. As soon as the QR code's on the screen, please, I encourage you to download them so you can follow the order of events and the program for both today and tomorrow. The booklet also has bios for all the speakers, so as much as possible, the MCs will not be doing too long introductions. We'll encourage you to follow the app, look at the program. It has the bios for the speakers, so you can have an idea of who's up front talking. And of course, as mentioned, you'll see the detailed sessions listed in the online program. Thank you once again, and we'll be back at about 8:20 for final briefing before we begin the formalities. Once again, a very warm welcome.
Here comes the sun, I say it's alright.
Holding me back, gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't we leave it at that? Nothing to say when everything gets in the way. Seems you cannot be replaced, and I'm the one who will stay. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. Answer the phone. Harry, you're no good alone. Why are you sitting at home on the floor? What kind of pills are you on? Ringing the bell, and nobody's coming to help. Your daddy lives by himself. He just wants to know that you're well. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same as it was.
up to the platform of surrender. I was broad, but I was kind. And sometimes I get nervous when I see an open door. Close your eyes, clear your heart. Cut the cord. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. Pay my respects to grace and virtue. Send my condolences to good. Give my regards to soul and romance. They always did the best they could. And so long to devotion. You told me everything I know. Wave goodbye, wish me well. You gotta let me go. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. And I'm on my knees, looking for the answer. Are we human? Are we dancer? Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you gonna drop the bomb or not? Let us die young or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we'll never say never. Sitting in the sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the sad man. Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun. Praising our leaders, we get it in June. The music's played by band and madman. Forever young, I wanna be forever young. Do you really wanna live forever, forever and ever? Forever young, I wanna be forever young. Do you really wanna live forever, forever and ever young? Some are like water, some are like the heat. Some are a melody and some are the beat. Sooner or later they all will be gone. Why don't they stay on? Is it hard to get old without a cause? I don't want to perish like a fading horse. Youth like diamonds in the sun, and diamonds are forever. So many adventures given up today. So many songs we forgot to play. So many dreams swinging out of the blue. Oh, let them come true. Forever young, I wanna be forever young. Do you really wanna live forever, forever and ever? Forever young, I wanna be forever young.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And if I can ask you to start to settle in just for us to go through the housekeeping notices for today's program. Thank you. As you're doing that, you can see on the screen, if I can ask the AV team to throw that up. This is the conference booklet, so we're going to ask you to please download them so you can follow the detailed program for today. In the registration kit, we just had the information booklet, but in keeping with our sustainability theme, we're keeping the meeting as paperless as possible. So we're going to ask you to please download the booklet. That's the QR code on the screen, so you can follow through today's proceedings. Thank you. My time's now showing 21 minutes past 8, so I'll just go through the order of the formalities this morning, just so everyone's across how we're going to run the opening session. And then we're going to begin the program proper with the welcome to country, which will be delivered by traditional custodians of the land in which we're meeting this morning. So first, housekeeping, registration. Again, thank you very much for your patience between yesterday and this morning as we were processing delegates. I know there were a few issues that were raised with the registration team from ONOC and the AOC, and we've managed to solve that. So thank you for your patience there. There is also a conference app that we had available in front of the registration team. I'm just wondering, Mike, if we can throw that up as well. So two reminders. This is the conference app that has the detailed program for the week. And then every morning or through our platform blasts, we will share any updated information. But otherwise, we've not circulated a hard copy of any of the programs for the week. You will follow this through the online resource center. The second housekeeping notice is in relation to the hotel. So again, this is level 2 of the Sofitel Central, Brisbane Central. All our meetings are going to be convened on level 2. This is the main ballroom, and then there are breakout rooms. If you were here yesterday and earlier this morning, you would have seen there are breakout rooms that are labeled. And as the MCs for the day, we will give you direction when we do need to get to breakout activities on the program. This is a non-smoking property, so we've been told, and this is Australian regulation, that should you wish to smoke, you have to move 30 meters away from the hotel. So just a reminder there on smoking. The other notice is on emergencies. So the hotel have an evacuation or emergency procedure for delegates and guests who are using level 2. We are required to exit through the escalators, and we need to meet up front of the main entrance of the hotel. That is the assembly point, and the hotel staff will direct us thereon. So that's just the reminder on emergencies. And finally, washrooms. So the only sets of washrooms are available just beside the lift on level 2. And there's also one down on my right, just down the ballroom foyer there. So again, if you're down that end, you can use that set of washrooms, or this side, you can use the washrooms on the right there. The other notice is on our services for today, hotel catering services. So tea breaks are going to be held in the ballroom foyer, and they're in clusters, so feel free to go to whichever setup that's close to you. And lunch today as well as tomorrow will be in the Suzette, which is where you had breakfast. That's where lunch will be served. And if there are any changes, the MCs will give you those updates. And finally, from the conference team, just some program information. So you'll find in the booklet the brief or the concept of the design of our two-day conference. There are going to be outcomes that rapporteurs or note takers are going to be scribing throughout today and tomorrow. And we're going to take these outcomes to the main ONOC assembly on Friday. In the program as well, we have allowed for question and answer. In each of the sessions, you have moderators. So the MCs are really just here to anchor the program. But within each session, there are moderators, and they'll take you through the formats, as well as encourage question and answer. We'll have people on the floor to run the mics to you if we need to do that. We're also, if you have an opportunity to look at the other tomorrow's proceedings, the program's quite tight. We have a full suite of speakers. across each of the sessions on the program. So we, as the MCs, will also be monitoring and timing. So we'll give you that information, and the moderators will also do that, just to ensure we're meeting the junctions of the program, particularly our breaks. If there are any changes, I will let you know now that we're going to make up time with our breaks, either through the teas or perhaps the lunches, but just giving you that advance warning. I did talk about breakout sessions. So for today, this is what we're calling the main meeting room, and the breakout in the afternoon will be just across here, and that's ballroom 1. So when we do get to those sessions, we'll give you the option, depending on the topics you're deciding to attend, and there are only 2 breakouts, one in the main room and one in the room just beside us. There is also, you would have seen, and they're setting up a marketplace, which we are showcasing, or we've invited exhibitors or stakeholders to our Brisbane 2032 Step Up Conference program. So again, during the course of today and tomorrow, please take the time to speak to any of the exhibitors, and they're just lined up in the ballroom foyer. And finally, we did send a correction to what was in the information booklet, but the welcome cocktail hosted by the Queensland Government, the Brisbane City Council, and the Brisbane 2032 Organising Committee is this evening. And that's in the program. It's listed for 6 to 9 p.m. We'll come back to you with how we're going to move people. It's not here in the hotel. It's at the river shed, and we have buses that are going to be taking people to the river shed. So we'll come back to you with logistical information as we close today's program. But just make a note that the cocktails are going to be, first cocktail is scheduled for this evening. It's 27 minutes past 8. I'm going to invite our speakers this morning to come in. We've got a reserved table for them. So if I can please invite forward Mr. Ian Chesterman, Dr. Robin Mitchell, Mr. Paul Bird, and Ryan Pinney to the table just in front of me for you to be seated before we begin the Welcome to Country. So once again, Mr. Ian Chesterman, Dr. Robin Mitchell, Mr. Paul Bird, and Ryan Pinney to the reserved table. I know we'll do this officially, but let's make them welcome as they're coming to the front. Thank you. I'm going to invite my co-MC, Stephanie, forward. Okay, I've been told I have 2 minutes to fill. So, maybe talk amongst you in your tables and catch up, and as soon as we're ready, we'll begin the Welcome to Country. Can I have some music from the sound desk, please? Thank you. I'm not going to dance, no.
kissed me under the lamppost back on 6th Street, hearing you whisper through the phone. When I was down, when I was hurt,
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. We are now ready to get underway. My name is Steph Brantz, and I'm delighted to be helping out Inoki this morning after such a wonderful beginning. I thought he was calling me up to do a duet with him, so I'm quite relieved that that wasn't actually the case. But folks, what a delight to be with you for the 2032 Step Up Oceania Conference. A sure sign of life, as we know, is movement. Human physical activity. In fact, purposeful fluid movement, fluidity of the human body and its celebration through sport, I think we all agree is a beautiful, musical and poetic thing. We're gathered here to begin a week of conversation, of dialogue, where we'll arrive at a confluence of ideas, stories and visioning that restores in us the fact that despite our differences, our voyage and our ocean, this blue Pacific, it unites us. Before we begin our dialogue, however, it gives me great pleasure to acknowledge the Turrbal people, who are the traditional custodians of Meanjin, of Brisbane, this land we stand upon today, and we gather for the next few days and the wider expanse around it. As we pay respects to their elders, past and present, I'm also equally delighted to welcome Uncle Shannon Rusker. He's an elder and senior ancient storyteller for the Yagara Turrbal people of Brisbane City. He's been educating over 20 million people all around the world, US, Korea, England, Germany, France, China, the Netherlands, and that's through live and televised performances. He'll be accompanied today by Maranjal Enoch with the Ancient Sounds of Australia via the didgeridoo. Would you please make them very welcome for Welcome to Country.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all? That's good. My name's Shannon Rusker. My Aboriginal name is Yuan Yagara. Yuan means the goanna, and Yagara is the nation that I descend from the Caboolture River in the north to the Logan River in the south, and out to the Great Dividing Range near Warwick and Toowoomba, and then we meet at the bay with the Quandamooka people. Beyond the Caboolture River is the Kabi people. Then we go west beyond Sanford Valley, and up north of the range is the Waka Waka people and the Gidabal people as we go towards Boona, and then the Yugambeh people as we head towards the desert and down towards the Gold Coast. And for some of those tribal groups, we are both descendants of. I'm a spokesperson and a storyteller. In fact, I know over 500 stories in Brisbane City, CBD alone. And the ancient stories were passed down from generation to generation. And my job is, like any of the cultures here in the Pacific, is to carry on that knowledge into the next generation as well as the wisdom of the country. It is a great honour to welcome you here. A welcome to country is not something that event organisations and the Aboriginal people started not so long ago. It's actually something our mob's been doing since the beginning of time. Just like many other ancient cultures across the Pacific, when we see one another, we greet one another in first and fluent tongue. So I'd like to do that. I am of the Turrbal clan group. I am of the Korporal clan group. I'm of the Bundapera, the Bopera, and the Bohera, all who occupied Brisbane City and its surrounds as well. And I greet you in this language. I say, Biki Karamba. Hello all. You sit down on our land. My God and our ancestors guide you in peace. As you sit down and you talk in the circle about tomorrow's future together. Thank you and welcome. I'll pass you over to Rion Maranjal. Maranjal's a didgeridoo player who also, we've travelled together extensively around the globe. I'd like you to hear the ancient sounds of Australia. The didgeridoo is the oldest wood pipe instrument in the entire world, apart from the shell. And the shell is a windpipe instrument as well that was used in Moreton Island and North Stradbroke Island, similar to some of the Pacifica cultures here. And Rion is from both those areas there, and he's going to share some of those windpipe sounds with you today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Maranjal Enoch on didgeridoo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Yagara Turrbal Country, Brisbane City. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is on behalf of our President, ONOC President, Dr. Robin Mitchell, our Vice President, Barclay Temeniel, our ONOC Secretary General, Mr. Ricardo Blas, members of the Executive Board, and the membership of ONOC, the Oceania National Olympic Committees, our 17 National Olympic Committees, and 6 associate members, that I now invite to respond to the welcome representing Samoa, Tuala Matthew Vaea, who is a paramount chief of the village of Leauva'a in Samoa. He will be followed by Mr. Francis Manioru of Malaita of the village of Funga of the tribe of Saumabae, and they will, given our Shandik gathering, respond to the welcome to country. Can I please invite Tuala Matthew Vaea forward?
Te gata nuu o ele malau whanua o Australia nei, mai se le tūlangi. O lo pule ele o ngā sambi. Puna oa malawai, e mai se le si o manga o tangata nuu o Australia. Mālo le whalau manuia. I le avatele, mal whanalo i tauai. O te tūlai atuai pe o na walaulia au, e le whionga e Prestene, ONOC. E tali whai tau atuai, e whailo inga mamalu, ua saunia e tangata nuu, o lo pule ele nei. E mua ona moli le whaftai, i le tua, o tātu au lia mai nei tai au fōu, i le soifua maua, ma le langi e mā. Vi ia lona swafa. Ve ia lo leo e whai mafonga o le Prestene, e whapefo i talonga, o le itulangi o le Pasifika po le Oceania, ma tau te whaftai atuai, i lau whaaloalo lea. Lea o tau whaurwhaleina, alo ia, pūlenga, o talonga, maona sui malu. Tusai ma le wha moe o le Step Up Oceania, luafe tolu sumalua, po le tūlai, mai Oceania luafe tolu sumalua. Malo whaftai, malo le whalau. O mātou langona le mawhanawhana, a wā ua e whaurufale, ua e whamanuia, e ala mai au tū ma ngai whanua, whaleanga nu, whaftai le whaaloalo. O la mātou talo, ia tū mau pēa le lofa, ma pupuinga tātou tua, ia Australia, maona tangata anu. Ina ia malu pēa ona ele, maona o ngā sami, o pūna oa malawai, ai maise, ona si o manga, o tangata nuu o Australia. Mātou te mana tua i lātou, le au mātua, ua whailangi le wholaunga, whapea o tangata nuu o lo whauau o na pūlea pēa, o ele i le nei tūlangi. O le mātou talo whaiu, ia manuia tangata nuu o Australia. I liu mai le nei tū le vai, ia le uwhionga Prestene, Dr. Mitchell, ia mai se foi sui sfono, o le ONOC, ta longa ese, mana whainga paanga, ia manuia le wha moe soifua, ia manuia.
In English, I stand on behalf of the Pacifica Oceania people to be its voice in responding to your official welcome. You have welcomed and blessed us as Oceania Sports with its members in accordance with our entrance into your traditional lands, your waters and communities. Bless the traditional owners of Australia, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures, and elders past and present. Bless the ONOC President and all sporting members and its partners that are here today, with utmost respect. I now invite Francis Manioro on behalf of the Solomon Islands to also respond to the welcome to country.
Good morning, everyone. Yuka, Takio Baidasna, Olitalana, the President of the ONOC, Finance Secretary General and Executive Board near ONOC, Executive Board near 17 national federations. Olitalana family near Oceania, Gami Oceania delegates Nagimelu Figumaitarena, Uriana 43rd Annual General Assembly near ONOC, Hayasi Baila Jana, Masi Baila Antangola Fuagamu Traditional Imolagi Sege Brisbane, Gami na delegates Nagi, Meluela Sena Magami Adakumasi Maiden Nagi and the General Assembly na. Mikaela Sna si warm welcome Ranagami Live Masbaila Jana Naigi. Takio Baidasna Diana Tasalio.
Thank you very much once again, Uncle Shannon and Enoch. Can we please acknowledge them this morning? Ladies and gentlemen, to plan and come together and work through all the pre-conference requirements, to have you here today has been a collaboration between ONOC and the Australian Olympic Committee. If I may at this juncture, it's not in my script, but I'd like to acknowledge the team from the AOC who we've been working very closely with, led by Bianca Howard, and also our ONOC team who are providing support this morning. And it's only fitting and proper that we hear from the host, NOC, this morning. The Australian Olympic Committee is the oldest among us, established in 1894 to become a founding member of the IOC in 1895 before the inaugural Olympics in 1896. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Ian Chesterman, President of the Australian Olympic Committee, to the stage to officially welcome us all. Can we please welcome him to the stage?
Thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to be here today, and welcome to everybody to the host city for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Games. It's exciting for us to have everybody here. Can I also begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Yagara and Terrible people. It really hits home to me as I travel this country, the incredible history and heritage that we have. I come from a place called Launceston on Cunnamalooka, the beautiful Tamar River. And yesterday I travelled up from the home of the Palawa people in Tasmania, and I flew here into Brisbane. And normally I always like to get the aisle seat. I don't know about you guys, but I always try and get the aisle seat to sit on, but I found myself in the window seat, so it wasn't bad. At least it wasn't the middle seat. But I got to look out the window and see the incredible lands as we came into Brisbane, and reflect on the incredible history that lives in this land from our traditional owners. And so in doing so, I'd like to pay again my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and thank the Yagara and Turrbal people for the incredible job they've done maintaining this land. And as I look out onto the crowd, I see our Indigenous Advisory Committee Chair, Patrick Johnson, over there. 9.93 ran, wasn't too bad, and still our fastest ever Australian, and he heads up our Indigenous Advisory Committee, and he gives us a great deal of help in making sure that we truly reflect the values of the traditional owners. So thank you to Patrick and to everybody else. It's a big crowd here today, so I won't try and welcome everybody formally, but on behalf of the Australian Olympic Committee, welcome to everybody. Particularly like to acknowledge our fearless leader from ONOC and ANOC President, Robin Mitchell. Thank you for your ongoing leadership of all of us. Paul Bird, who is the Oceania Paralympic Committee President, to the Minister, who I think will be joining us very soon, Annika Wells, and we thank her very much for her contribution to what we're trying to do in this country with sport and helping us do what we can to make Brisbane 32 a great success for everybody in our region. We'll also hear later from Ryan Pinney, so great to have Ryan here as well as all the other Olympians. I give you a special welcome today. The Olympic, although I have so many others, I should mention, I beg your pardon, I have Gunilla Lindberg, who is here as well, Secretary General of ANOC, great to see her. So many from the IOC out here, thank you. And we also have members of the Brisbane 2032 board with us today. See Robin Smith out there somewhere, also from the International Paralympic Committee. So fantastic to have so many people from so many different areas contributing to this week's activities. The Olympic movement, as we all know, plays a vital role in promoting peace and international cohesion. It brings together 205 nations plus a refugee team at every Summer Olympic Games. And in these troubled times, sport offers a beacon of hope and inspiration to young people around the world to pursue being the best that they can be and then come together once every 4 years in peaceful competition where bigotry and discrimination of any kind has no place. Our part of the world here, Oceania, is vital in the Olympic movement, bringing 17 countries with many shared values and shared friendships together. It's a vital network and one that the Australian Olympic Committee values extremely highly. We have a long history of involvement in and engagement with ONOC over the years. Many of our past leaders, and I refer particularly to John Coates and Kevin Gosper, have been instrumental in spreading the word of Olympism throughout Oceania and also helping to build a strong and resilient ONOC which we have today. I would also like to give particular acknowledgement to Helen Brownlee, who's not here, but another Australian who's given great service to ONOC, and particularly through her work in women's in sport and education and equality. The AOC was delighted to play its role in conjunction with the Australian Government and DFAT in getting athletes from across the Pacific nations to the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, and we were delighted to work together inside the village in our shared Olympic building, helping each other out as neighbours, as we have at other games as well. Australia has also been delighted to be invited to compete at the Pacific Games, and in November this year we'll send around 120 people to the Solomon Islands. A number of our boxers and archers will of course hope to qualify spots for Paris 24 at that competition. Others, like our athletes and taekwondo competitors, will be looking to gain valuable qualification ranking points in their quest to make it to Paris as well. And it also provides an excellent opportunity for so many of our emerging young athletes to gain international experience, and we're very pleased that the chair of the ONOC Athletes Commission, our very own gold medalist Kenny Wallace, will be leading our team to the Pacific Games. Second time he'll have been chef de mission at Pacific Games, so fantastic to have Kenny's involvement with us as well as with ONOC. We've now a fantastic opportunity to drive the benefits of hosting Brisbane 2032 far beyond our borders and bringing the benefits of our home games not just to the people right across our country, but importantly to all members of ONOC. The commitment to our Pacific friends to bring meaningful benefits from hosting the Games in Australia is not just a passing thought. It formed part of the Brisbane 2032 bid documents, and which was signed by all parties, and it's a commitment from the Queensland State Government, the Brisbane City Council, the IOC and the AOC. It was, indeed it is, a commitment to provide high-performance training opportunities, international competitions and community sports and health programs for countries within Oceania. It was, and it is, a commitment to make Brisbane 32 the home games for all of Oceania. I know it's also of great interest to our federal government, to the Minister of Sport, Annika Wells, Pat Conroy, the Minister for the Pacific, and our Foreign Minister Penny Wong and her Department of Trade and Foreign Affairs to make this really work as we head into 2032. Together we can use the runway to Brisbane to make meaningful difference in the lives of many people in the Pacific, and importantly, build a stronger sports system through Oceania in the lead up to Brisbane 2032, and if we get it right, for many decades to come after that as well. It's wonderful that so many of you have come together from so many spheres of influence to help create the Home Games advantage. We've got representatives here, of course, from National Olympic Committees, from Paralympic Committees, and I make a special welcome to Jock O'Callaghan, who's over there, who's our Australian President of Paralympics Australia, and we work closely to make sure that the Games work for the whole region, for both Olympic and Paralympic athletes. I see Cindy Hook over there as well, Brisbane 2032 CEO. I'm sure you'll get to meet her across today as well, and everyone's really committed to making this work for everybody. You've got some great minds here, and I'm sure there's lots of goodwill in the room. So your challenge over the next 2 days is to make a difference to the athletes of Oceania, to really transform the region's sporting performances on the road to Brisbane 2032, Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games, and to set up systems to inspire the future generations as well. Thank you so much for coming together today. It's an important opportunity, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes of all your deliberations, and I wish you the very best, and once again, welcome to Brisbane, host to the 2032 Olympic Games. Thank you.
President Chesterman there with some key insights, setting the platform for the next few days for us. Athletes to be the focus. You talked about our shared services with ONOC at the Summer Games. You talked about the Pacific Games and the involvement of Ken Wallace, who is on our ONOC Athletes Commission. And of course, the commitments of Brisbane 2032 as a home games for all of Oceania. And the challenge for us to make the athletes the focus of our 10-year program, and to also ensure that we are supporting them so we have formidable results come 2032. Can we please acknowledge President Chesterman again? And I did a blunder earlier. I should have invited them all up to the stage, so I'll do that now, please. Can I please invite President Chesterman, President Mitchell, Mr. Paul Bird, and also Ryan Pinney to the stage before we proceed with the next speaker. Again, can we please make them welcome? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Inoki. And Ian Chesterman, thank you so very much for those wonderful words. And you mentioned flying into Brisbane, and as someone that grew up here, I always get a special thrill when I land back on Meanjin country and look out the window and have a real feeling of being home. So it gives me double the pleasure to be able to welcome someone today to my home. This gentleman gave me such a warm welcome when I visited him in his hometown in Suva in my role as chair of the Sports Diplomacy Advisory Council, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to welcome him to the microphone now. Would you please put your hands together for the President of ONOC, Dr. Robin Mitchell.
Thank you very much. Bulavinaka, Tanyavad, Aus Noaya Mori. Dear colleagues, all acknowledgements have been made, so I'll proceed directly to the speech. Recognizing the Minister when she comes shortly, and my colleagues in the front table here, distinguished friends and sports people, and all of you trapped in sport for many, many decades. As the President of the Oceania National Olympic Committees, I would like to applaud the Australian Federal and Queensland governments, the Australian Olympic Committee and Paralympic Australia for their vision and inclusiveness in making Brisbane 2032 a Games for Oceania. With 10 years to go, ONOC announced its guiding strategy for creating a home games advantage initiative last year by kickstarting collaborations with key stakeholders and partners. This home games has the potential to make a tangible mark in long-term human development and a legacy for the entire Oceania region. This initiative highlights our primary objective of improving the performance of Oceania and Brisbane. As a host country, Australia has a central role to play in supporting Oceania's aspirations to succeed at Brisbane 2032. Australia has always been a dependable partner for Oceania, and we hope that this partnership will continue to grow in the coming years. Alongside Australia, New Zealand also has a significant role to play in the legacy of the Games. It is only through working together that we can achieve the success we all desire. One of the key objectives of this conference is to build a stronger and more ambitious framework for Oceania's preparations for the Games. We must begin by acknowledging that there are many challenges to overcome, including logistical issues, infrastructure, and finance. However, we must also recognize that Oceania has a wealth of natural resources, talent, and experience that it can bring to the Games. ONOC is building a great rapport with the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Organizing Committee. Under the leadership of President Andrew Liveris, working together with CEO Cindy Hook, the Organizing Committee is working towards ensuring the Brisbane 2032 will indeed be a Games for the whole region. The Step Up Conference is designed to create dialogue and push momentum in every country to truly transform Oceania into a sporting powerhouse. It is a call to action for the region, for the leaders to harness the true potential of Pacific athletes and create sustainable sporting legacies through a long-term structured preparation of Oceania athletes. Over the 2 days, over 280 registered delegates from over 25 countries will participate, along with 70+ speakers, facilitators, and panelists. It is a testament to the dedication of our partners and stakeholders to achieve excellence for Oceania. This inaugural conference is part of a week-long program with the Oceania Sport and Sustainable Development SDG Strategic Partners Forum being held on Wednesday. Coming straight after this step-up conference, the forum will reinforce the key premise that high performance is a powerful vehicle and the greatest catalyst for the Sports for Development agenda, which encompasses health and well-being, social cohesion, and economic outcomes. The two events will be followed by all-important stakeholder messages, workshops, a forum, and the 43rd ONOC Annual General Assembly. As ONOC President, I can assure you all that we are controlled, committed, and investing in the development of our athletes, coaches, and officials. We must ensure that our training programs are world-class and that our athletes can compete on a level playing field with their international peers. This is an opportunity to create a lasting legacy for the next generation of athletes in Oceania, and we must open all doors of opportunity. A lot of work is needed to ensure that Brisbane 2032 is remembered as the Games that gave the Pacific Islands a new way of thinking, a new level of outcomes, and new levels of performance that have never been seen before. We must also work on building better relationships with the wider Olympic community. There's already a strong sense of camaraderie within our region, but we can do much more to engage with the rest of the world. We must be proactive in building alliances, sharing knowledge, and promoting our achievements. I would like to thank everyone for stepping up to the challenge and making the conference a success. This is the first of many such conferences, forums, and dialogues over the years to come. The success of Oceania at the Brisbane 2032 Games is in our hands, and we must work together to achieve it. I'm confident with the right support and resources, Oceania can achieve excellence at Brisbane 2032. We have proven time and again that we can punch above our weight in the sporting world, and I'm very confident that we can reach new heights. We've been down this track before in the lead up to Sydney 2000. From 1993 to 2000, the ASP 2000 program and the ASP 2006 program have contributed to Oceania. This is a different level. With these words, I wish you all the best for the 2 days ahead. Let us work together to build a brighter future for the Olympic movement in Oceania. Have a good weekend and a good day.
Dr. Mitchell, thank you for the overview and again reminding us to step up to the challenge today and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, you would have seen as Dr. Mitchell was beginning his remarks that the Honourable Minister entered the room. Can we please make her welcome? And Honourable Minister, I'll invite you to the stage to take your seat up front. And in Pacific style, we will garland you once you're seated. Can I invite you forward now? Thank you. Madam, given this is an Oceania gathering, we will garland you to welcome you to our opening ceremony and session this morning. With this welcome garland, can again I invite our delegates to please welcome the Honourable Minister to our opening session. Honourable Anika Wells, Minister for Sport and Aged Care of the Australian Federal Government. You will hear from her very shortly, but if we go to the order of our speakers this morning, I'm going to now invite Steph to come forward and introduce our next speaker, after which we'll hear from the Honourable Minister.
Thanks so much, and thank you, Dr. Mitchell, for your wonderful words, and may I add my welcome to you, Minister. Folks, one of the most significant achievements of the ONOC B2032 program is the celebration of the partnership between ONOC and the Oceania Olympic Committee, or the OPC. So we're now delighted to be able to hear from the President of the OPC Oceania. Would you welcome Mr. Paul Bird?
Thanks, Stephanie, for that warm welcome, and also welcome Minister as well. Before commencing, I also wish to respectfully acknowledge the Jagera and Turrbal people as the traditional owners of Meanjin, the lands on which this hotel is located, and where we will meet, work and learn over the next 5 days. We also pay our respects to Jagera and Turrbal elders past, present and emerging. The Honourable Anika Wells, MP, Minister for Sport, Robin Mitchell, my dear friend, President of ONOC, Ian Chesterman, President of the Australian Olympic Committee, Jock O'Callaghan, President of the Australian Paralympic Committee, or Paralympics Australia, I should say, Brisbane 32 delegates and OCOG members that are here present today, other distinguished guest presenters, Olympians, Paralympians, National Olympic Committee and Paralympic Committee representatives and delegates, please accept on behalf of the OPC, Oceania Paralympic Committee, a warm welcome to this 43rd ONOC General Assembly in Brisbane. Let me first start by thanking my esteemed colleague and President of ONOC, Robin Mitchell, for his continued support and in particular his vision for ONOC with OPC as a partner side by side in the development of sport for all in the Pacific. So thank you, Robin. A great example really of stepping up together in Oceania. I wish to also make a special welcome to Brisbane for representatives of my governing board, the International Paralympic Committee. So first of all to Dwayne Cale, IPC Vice President, Robin Smith, IPC Governing Board Member, and Christina Malloy, IPC Membership and Engagement Director, who's made the visit and journey from Bonn last night. Also for the first time, OPC has in attendance at an ONOC GA representatives from each of the 9 current National Paralympic Committees, which will hopefully grow to 12 by year's end. So we are truly becoming an inclusive General Assembly, and I welcome those to join our other 17 NOC members. Well, at OPC, we follow an integrated and inclusive approach to the work we do in Oceania, but I think I need to explain the words integrated and inclusive, and how they define our developmental approach in our region. Both words are generally misunderstood, intertwined, can be used with reckless abandon sometimes, without a real understanding of their context. So let me explain. If I took an inclusive approach, that's considered education for all. So in a learning context like we have here today, we invite you to the table, as you're all sitting down here, and once invited, you should feel included or totally included. And the hotel management obviously has changed the room setup to cater for the diversity of everyone here. I hope they have. I'm assuming that has happened. Now, in a sporting context, your schools or sports federations, for example, invite all students to participate in an activity. And that would mean that both the schools and the sports federations change whatever is required to accept the diversity of all participants. Now, if I go to the word integrated, in an integrated approach, the specific diversity needs of participants is now met to allow them to fit into mainstream activity. So, for example, if you are hearing impaired in the audience today, we should provide an interpreter to sign. And as a result of that action, we have integrated you into the event. In a sporting context, For example, if I have an athlete who is a seated discus thrower, their specific needs of equipment and knowledge from the coach to position, tie down their chair before practice or competition is required. And once that is completed, the athlete is now integrated into the competition. So both inclusion and integration work hand in hand in the work that we do and are extremely important in our context as we work in developing parasport across our region, particularly as we aspire to have 17 National Paralympic Committee flags in Brisbane by 2032. Now, 12 months ago, we met in Nandi, and our team that was with me, the OPC team, felt for the first time a real sense of inclusion within you, the ONOC family. There was open dialogue between NOCs and NPCs that had never taken place before, as well as a real sense of inclusion, particularly with the development of the ONOC strategy that Dr. Mitchell has just outlined earlier, where OPC was invited to be a real partner with the strategy. Today, I reflect on those conversations from 22 and where we are now within the sporting landscape of parasport within our region, and a lot has changed. And really it's changed through a better understanding of the two words, inclusion and integration. Our core focus in the work that we do is finding our hidden people, and that's what we call our hidden people within our developing nations, and provide for them a pathway through sport. This involves working within each of our developing nations to build inclusive practices and education opportunities for our potential parasport athletes to get them into mainstream activities. It is also about cultural change by moving a society's view of disability into a positive light through sport. So for Brisbane 32, we have committed to develop 8 more national Paralympic committees to match the 17 nations of ONOC, as well as also work with our current national Paralympic committees to help them raise the bar of activity, visibility and recognition within their nations. And to do that, I need your help. To put this into practical terms, I'll share a couple of examples of this work since we last met in Nandi last year. I recently visited Nauru to meet with Marcus and his team, NOC team, as the first targeted new NPC NOC model, and was overwhelmed by the welcome, the support, their attitude to let's get this happening. Inclusion was just assumed as the norm, and discussions on integration were part of our conversations around athletes' access to gyms or a need for tie-down straps for benches, etc. Nothing was seen as a problem in the practical side of talent identification and inclusion within mainstream programs. And since that visit, we've now had a powerlifting workshop in Nauru, we targeted a Nauruan powerlifting coach to recently attend a workshop in Solomon Islands, and that was a great example of inclusion and integration. At the same time, the Samoan National Olympic Committee, led by Maureen and her team, have rehabilitated our struggling NPC in Samoa with a rejuvenated interim board and membership. Now, this was a community-focused approach with support from SASNOC as the guiding body to ensure governance was in place and supported to then allow opportunities for talent ID to occur. And again, we targeted one of their high-performing athletics head coaches to attend the same coach workshop in Solomon Islands. And we now have parasport athletes regularly training in his squad. Some very simple exercises. Both those examples give me extreme optimism as we move forward on this development journey of what to expect from you, our partners, as we engage with each of you around developing a sustainable model for parasport within your countries. And just one other comment I'd like to make in terms of athlete and coach development. I also had the privilege last year to witness firsthand in Birmingham the GAPS Birmingham program, which was a real-life example of inclusion and integration across Commonwealth nations. This is certainly the model of development for our region. It has all the elements we require to build capacity, and I congratulate both CGF and Griffith University on this incredible program. We're committed to work hand in hand with the CGF and Griffith to expand and leverage the program to ensure it becomes a core development program for all our athletes and coaches across our Pacific nations. All these are small steps for reaching our long-term goal of developing inclusive practices and educational and life pathways for our parasport athletes across the Pacific. It's not just about targeting new NPCs, it's about supporting, guiding, walking alongside our current members with the support from each of you to allow us to step up together as a united, competitive and inclusive region ready to deliver in 232. So on that note, I wish to wish all delegates a very successful conference over the next 5 days, and I'll look forward to opportunities during the week for our OPC team members to harass you and to discuss development opportunities that we hope we can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bird, for those remarks. Some key themes coming in there: diversity, integration, inclusion, and if I can add the last one, harassment. But thank you for your insights. And again, if I can respond to your comments earlier about mainstreaming inclusivity in our program delivery. Of course, for ONOC and our assembly toolkit, event toolkit, we had to ensure that our roomings and all our delegate services were inclusive for your delegates. And also for us, it was a learning experience as well, because this will be one of many collaborations that we'll do. So thank you again to the hotel and to our team from AOC for ensuring that we were mainstreaming diversity and inclusion in our event delivery. Thank you for the aspirations you shared towards 2032 and obviously matching ONOC's membership to the OPC's membership. And again, we'll work with you and alongside you to ensure you achieve this by 2032. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now very shortly hear from our chief guest. She is the Honourable Anika Wells, Minister for Sport and Aged Care in the Australian Federal Government. Honourable Wells was elected to the House of Representatives for Queensland in 2019 and again in 2022. She is an alumna of the Griffith University with a BA in Political Science and Government and a second degree with honours, an LLB also from Griffith. As mentioned, she holds 2 portfolios in the Australian Federal Government, Minister for Sport and also Minister for Aged Care. Now, given the obvious links between sport and physical activity and human health to the entire spectrum of human life, human dignity, and to lives well lived in a world where many enjoy or will enjoy longer lifespans, the double portfolio no doubt gives Honourable Wells interesting insights and learnings. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please make welcome our chief guest this morning, Honourable Anika Wells.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we gather this morning, the Turrbal and Jagera people. Together, we stand on the shoulders of 1,600 generations of First Nations people, and that is our shared history. I also acknowledge Dr. Robin Mitchell, President of Oceania National Olympic Committees, and as I learn, basically my neighbour in the context of the region. Congratulations on your reappointment to the role. Paul Bird, President, Paralympic Committee, Jock O'Callaghan, President of Paralympics Australia, Ian Chesterman, President of the Australian Olympics Committee, and to everybody who is here with us, who is involved in sports leadership from around this region, distinguished speakers and members of the sporting fraternity who are joining us here for the week. Welcome to the Step Up Oceania inaugural conference, the first of many, I'm sure. This government understands the importance of working in genuine partnership with Pacific countries, and that's why we have made it a priority to show up, to show respect, and to engage transparently. The Prime Minister's visits to Papua New Guinea and Fiji have reinforced our strong bonds, while Foreign Affairs Minister Penny Wong has made 15 visits to Pacific Island countries since the May election. And our Pacific Minister, Pat Conroy, has made 11 visits to Pacific Island countries since he took on the job in June. As Australia's Minister for Sport, I am determined to ensure that the Green and Gold Runway and the Green and Gold Decade, which culminates here in Brisbane in 2032, benefits our region rather than just our nation. We must do more than take the opportunities. We must seize the moments, but we must also generate the opportunities, and we must create the moments. And we need to ensure that they ripple out across the entire region. Brisbane 2032 will extend the legacies of the Games beyond Brisbane, beyond Queensland, beyond the Australian border to the Pacific and Oceania region. So far, the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games have been understandably dominated by talks of governance and stadiums. The Australian government has committed $3.4 billion in infrastructure to ensure our built environment will be world-leading. But as the Minister for Sport, it's my duty to ensure that there is purpose-built infrastructure for people as well. And I mean all people, not just Australians. My mother was born in Takapuna, New Zealand. Many of my family remain there today, so I feel particularly passionate about the importance of our relationships across the Tasman and across the wider Pacific. And if you hadn't noticed, I'm pretty interested in sport. I co-founded the Park Run in Chermside in my local community, which is on the north side of Brisbane, to help people get active by jogging, by walking, or by attempting to run with a twin pram and a kelpie, which is what I tend to do whenever I get the time. And that weekly Saturday event recently celebrated its 7th anniversary, and it's now entrenched in our community. And I feel that events like that, grassroots sport, are a way that many people get together and get to know their neighbours and develop strong relationships that look after one another week to week, season to season across the sporting community in a way that every government should be encouraging. And I'm taking that same experience and drive and enthusiasm now as Australia's Sports Minister, because I feel that our mission for Brisbane 2032 is to develop greater participation in sport, so more people reap those benefits of preventative health, of social inclusion, and of connectivity and checking in on one another. Australians and people across the Pacific share that love of sport, and it brings us closer together. Our government is proud to invest in the Pacific Oz Sports Program, which creates new opportunities for Pacific athletes to train, play, and grow together, and to unlock the potential of a new generation of sporting champions. And Australia's support to the Oceania National Olympic Committee and its members during the final preparation of the Tokyo Games further highlights our shared agenda. We owe a debt of gratitude to our Pacific neighbours. Thank you for teaching us how to be better sports people. We have learned so much from you about grace, about faith on the field, about warmth towards rivals, about pride in culture, and about treating teammates as family members. And these elements have brought, I feel, a needed evolution to the Australian sporting psyche, and I thank you for this. In Australia, we are focused on creating an environment where more women and men and boys and girls are able to fully participate at both the grassroots through to the elite levels. And we need more pathways for female leadership, more incentives for girls to pursue sporting passions, more mechanisms that protect our vulnerable, more professional competitions that foster talent, like we were just talking about, and an ecosystem where the genders are treated equally. And this means creating structures that further support women in sport, so that there will be more Sam Kerrs, more Emma McKeons, and more Ash Bardys inspiring everybody to get out and have a go. Brisbane 2032 can be the driver for greater sporting equality in Australia and beyond, and the driver for better people infrastructure. The Oceania National Olympic Committees, its event partners and sponsors, have created a powerful platform for dialogue at this inaugural Step Up Oceania conference. Because at the heart of sport, of course, is its athletes. And I welcome Olympians, Paralympians, and every athlete champion joining the dialogue today to help secure a home games advantage for the Pacific Islands, for New Zealand, and for Australia, and for our region. I recognise a few familiar faces in the audience when I was looking out before. I saw Lottie Takiri and Ken Wallace, who I understand will be joining the athlete panel session later this morning. I was in my teens when Lottie was dashing down the Brisbane Broncos' left flank in the early 2000s, and I vividly remember the impact he had on us as school kids in Brisbane as arguably Brisbane's first Pacific sports star. That impact still resonates today, and it's so exciting to see the Pacifica representation with Ryan Pinney from Papua New Guinea, Dame Valerie Adams from New Zealand, and Fiji Paralympian Mary Rowden. I'm also pleased to welcome Pierre Wolfgram of Tonga, the Pacific's first ever medalist at any Olympic or Paralympic Games. The Australian Government will optimise the Games legacy as we strive towards healthy, active, inclusive and equitable sporting communities in our region. ONOC President Dr Mitchell, you said recently Brisbane 2032 must go beyond inspiration and must be remembered as the Games that gave the Pacific Islands a new level of outcomes and a new level of performance. That's what the Australian Government wants as well. We are stronger together. So it now gives me great pleasure to officially open the inaugural Step Up Oceania conference.
Minister Wells deserves another round of applause. Can we do that, please? Ma'am, thank you very much for your insights and again setting the platform for these 2 days and obviously the program for the week. You talked about greater participation in sport for both boys and girls and men and women. Thank you for the Australian Government's investment in sport, in particular in Oceania, and your partnership and contribution to today's event. Thank you as well for your insights on strengthening the sports ecosystem. We can obviously learn, and we'll talk through that as well over the next 2 days. I understand you will have to leave us very shortly, so in our tradition, we will present you a gift from Oceania. If I can invite our staff member forward, and if I can please invite Dr. Mitchell to present the gift just in front of our photographer. I was also told as well, while we had all the protocols set up for this morning, that Minister Wells drove herself to Sofitel this morning. Can I have you looking at the camera, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we please acknowledge Minister Wells and the team from the...
Yes, wonderful and encouraging words from the Minister, though I have to say my recollections of watching Lottie for the Brisbane Broncos, I was substantially older, clearly, because I remember him being a young man. So our recollections of him being wonderful are nevertheless the same. And as the Minister said, the athletes need to be central to our conversation, and no conversation about sport can be complete without their voice. So this morning I have the great privilege of inviting to the microphone our keynote speaker, Ryan Pinney. He's a world-class swimmer, an Olympian from Papua New Guinea. Would you make him very welcome?
Thank you all. The Honourable Anika Wells, Minister for Sport, Ian Chesterman, President of the Australian Olympic Committee, Jack O'Callaghan, President of Paralympic Australia, Dr. Robin Mitchell, President of ONOC, Paul Bird, President of Oceania Paralympic Committee, Buckley Temangal, Vice President of ONOC, Rick Blas, Secretary General, Presidents and Secretary Generals of our Oceania National Olympic Committees, leaders of the many stakeholders from around the Pacific, Australia and Oceania and beyond, all conference delegates, partners, and in particular the athletes who are central to this discussion, who we'll be seeing throughout the next 2 days. Welcome and thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Normally, I go straight into talking and completely forget that people might not even know who I am. My name is Ryan Pinney. I'm from Papua New Guinea, and I'm a four-time Olympian, Commonwealth gold and silver medalist, and Olympic finalist for Papua New Guinea, spanning over a good 20 years. I feel so fortunate to be able to look back on my career with fond memories. And it is an absolute honour to revisit these special moments with you all. And I need to highlight the moments that left a deep impact in the way I approached my sport to excel. From my youth, happily competing and training in my own little world, to transitioning into one of the fastest swimmers in the world in my event. This is over 20 years squeezed into just a few minutes, so please bear with me. Let me also take the time to say thank you to ensuring athlete representation is at the heart of this conversation. Like I said, I was born in Papua New Guinea, a third generation Pinney. My grandfather was involved in sports governance and PNG sports. He was a chef de mission for Team PNG to setting up a local swimming club. My father represented Papua New Guinea in the 60s as a swimmer. He was a team manager for sailing at the '92 Olympics in Barcelona. He is also a big supporter of sports in PNG by supporting local sporting communities, as well as our PNG Olympic Committee. My mum, a coach, a team manager, a technical official and sports administrator. My brothers also represented Papua New Guinea in the sport of swimming. My wife is also very much involved in sports in Papua New Guinea. Little did I know that sports was deeply ingrained in my family. To say the least, my family has a love for the value of sport, what that sport brings, and continues to this day. I started as a young swimmer, like I said, simply enjoying the surroundings, mostly following my older brothers, doing what they do. I won some races and I lost many. I had training camps and competition experiences in Australia and in Hong Kong, and experienced Australian coaches who would give us PNG athletes an insight into some tough training and high performance. It was only ever short periods back then, but our training, it was only just short. So when we got back into our everyday life, those learnings were quickly forgotten. Our pool in Papua New Guinea was okay. There's a 50-metre pool. It was often closed due to lack of chlorine, lack of water, or lack of power, or security issues. Competitions became pretty tough for me, where I was pretty much racing myself, either racing little 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds while I'm trying to be a Commonwealth Games representative for an Olympian. It was pretty tough. It was getting harder to push myself beyond a small swimming community. My first big international event was in '99 at the Pacific Games in Guam. I was already 17, so somewhat an older athlete compared to some of the athletes that I was competing with. There I won 1 gold, a silver and a bronze medal, just beating out my father in the 1960s, where he won a silver and a bronze medal. So I was one up on my dad there. Opening my eyes to the feeling of success and representing my country for the first time, the glory of standing up and listening to your national anthem playing as your teammates cheer you on. It was a taste of success that I wanted more of. Competing against the best swimmers in the Pacific, I remember Fiji, and Carl's in this room today, New Caledonia and Tahiti were very strong. I was determined to do better in 4 years' time at the 2003 Pacific Games in Fiji, with new motivation after watching these Pacific athletes at their best. That was my new motivation, 4 years' time. By then, I'd finished high school. I made a big move to Australia, and this is mostly due to university, but then also finding a club to continue my swimming. My swimming club is actually not far from here. It's at Yeronga Park, just probably about 10-15 minutes drive from here. So Brisbane is certainly a second home to me. I spent a good 12 years here. If I was going to get better, what better place to be in Australia? That is the best swimming nation in the world. I was going to say one of the best, but I know my audience. It is the best swimming nation in the world. So what better place for me to be able to experience this? And what an experience it was. I came in thinking I was pretty all right, having won gold at Pacific Games, well, I was truly one of the bottom swimmers in the club. I was not that good. It was certainly an eye-opener to see the level and the magnitude of the swimmers that were in that club. I watched on as Australian representative swimmers glide through the water. That's what I wanted to become. I needed to get into these faster lanes that they were training in. I watched what they do, how they train, prepare and challenge themselves to be the best. I saw these athletes in a different view though. They had access to massage therapists, nutritionists, sports science, and I even watched as they were taken out of the pool for anti-doping tests. I wanted this, not so much the anti-doping, but I wanted this. I wanted to be analysed, measured. I wanted to be treated for my work in the pool. I didn't know how to do this. I didn't know who to contact or how to get involved. This new level of training was tougher. Everyone in the club pushed hard. I had to keep up. We had more kilometres and more sessions, a day off to recover before getting back into it for the week. There were no longer any breaks. We used to take breaks during every school holidays, take time off. We should take a couple of months off over Christmas. This is not to be. When the pool was closed on a public holiday, our coach would tell us to go and find a pool and to train in, or we would get special access to the pool. Very different to back home. My coach in Brisbane was a full-time coach. He was paid just for this role. Very different from our coaching back home, where it was all volunteer. From the coach to the administrators and technical officials, we had many dedicated parents trying to help. My time in Australia had me racing often, local B-grade competitions, state and national championships. Sometimes we raced weekend after weekend leading into the season. I remember my first competition in Brisbane, seeing Ian Thorpe, Grant Hackett, Michael Klim, Liesl Jones and so many more champions, world record holders. It was truly an eye-opener to watch what they do in the pool. And I'd only ever seen on TV. Each and every single race that I would compete in, whether it was a B grade or a national grade, a world championship competition, I learnt. I learnt from others, I learnt from myself in my own races. My coach would challenge me by putting me in events that I wouldn't normally do. He would provide in-depth feedback on each and every race, sit down with me and talk with me through my race and to tell me what I could do better, and then for me to focus on the next race. He would give me different strategies to work on to help me find my way to be better. In the lead up to the Pacific Games in Fiji, I qualified to swim at the 2002 Commonwealth Games in Manchester. So this was another big competition that I had not really envisioned being able to participate in. For me, it was about the Pacific Games, and this next opportunity being the Commonwealth Games. I swam personal best and into the semi-finals. It was beyond my dreams already. Seeing the results after a move to Australia only made me believe even further the move to Australia was the right thing to do. This is the first time I'd ever watched myself race. My parents would record all my swims. I remember it being embarrassing, which sounds really odd, but to watch yourself do something that I quite frankly thought I was doing all right in, it was quite embarrassing to see. I didn't like the way I raced. What was more noticeable was that compared to the others in my race, I was one of the slowest in my starts and in my turns. It was very notable. But this got me really thinking. In 4 years' time, I know I can train harder and possibly even make finals at the 2006 Commonwealth Games. I returned back to training shortly after. Again, not much of a break, straight back into training. Watching these videos on repeat, I immediately start my underwater work when I get back to training. This vision I had on replay in every session. I couldn't help but think that I could do better. Looking better in the pool was definitely a positive side effect, but I did eventually get this positive feedback by commentators later on in my career, stating and commenting how nice my stroke looked. So that was a nice little positive thing that I worked on. It wasn't important, I know, but that's something that I wanted. During this time, I'm also introduced to sports science, something that I'd never had done before. A team from QAS arrived at the pool to work with our swimmers in their system at my club. I'm fortunate and forever grateful that a team from QAS offer to measure me. I sneak in some of these tests, flexibility, reaction times, underwater filming, lactate tests, an amazing set of data that I'm now discovering how to use to help me. This was absolute. The data showed me in detail my strengths and weaknesses. It wasn't about looking good in the pool. It was direct, and it was very much my stroke. At the 2003 World Championships, the Australian team again offer to provide analysis on my events. This is me building my network on my own. The truly invaluable set of data, I never knew at the time how much would significantly change my career. This is all in 2003. 3 pages for each event, detailing my reactions, my first 15 metres, 25 split, 50 metres, my turns, stroke frequency, stroke rates. This is all pitted against the winners of those events and the world record holders. I looked at these for months and months. I was deeply ingrained in these. I was so focused, it motivated me, it consumed me. It absolutely changed my perspective, without a doubt, it changed my career. These numbers were me, every metre, every stroke, coupled with video. I knew exactly the areas I needed to work on. It's not about training harder and faster. It's becoming more about training smarter and more efficiently. I became very good at understanding how to think critically, how to self-criticise and acutely train every single training session with very specific outcomes. This changed everything, knowing that this is only the very small part of sports science that I was so fortunate to be a part of. Now, if you can just imagine a Jason Bourne or a Sherlock Holmes, I would visualise each session before we start. I would look at the board that the coach had written up, and I would stand there staring. How I need to perform my warm-up to perform my best and the most efficient. How I'd need to adapt if I'm not feeling too good. The main set is always tough as it is, but how can I get more out of it? Working my back end, staying underwater to work my kick, keeping my head aligned or focusing on my stroke. I knew I could beat my teammates, but how can I beat them with less strokes or by staying underwater longer or challenging myself where others won't? I was, in my view, rocking every session I could with just more than just a few fast times, but with very specific goals to accomplish, knowing that this is the difference that will make me great. So I'll take this opportunity and a very, very delayed thank you to the AOC for providing me with that insight. It was very offhanded and off the cuff. A lot of people were in my corner trying to help, and I think there's a lot of gratitude for me. I guess explaining my story, the help that I had from others that just wanted to help me be my best. The Pacific Games taught me resilience, pushing myself beyond what I could expect, preparing me for what may come at other games and other competitions. Every race, I learnt more about what I can and can't do, how to recover and how to handle external conditions that are beyond my control. By the 2003 Pacific Games, I was winning 6 gold medals. I began to push myself harder. Racing faster is really important, but how does my body cope with 20 races in 5 days? I need to learn more about my body and how it can recover if I was to see a resilient me at any competition I go to. I would race at every race with purpose and have a specific outcome to accomplish. If I could stand at the back of the blocks at any race, knowing that I've done everything I can, I knew I would race confidently, smart and fast. By this stage now, I've found myself a massage therapist, a physio, a strength and conditioning coach who all work within the Australian community, sporting community, slowly stepping further into the high performance environment. I'm beginning to surround myself with an entourage who support my endeavour to be the best that I can. I'm now starting to find more ways to achieve excellence. In 2006, I came away with our first gold in the pool at the Commonwealth Games in the 100-metre fly, just touching out Michael Klim. This is our second gold that Papua New Guinea has ever won at the Commonwealth Games. I beat one of my idols, Michael Klim, that I had watched for years. I didn't have the massage team on the pool deck or the support team on the pool deck like my competitors, but I did have their support. I would just need to respectively wait until the Australian team were finished. I cannot underestimate the fact that I was able to do this. They were effectively helping me be better against their own athletes. I was able to have my coach fly down to watch me swim. I was on the phone to him every day, having his reassurance on my preparation and pass on his guidance. This race, 4 years after I had dreamt of being able to make a final, I won a gold medal. So much had happened in that 4 years. I watched my race over and over. While I thought I looked pretty spectacular in the pool, I still cringed at moments. My criticism still in full swing. I know I can do better. I'll take you down to 2 years later at the Beijing Olympics in 2008. I swam myself into the Olympic final, the infamous 100-metre butterfly event that won Michael Phelps his 7th gold medal. All 8 of us in that final swam into the all-time top 10 fastest times in history, arguably one of the toughest races to final. An achievement I could only have ever dreamt of was a reality. Everyone in that race had the ultimate high-performance environments, funding, support, personnel, well-being coaches, sports science, nutritionists, and more. I remember watching Michael Phelps have an entourage the size of our PNG Olympic team. He was very well sorted, and I was forever grateful that I could sneak in once again to the Australian massage and physio team to help me. I always look back at that moment and am amazed that a swimmer from Papua New Guinea could find their way to this level in such a competitive sport. I didn't have all of the support network, but I did have some. I pulled together from different contacts that I had within our community. It was very ad hoc, but it felt perfect. In my yet later years, I take a break from swimming, only to be remotivated to swim at the 2015 Pacific Games in Papua New Guinea. This is a home games, a chance for me to show my country my appreciation for their support. Initially thinking I would only compete in a handful of events. I began training. By this time, I've been living back in Papua New Guinea, working and have a young family, so this is going to be a whole new challenge, a very different balance in life. I train by myself with no coach, with no teammates. I've experienced so much in my swimming career, I know exactly what I needed to do. This is coming after 15 years of experience. I've got to train smart and specific, but I still need a better environment to surround myself in to accomplish more. So I moved back to Brisbane 6 months before the Pacific Games. This time, a 30-plus-year-old, I won't go into numbers, training with teenagers and early 20-year-olds. I was definitely out of my league, but I find that with this new balance and experience, I'm swimming personal best, very strangely, swimming faster than I ever have before. I want to bring this particular story up to emphasise the many years of experience it took me in a high-performance environment and time in my career, a journey of self-discovery and finding a support network to get me to a point where I could cut out exactly what I knew didn't work and refocus on what I did. With an appendix removed shortly before the Pacific Games and the birth of my first child 3 weeks before the opening ceremony, my experience would lead me to win 7 gold medals and 3 silver and a bronze medal, as well as 2 personal best times and games record, far exceeding my expectations. Perhaps it's exceptional, an exceptional athlete from a developing country, someone who stands out from their peers in terms of their natural talent, skill and performance in their sport. I may not have had access to the same resources and facilities as athletes in developed countries, but I was able to excel and compete at the highest level despite these challenges. In many developing countries, athletes often face significant obstacles, including limited funding and resource, poor infrastructure, lack of access to quality coaching and training facilities, and social and cultural barriers. Despite these challenges, exceptional athletes in developing countries are able to demonstrate their talent and potential, often relying on determination, hard work, a strong support system from our NOCs and our national federations to succeed. I was able to navigate my way through with support from my Olympic committee, my family. I was an Olympic scholarship holder that enabled me to secure my support network and slowly finding a wealth of knowledge through my swimming networks. We have exceptional athletes in our region, and you will hear from some of them. In the next session, we have athletes that break the barrier and outperform what is expected. How can we learn from them, and how can we deliver more exceptional athletes? Over many years, I watched talented athletes come and go without reaching any heights. I watched swimmers with so much determination who would train harder than I did, not reach any heights in the sport. Only a handful of athletes make it. Each of us that did find success had a very similar mindset and support system, varying talents to the varying different events. So what is it that made me excel? It's my support network. Everyone that I had around me to succeed, my family, my NOC, my coach, my massage therapist. It was my environment. Swimming with some of the best in the world, competing against them weekly or monthly, watching them be their best. Having a welcoming club to a visitor, a stranger, to come in and train with their local athletes. Massage physios, a makeshift high-performance centre that had so many different moving parts and so many different people with different backgrounds and experiences. The sports science, this changed my life. I still have videos and data from 20 years ago. One of the hardest parts of advice for me to extend to other athletes, as it requires a deeper knowledge and technical equipment and expertise. I couldn't have experienced this in Papua New Guinea, not in those times at least. It isn't impossible. I know that if I had a better understanding of high performance initially, I would have been excelling earlier. To train, live and breathe in a swimming country like Australia, this is all inspiring and undoubtedly the best place for me to be. It's not easy. I didn't have access to many of what others or my other competitors had. I was still very much envious of what they had. I was always away from my family, away from my home. And funding was even more crucial as I started paying for the support I was receiving, except from those very helpful people on the pool deck before competitions. This is the place I needed to be to flourish. Over the next few days, weeks, months and years, we will be challenged to think critically. We know it is challenging the Pacific. We can develop better high-performance sports in our region to develop future stars, create environments to inspire. There is still very much a need to be a competitive athlete that is being the top in the world. You will more likely need to move abroad and be absolutely surrounded by high-performing athletes and support. I have a 7-year-old who loves to swim. He watches in awe when I get interviewed. He stands proudly next to me when I get photos with fans. His goal is to be the 7th fastest in the world. This is because I came 8th. He will be 17 come Brisbane 2032. I encourage him to simply be good and do his best at whatever he wants to do. But it does make me wonder what lays in front of him and others now. If we're looking at 6 to 12-year-olds that will be our potential future stars, what can we give them that will set them up for success? More experienced and accredited coaches, more experienced technical coaches, higher level competitions. For me and my career, it took about nearly 10 years for me to become a gold medalist at Pacific Games to be one of the fastest in the world. So we're talking now. Over the next 10 years, we will need to ensure athletes' well-being and life after sport is a priority. Create a culture of the journey whereby getting there is important as a result. I was fortunate to have a job after and during my swimming. I was 30 by the time I would start any work. But even so, I mentally struggled with the idea of transition. My journey has had many ups and downs through shoulder. I've had 4 shoulder operations. I've had many wins and losses. I learnt at every opportunity. A very brief overview of my career that I was open to share. I've had so many experiences in my life, and this is certainly an area that I think I can hopefully add a lot of value to. I have been very much involved with sport off the field of play. offering my experience to help others to achieve success. So I want to close off that by saying thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I know this is 20 years of my experience all crammed into a short couple of minutes, but hopefully over the next couple of days and weeks and years that we get to incorporate a lot of these findings into exactly what it is that creates exceptional athletes in our Pacific region. What we can learn from our previous stars to give to our future stars. So once again, thank you all very much. Looking forward to the next few days.
Thanks so much, Ryan, for sharing those insights and your experience. I trust you've got your 7-year-old watching that winning race on a YouTube loop, because I suspect that you might have it on a VHS tape, and I'm not sure you can get a player for that anymore. But it is such a wonderful memory. We look forward to watching them compete in 2032, as I'm sure they'll carry on the Penny legacy. What Ryan was probably too humble to mention was after he won his gold in 2006, when he returned home, there were thousands at Port Moresby Airport waiting to greet him, and a major celebration at the stadium with 10,000 people celebrating the PNG gold. So PNG's Golden Fish, thank you so much for starting us off as the voice of the athletes, and we'll hear from some of your colleagues and, of course, joining our speakers from the Oceania Paralympic Committee, the Oceania National Olympic Committee, the Australian Olympic Committee, and the federal government as well. So great to hear all our opening speakers. Would you please show your appreciation for everyone that kicked us off this morning? Folks, two very important things to tell you now. The first one is the Wi-Fi password. The network is Sofitel Conference Wireless, if you want to log on to that. And the password is ONOC 2023, so you can see it up there on the screen. The next most important thing is it's time for a coffee break and a bite to eat. Your morning tea is ready. It's outside the doors where you came into this room. We're going to take a 30-minute break. The bathrooms are out there and around to your left when you get out the doors. And we're going to meet back in here at 10:30 to start our program proper. Thank you very much and enjoy your morning tea.
Solomon. guy that's on his knees. I hear you say it's fine, but honestly, I can't believe it that you ain't leaving. The world keeps testing me. What can we expect? I'm only 23. You say I'm alright, but I'm far too weak. I can't believe it that you ain't leaving. I know that I've hurt you. Believe when I say I never meant to treat you this way. Deserve much better. I'm such a cliche. What does it matter? And did it cross your mind? 'Cause I see a strange look in your eyes, and every time it's there, I paralyze. My heart stops with beating, afraid that you're leaving. I know that I've hurt you. Believe when I say I never meant to treat you this way. Deserve much better. I'm such a cliche. What does it matter? You're better off alone. Do you think you're better off alone? Do you think you're better off alone? Do you think you're better off alone? I know that
circles on repeat. You and me and Mary Jane. Day in, day out, every night, yeah. I forgot.
How about now? Can you hear us? Better? Testing mic. Set. How's the let's move on. You want it? Yes, I've put books on it, that's all, because it's a bit, because I'm putting it on the PC.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please invite you back into the ballroom so we can begin the next part of the program. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if we can invite you to be seated so we can begin the next part of the program. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if we can invite you into the ballroom and ask if you can be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next part of our program. As mentioned, you will see that in the online program you have with you through the app that we shared earlier this morning. I will ask our staff to close doors now so we can begin. Thank you very much. If the staff can close doors so we can begin the next part of our program. And just as you're settling in, we'd like to acknowledge the partners and also our exhibitors, a bit of information about our exhibitors in the ballroom foyer. But first, if we can, oh, there it is. If you are just joining us now, the conference booklet is an online resource. There's the QR code on the screen. All you need to do is download that, and that will give you detailed information about the program as well as the speakers in each of the sessions. We would like to again acknowledge the conveners of today's Brisbane 2032 Step Up Oceania conference. Again, ONOC as the host. Our strategic partners are the Olympic Solidarity Program and ANOC, and we're proudly supported. Again, our partnership to deliver the whole week is the Australian Olympic Committee. We acknowledge the support we've received from the Queensland Government, the International Paralympic Committee, the Oceania Paralympic Committee, Paralympic Australia, OSFO, as well as the Pacific Games. And if we can make mention, our networking event partners, the Brisbane City Council, and of course the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Organising Committee. And if I can just advise you now that again, further to what you've seen up the front, we have partners who are joining us this week, today and tomorrow. If I can get to that list. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, again on the screen, spread out across the ballroom. We have the following exhibitors and partners: the Australian Sports Technologies Network, Sports Marketing, Engage. We also have representatives from Toowoomba Region, Mackay Regional Council, Agri-Labour Australia, the University of Queensland, Fortius Sport Match, the Sunshine Coast Council, and of course Griffith University. We encourage you as well, when you can during the breaks, to talk to them. As mentioned earlier, they're also helping us deliver this two-day Brisbane 2032 Step Up Oceania Conference. Again, the password for the Wi-Fi, if I can ask the AV team to throw that up. So there it is, Sofitel Conference Wireless. You need to select visitor, and then the password is ONOC 2023. Thank you. I'll invite Stephanie now to introduce the next session.
Thank you so very much, Inoki. Folks, I hope you enjoyed your morning tea as we're now ready to start the B2032 program, Step Up Oceania proper. Today we focus first on listening to experience, insights and future vision of Oceania athletes. So we start with our athletes panel. This will be facilitated by Fijian swimmer Olympian Mataleta Buondromo, and we have 5 sporting legends who are joining her. Dame Valerie Adams, Ms. Relly Caputin, Mr. Lotte Tangiri, and Mr. Ken Wallace, and they're joined by Ms. Mere Rodan, who joins us on Zoom. Mere's visa was approved this morning. She'll be joining us in person tomorrow, and she'll be one of our speakers on Wednesday. Mere, hello, you can hear us okay? Bulavanaka. And folks, can we have a round of applause for all our wonderful athletes here? Before I hand over, could I ask you to please refer to the conference booklet where we have more extensive bios of all these wonderful people, and you get a full appreciation of the collective and individual spirit of endurance and perseverance that led to their sporting glory and brings them to share their insights with us today. But right now, would you please welcome our panel facilitator, Matalita Bundromo.
Thank you for that, Stephanie. And just before I properly introduce our session this morning, I was just thinking about how nervous I've been about this session and how I think it's a lot more easier to just compete than to be speaking up here. But like the theme for the conference over the next 2 days, I reminded myself and the reason why we're all here for the future generation that I need to step up out of my comfort zone. And with that being said, I am very privileged, extremely nervous, but very lucky to be in this position and grateful to facilitate the very first panel discussion for the 2-day conference and an athlete panel discussion nonetheless. And just really have a conversation about the different experiences that athletes have towards their high performance, or as we like to say in Fiji, a talanoa, which is usually around a grog bowl or kava, but we'll make do today. Yeah, with water, thank you. Before I again touch base on the athletes up here, I'd just also like to acknowledge Ryan Pinney for the message that he shared before morning tea. I don't know if Ryan knows this, but in 2003, I was 7 years old in the crowd watching you swim, and that was my moment. It was a moment for me that's what I wanted to do as well. And it blows my mind to this day, just being in conversation with you over the years. I really never thought that I'd be there. I just wanted to also thank you again for being that inspiration for a lot of us athletes in the Pacific. Yeah, can I have a round of applause? This morning, as Stephanie mentioned, we have a group of esteemed athletes from our very own region who have excelled in their respective sports. And they've undergone extensive high-performance training. They've navigated various challenges and barriers to reach where they are today. And I'm super excited to hear from you all. For me personally, I think this is also one of the main reasons that we're gathered here today, and it's a fantastic opportunity that we have the voices of athletes and the athletes of Oceania really set the scene for the next 2 days and to inspire the next few sessions that you're all going to be going through. We've, again, as mentioned, the bio of the panelists are on the conference booklet that you all have, and I just wanted to touch base that throughout this discussion, we'll hear about their experiences, their lessons learned, the insights on what it takes to achieve success, and we're hoping to cover on critical factors that pave performance pathways and performances. So without further ado, let's begin this conversation. And like most of you here, and I know a few of the athletes, I'm pretty excited to be able to begin this conversation with asking Dame Valerie, for you've had a long and distinguished career. And I just really like to hear, when was that moment for you? Was it something that you've always had, or was it something that along the way of trying out sport and a goal came into mind? And what inspired you really to be the best in track and field in the world?
Well, thank you very much for having us. First of all, malo lele everybody, malo tama he pompongi, ko fe apete fa mali ko ni ke tau ka fata I ahoni. So basically for me, I am obviously quite a very large person, as you can tell. I'm 6'4". I was 6'4" at the age of 12. And at a very, yes, I know, have a laugh, chuckle. And at this tender age, obviously grown up as a female. Now, I don't know if most of you know or don't know, I'm actually half Tongan and half English. My father's English, and my mother's Tongan. My father jumped on the boat, hopped off in New Zealand, and then my uncle told my father to go to Tonga, marry my mother, and bring her back to New Zealand. And then I was conceived. So, when I was born, and when my parents actually split up when I was very, very young, and I grew up in a household which was very influenced by my culture, which is Tongan. A. B, I'm a woman, so the place of a woman is in the kitchen, not outside doing sports or anything else. However, I must admit that sport was a saving grace for me. Sport was an area in my life where I felt normal. Now, I was brought up in a place called South Auckland. In South Auckland, there's a lot of Māori Pacific Island people who live there, low decile area of Auckland. So basically, the sports that we are introduced to is rugby, netball, volleyball, but never anything individual, like athletics, which is what I participate in. I played basketball. My sister and I were called the Twin Towers, and we played regional and rep teams very, very well. At the age of 14, after 6 months of taking up athletics, I qualified for the first World Youth Championships in 1999. And my mother at the time, she wanted to sacrifice the family income to be able to get me there and fundraise for me to get there. In 2000, when I was 15 years old, I was watching the opening ceremony for the Sydney Olympic Games in September the 15th. September the 6th, and thinking to myself while watching that I want to be there one day, not actually realizing my life was going to change forever. The very next day, on September the 16th, at 9 a.m., my mother took her final breaths on me, and she passed away at the tender age of 39. I'm now 38, turning 39 this year, so I can't help but think back as to what her life was like. A Pacific Island woman, what her life was like, bringing up three girls in this world, and what she had left behind. What she did leave behind was a lot of love and a lot of growth and resilience to us children. I promised myself at that very moment that I was going to go to an Olympic Games and I was going to be there. Now, kids can dream, right? However, athletics is one of those sports when I was growing up, that's a white man's sport. It's not for Pacific Islanders. We were never given a look into these sports, and even if we did, it was always thrown into the throwing events, obviously for good reason. However, in saying that, we were never given a chance because that's how it was presented to us. Now, did I give up on that dream? Absolutely not. But what the biggest difference for me was having someone that believed in me from a school point of view. A PE teacher took pity on me, brought me my first pair of Nike shoes, and was able to believe in me. And she sacrificed her own funds to be able to buy me these pair of shoes, to train and to go to chase my dreams in becoming an athlete. But that particular moment in the hospice when my mum passed away, that's where the dream all happened. But the dream is a dream. Every child dreams, but it's the people around you that believe in you. Had no money, no nothing. Again, athletics was up here. We were below those people up there. But I stuck with it because it was a way for me to share my grief and to express my grief, but in a positive way, because the normal thing to do, if you come from that area, is to have a child, get on the dole, solo mum. That was the normal thing to do. So that was the pivotal moment for me in carrying out my mum's dream and my dream in becoming who I am today.
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you. And thank you again for sharing sort of that first inspiration for you and about your mom. You touched a lot on the Pacific culture, and so that's very relevant to what we're going to discuss today and over the next 2 days. For you also, before I move on, when did you sort of perceive or understand or come to realize what high performance is, or what was the next step? You know, you knew that was what you wanted to do, that was the dream. From there on, when was it that you sort of understood that, okay, I think that there's the high level?
Athletics is a very individual sport in New Zealand, and it was at a time where there wasn't a lot of funding. It was basically me and the coach, and that was it. Go to World Championships where you'd be lucky to get 3 athletes there. There was no such thing as a high performance sport in New Zealand. There was no such thing as a system. There was no such thing as support. In fact, my physio, Louise Johnson, who has been my physio since day one, was working at just a local Pakuranga physiotherapist therapy, who is now in the high performance system. But Nothing was established back in the day. Our training grounds was the Warriors car park in Mount Smart, and if the Warriors had a game, we wouldn't be able to train. But that didn't stop us from giving up on this dream. And let me tell you why. It's because of the passion I had. It's because of the want I had to want to achieve. Shot putting and throwing steel balls around isn't very exciting for some people, you know. It's not what people look out for. And it was at a time as well where acceptance of a big Polynesian woman wasn't a thing. It was about blonde hair, blue-eyed girls. That's what sold products. That's the system or the environment that I started my career in. So you had to accept that. You had to accept the fact that you were less than, even though your results were better than them, you had to accept the fact that they just look better than you. They got a six-pack, you know, they're prettier and all the rest of it. And that was fine because it became an acceptance. Now, let me tell you something. Along the years and with more experience, with more people around you, you began to find your voice. You began to stand up for who you are. And one thing that I wanted to make sure was never forget where you come from, because that's what makes you. I come from a very humble home, living on $40 a week in the State House with a mother who I lost very, very young. I never wanted to give up on that. But the high performance sport system now is in place because of the results maybe we've had back in the day, and it's been able to be built. And nowadays, we have athletes who have more support. But is that a good thing? Absolutely. But are we sometimes handing it to them and not making them as accountable or as passionate for the sport because we are serving it up a bit easier to them? Quite possibly. So we have to kind of think of those things as actually we are making it easier for them, but it does come at a cost because it becomes sometimes a situation of entitlement, which we were never ever faced with. Ours, we had to work for it. And I actually worked right up until I became an Olympic champion in 2008. That was the only time that someone would look into me and sponsor me. The problem is with athletes is that we need help before we even get there. It's not after the fact. That's easy. Everybody wants to sponsor you. Everybody wants for you to sign a contract after you've become an Olympic champion. It's beforehand. So we need people or stakeholders with big companies to actually look into these athletes and see how you can change their lives, but also get the buy-in, believe, get on that journey with them, understand their culture, understand their background, what was their upbringing like, because you might be sitting there with your silver spoon, but mum and dad might be at the plantation for hours and hours trying to, pick up pennies. We just don't know. But if we understand what's going on at home, what their life is like and how they're dealing with it, then we can better provide resources to be able to support them in their journey. So just a couple of things to keep in mind.
Yeah, thank you, Dame Valeria. So many points you touched, and I'm already really inspired and just excited for what might come. And you touched on upbringing and acceptance and barriers. And so if I could just move up to Relly from Papua New Guinea, chatting with you yesterday and this morning and just going through the bio and understanding that you started later in your career, or started athletics in a later career and at the age of 20. And I thought that was so interesting because we're always assuming that we always need to start from a little kid, as I did as well. And so you've become Papua New Guinea's champion in jumping. So maybe if you could just explain a little bit about that experience and how you came to that realization at that age, and what inspired you and motivated you to become Papua New Guinea's champion.
Hello and good day, everyone. So basically, when I was a little kid, I dreamt to become a role model to my generation back home. So I started running when I was in primary school. That was in 2003. And where I grew up in my mom's village, I have to run around in athletics barefooted. So that's one thing that really inspired me to be someone who can be out there competing against the wall. So I spent almost 6 years doing athletics back in my mom's village. But somebody that really inspired me to come this far was my uncle, Sir John Caputin. He competed at the 1962 British Empire and Commonwealth Games. So I told myself that why not be an Olympian at the world stage. So when I completed my primary school, I continued to high school, and that's where I started involving myself more on athletics, especially jumping. So when I completed my high school, I didn't able to continue my university due to limited spaces in my country. So in 2013, I was able to get an athletic scholarship to America, and that's where I was able to go there and spend my time there to train and also continue my studies. And after when
That's okay.
I did universities for 4 years in America, and after completing my university, I was able to get an Olympic scholarship to train for the Tokyo Olympic Games. And that's where I qualified and made my first Olympic Games in 2021. It was one of the toughest journey for me due to injuries and missing out in a couple of competitions leading up to the Olympic Games. But I was able to go through a lot of challenges to get to where I wanted to be an Olympian. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you really for sharing your experience with us all. Yeah. I think it's always important that it comes from the heart, and I think we all really felt that, and a lot of the athletes that I know in the room probably relate a lot to that. So thank you for sharing on that experience, and we'll come back later to a lot of different challenges, but I thought that was super interesting, just how you jumped back from that injury, and for me, because I know I was also trialing for Tokyo, and there was the postponement for the year after, and you jumped back right into it. Were you just more motivated when that extra time came? Is that something that gave you more time? And just before we move on, how was that for you?
After my injury in 2019, I went through a 6 months rehab back in Papua New Guinea, and after that, I flew back down here to Australia to train with my coach, and knowing that the Tokyo Olympics was coming closer, we were a bit worried that we were not going to make it. But when my coach and I got the news that it was postponed, we were so happy that my coach and I will have a whole year to get back into my full fitness, to be able to qualify for Tokyo. So I spent almost 18 years with my coach down in Kingscliff to train and qualify for the Olympic Games. It was a bit tough for me though because I couldn't get home. I couldn't leave Australia to get home to see my family. But then I have a dream, and that dream was to become an Olympian, and I did that. So.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. So thank you, really. And speaking of Australia, Ken, moving on to you now, and Dame Valerie and really shared a lot about where sport really starts for them and the different inspirations that come into play. How important is success, facilities and funding, all of that put together in achieving that dream? So how important do you think is for us to sort of hear from your experience in being a world champion and an Olympic gold medalist in canoeing as well? How important is all of these different resources for success?
Well, thanks, Malik. I was just kind of hoping that you were going to ask everyone else questions, and I can just sit here and listen to these amazing athletes because the stories that are coming out are incredible. And as you can see, everyone's got a very different, unique background and how they've actually achieved success. And then the question is, what is success? Mm-hmm. And what do we base that off? You know, is it a personal best, which I'd like to see that as what success is. But when it comes to facilities and resources and how to actually get there, I resonate with Valerie in some ways. Before my first Olympic Games, I was selling meat raffles down at the local surf club to get petrol money into the car to actually go to my first Olympic Games, to be able to get to training. But when it comes to, and then also the training in the car park, a facility is wherever we need it to be. Some are very much sport specific. I don't think I'm going to find a kilometre-long swim pool with still water everywhere that I go. But so I was very lucky in the way that we had such amazing resources here in Australia. Where I live on the Gold Coast, I can just train in the canal, which was out the backyard, which was great. But it's really important that we make do with what we have. And also at the end of the day, when we achieve whatever level of success that is, that we remember where we come from and we remember how we got there by making do with what we have. It's great to have the best sporting facilities in the world and having those opportunities to go there. But it's also, I don't believe it's always needed. We will make do because the athlete's drive and the athlete's willingness to succeed is going to be there. And you know, the time spent in the valley makes the view from the top so much better. So you remember the car park days, you remember training out the back in not good conditions, you remember jumping in different places where you probably don't want to be, but it all adds to that experience of when you do finally achieve that success, and whatever that success looks like, you'll always go back and remember how you got there because it makes it that much more important.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. You touched on a lot of important points, just making do with what we have and knowing athletes commit themselves 110% with what needs to be done to get there. And so for you, in terms of mentors and coaches throughout your career, how does that play a role in success together with the facilities and resources? How do you see that being put together?
I've been very lucky throughout my career. I've had multiple idols and mentors and people that I look up to, and they're not always the absolute superstar and rock star athlete either. The first idol and mentor that any athlete will ever have is the parents growing up, because they're the ones that are driving you to training or on the bike or however you can get to training. They're the first sponsor that anyone will ever have. It's not that we ever sign a contract with them, but it's they're the ones that are putting out the money. And being a parent now of 3 kids myself, I'm finding that out very fast. But having mentors and idols is so important to have. And then when it comes to, again, the resources that they have, having an idol there to help show the way is the most valuable resource that you could ever have. Yeah, we always keep coming back to what facilities we don't have or what opportunities that we don't have, but we also need to look at what opportunities we do have. I grew up wanting to be a swimmer. Like every kid in Australia, everyone wants to be a swimmer. And that was my goal. I always wanted to go to the Olympic Games for swimming. It got to a point where then I was living on the coastline and I discovered surf lifesaving and started out on the beach. And the only reason I started sprint flatwater kayaking was then to help my surf ski and my Ironman leg and compete in that. So in some ways I fell back into my Olympic dream, because I wasn't as fast as Ryan. Ryan's a weapon. I can't compete against him. But I fell back into my Olympic dream because of the opportunities that I had, which in turn was helping me do something else. So sometimes it's not always directly in front of us what we want to achieve, but we'll always find a way. And the athletes, I believe this firmly, that to be a successful athlete, you need to be obsessed.
Yep.
Obsessed with the wins, obsessed with the losses, and your obsession with the losses is just as important as the wins, because you learn more from those losses than what you do with the wins. It's a cliche in saying it, but at the end of your career, you kind of look back and you go, oh, actually, yeah, I learned something from that.
Yep.
At the time, you're throwing your arms up in the air and you're hating it, but looking back now, you learn a lot more from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, so many learnings, and I thought that might be a good way to then ask Lotte. So Lotte, we've heard your name quite a lot this morning, and from Fiji, and you represented Australia at the Sevens for the Commonwealth Games in 2006. And so, in terms of impact, and for you, what was your biggest impact in your career?
Biggest impact in my career. Bullet to everyone. I'm not going to go down the Tongan road here. It's Fiji because I'm not that well versed in it, but it's just great to see that we've all come here together to try and help Pacific athletes, right? And I was only too happy to come and sit on this panel to do that today. Through your question, the best for me was, I guess, my parents. They started out with not much, a bit like Valerie here. I remember I used to go to competitions and try, yes, but then I'd get in the teams and then I'll be like, well, I actually can't go because we can't afford it. So I was like, it was good until you get picked. And then sometimes I wouldn't even turn up because I just knew if I didn't want to disappoint myself. I used to get there and then, nah, you can't go, mate, because I didn't even ask my parents. So they worked really hard initially. And then, I got into a system and, luckily enough, I've repaid them, hopefully, with things with a house and whatever. But they were a big inspiration for me coming over to Australia as workers to play rugby in Brisbane first. And my mum, who never got on a plane, didn't know what to do. So we started, pretty ordinary here, and then we moved out to Logan. Grew up down there. There's a lot of Polynesian, Pacific people living down there. They work really hard to support me, and now, the fruits of their labour worked really well for me once I started to get into high performance systems at the age of around 15 and 16.
Yep. Thanks, Lotte. And it's nice to hear you talk about family and support and network. And so I know that Mere is joining us online all the way from Suva. Bula Mere, thank you for going into the office early. But if I could just jump to you quickly, Mere is a para table tennis player, and I've had the honor of traveling on tour with Mary for a few games, and she's like the mom that we need on the team. And I'm really, really, really happy to have her online. She couldn't make it today, but we'll see her tomorrow. But for you, Mary, what was your experience in terms of the support around you back home in Fiji, and how that sort of helped your career.
And firstly, I would just like to acknowledge ONOC and partners for the invite, and it's indeed an honor and privilege to be on this panel and to share my experiences on my journey to becoming an athlete in para sports. I would say that when I came in to be part of table tennis, para table tennis, I was already in my late 40s. I was already a grandmother. And I did not look at that, to be something that would stop me to becoming maybe a champion, I would say this afternoon. I thought to myself that, yes, I'm passionate about sports. I was just 11 when I started playing netball way back. And when I acquired my disability, I still had that love for sports. And I remember watching one of Serevi's games in the Hong Kong matches. That was the last of it when I started having the experiencing the pain that caused me to be a wheelchair user. And I used to think when I was watching him playing, the good steps, the things that he was well known for, that one day I would like to play a sport. And I didn't know that I was going to be a wheelchair user soon after that. And when I became that, I've acquired my disability. It did not deter my mind from thinking of becoming an athlete. And then it turned out in 2014 that I was part of para table tennis through Smashdown Barriers. Just going in to be part of it, I never looked at what I was using, the device. I never looked at the device or to think of my age, that it was too late. I never thought about that. My mind was just all clear and thinking that, yes, I want to play sports. I want to become something there. And I went in and I started training. I guess I was really passionate about it. And, that built the determination to move on. The challenge of not having a proper wheelchair wasn't much of a thing to think about, and I was just trying to adapt to what I was using to make sure that I could just do my best when I was on the table, hitting the ball. And I was really committed. I never missed out any of my trainings in the afternoons. And support-wise, I would thank my organization that I was a volunteer with at that time, 2014, with Spinal Injury Association, because we had a hydraulic vehicle. And that is a big challenge here in Fiji when you're part of sports with being a para athlete, because there's not much of these vehicles that and transport is an issue. But then I would be supported by the organization. They would provide that transportation down to the venue where I had to be training in the afternoons. But then from the venue home, it's about a kilometer. That was on me, and that would be another big challenge, waiting for a taxi to pick you. I could transfer myself to a standard taxi, but then the first thing that the drivers are looking at, there's a lot of assumption that that I won't be able to fit into the taxi simply because they're looking at the device that I'm using. They're forgetting that I'm human. I'm just like anyone else. This device could be the difference, but then I could still afford a standard taxi and travel home. Support, I would say that because I was already a mother, I thank my family, my husband and my sons who would take me down to the training venue in the weekends. It was not so far from home. They would just wheel me. If we didn't have much, sometimes I was just really badly broke. I didn't have my taxi fare. That would be just around $3 plus. I couldn't afford it. But my sons would say, yeah, we can just wheel you, Mom. Rain or shine, we would just take the road, hit the road, and we get to the venue. And I'm able to do my training and continue on. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mary. It's so important, your entourage and the team around you, from picking you up in the early mornings for a lot of us to get there. It really takes a whole village, I think, to really, the success is shared with everyone in your team. You spoke a lot about how you just knew that's what you wanted to do, which reminded me on on mental toughness. And so I had a quick question for any of the panelists who wanted to answer, but you know how we'll be in training and there'll be a really tough set or a really tough training session where, and I'm talking about when you hit your low, like the lowest of lowest, the days you don't want to get up or when you can't lift anymore in the gym. And I know there's the goals that we have that really push us, but in that moment, what is something that you think about or that you say to yourself to like keep going again within that session? Something a bit more specific if anyone wanted to volunteer to answer with a certain experience that could really just inspire the next generation for this year.
Madalena, I always come back to everything that every single person in this room has done this morning. And it was actually taking the first step to get out of bed.
Yep.
That is genuinely because for myself, training was always really early in the morning, and during winter it was quite cold and you didn't want to get out of bed. But as long as I knew I took that first step out of bed, that was the only thing that I had to do, because then if I didn't take that second step, I was going to fall over. So, and then the third step would happen, and there was days there where I'd get to training and I'd drive the car to training and go, I don't know how many red lights I've just gone through because I don't know how I actually got here. But it just becomes, and the point I'm trying to make, it just becomes this natural thing that we get up and we do every morning. But it's the making that decision of taking that first step out of bed that's always the hardest. And once you do that, then it will always come. The actual race or the competition itself, I believe that's actually the easy part. It's the training and leading into it that's the hardest part. The race is only a reflection of the training you've done, and if you haven't done the training beforehand and the lead up beforehand, and people think Olympic Games go every 4 years, but no, as we hear the stories go on, it's not 4 years, it's 8 years, it's 10 years. And we look at Brisbane 32 now, we're less than 10 years away. So in developing our Oceania athletes to compete at those games, we need to start now and take that first step out of bed, as we all did here today. And thank you for being a part of here, and thank you for having athletes at the centre of the conversation, because ultimately they are the ones that are there competing, and they are the ones that are getting out of bed every morning when it's dark, when it's cold, and trying to do their very best and put their first foot forward, their front foot forward.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Is that all right? Is that sum it up?
So can I just add to that? But I also feel like you need to find your why you're doing it, your purpose. If athletes have goals that they're working towards, it's one of those things where you climb that mountain, you get to when you reach your goal, and then after you get down the other end. But if you have your why, your reasons for doing it, I used to get at the bottom of a squat or at training at the very, very lowest of my lows, and everything is just so tough. I would actually repeat to myself, for example, if I'm going to Olympic Game, Beijing, 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 go, 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 go. But that was just my own self-mantra, but I knew the reason, the purpose. The suffering isn't forever. There is a purpose. Now, if your athletes have their why, their passion, and the reason why they're doing it, it actually makes it easier to get up in the morning and go and suffer for it. But if you have no purpose and you're doing it because mum and dad want you to do it, or you do it because your coach is forcing you to do it, you're actually just like pulling a dead horse, because eventually that horse is not going to want to be pulled anymore. So you just got to make sure that when you have a group of athletes, and especially our Pacifica athletes, because having time off at home is quite the norm. Like, oh, it's a public holiday, oh, sleep day. It's like, no. And I'm experiencing this because I coach a young Tongan shot putter, is actually teaching her the ropes of actually what does high performance sport mean? What does it entail? At what lengths do we need to go to? And it's a shock to her system. She doesn't cry. She hasn't cried yet. I'm very kind about it, but I'm also very firm about it, because ultimately, if you're okay to sit at 14 meters, I don't need to coach you. You can do that all by yourself. But if you want to go to the World Championships, go to the Commonwealth Games, and go to the Olympic Games, this is what it looks like. So an athlete also has to be realistic and be tough and be their toughest critic. Because if you're not honest and realistic, then someone's just patting your back because it's going to benefit them, not you being realistic about what performance and high performance is all about. And this could be achieved no matter where you come from, New Zealand, Australia, the Pacific. If the athlete has a buy-in, knows their purpose and their why, it's easy to get up in the morning and work harder for it. And I've done that for over 22 years before I retired. So just something to keep in mind when you are dragging these athletes out of bed.
Yep. Thank you. And I also, thank you, Ken, and thank you, Dame Val. And I also think that's something that we can all keep in mind when we're going through the next few sessions, and really just about ensuring that we're doing the work now for the next less than 10 years, so the next 9 years, in ensuring that the next set will be ready by then. So it's really, really important what we're doing here, and thank you for sharing. You touched a lot about the shock to the system, and I wanted to ask really one more question. I've just been reminded of time. So I just wanted to ask you one more question. We were talking yesterday, and you were telling me about your training in Runaway Bay at the Gold Coast. So, you know, how, and you wanting to be a role model. So how has the growth for you as an athlete been so far, training here in Australia?
Training here in Australia helped me a lot due to facilities and all the resources that I have down here to be able to train. Training at Runaway Bay, it's really helpful because everything that I needed as an athlete, it's there. We have the track, I have the pool to do my pool session, and I have the gym, which is in the same facility. So yeah, it helps me a lot, better than back home, where I have to travel from the track to the other facility to do my gym and my pool. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity given to me to be down here to do my training for the next upcoming competitions.
Fantastic, yeah, and I'm looking forward, and I'm sure we're all looking forward to your performances. I know you're preparing for the games. And so with that being said, for Lotte, just one question that I have for you here. How do you think, based on your experience and a lot of things that you're involved in lately, and how you can impact young athletes culturally as well, but from your point of view, how do you think athletes, coaches, our parents, the entourage can work together right now in terms of putting something in place for our future?
How they can work together, especially for Pacifica athletes. I think knowing how, you know, there's a hierarchy and how we speak, or how we are spoken to, and how we speak back. Like, I encourage, like these guys, the younger Pacific athletes now, to actually have a voice. Sometimes we tend to sit back and let everyone else speak. But for me, I think, you know, encouraging them and advocating for them is really big. Yeah, we tend to read the room, see what's going on, and then probably speak amongst ourselves as to other Pacific athletes, and then go from there. But I encourage the kids, all the athletes coming through, trust your gut. If something's not right, speak up. If you've got a niggling injury, sometimes your coach is pushing you to go to the next level. That might be counterproductive, that you keep running or whatever. Just trust your gut, say something, and try and advocate for the kids.
Yep, thanks, Lotte. In terms of speaking up, and I know in our Pacific culture we struggle a lot, we're a bit shy, and I wanted to ask Ken, I know your involvement in the ONOC Athletes Commission and coming down to our islands, and you run a lot of forums for us, and we're very shy. So if you could just talk a bit about how important it is for athletes to speak up, and your experience with us in the Pacific.
As Lottie and you were saying, it's vital that the athletes speak up, and the athlete's voice is yelled at the loudest, because ultimately the athlete is the one that's there competing. Yes, everybody wants to help and everybody wants to come along, but ultimately, if the athlete's not happy or don't feel like they're supported in some way, then it is important for the athletes to speak up. And we see that more now than probably what we have seen in the past. Our Oceania Athletes Commission is rebuilding, and it's great to have so many people from the 17 National Olympic Committees throughout Oceania to have a voice. and some voices are louder than others, but we also need to, communication goes in two ways. You know, you talk and you listen. And you listen first and then you talk, and vice versa. That's the way that communication works. And that's where the athlete's voice needs to be heard. Because if we keep saying, or administrators going, yep, we're going to support you with this, we're going to do this. It's like, well, actually, the athlete might not actually need all of that. They only just need that one little detail down here, but that one detail is going to be the make or break in their entire athlete's journey. So unless that athlete speaks up, we're not going to hear that. That's why it's important to have athlete commissions throughout every National Olympic Committee, throughout every national sporting organisation, to actually to have that touch point and to ask them the questions, but then to also teach those athletes as well, because in generations to come, that those athletes there are going to be the ones that are, or could potentially be the ones running the sports, or help those sports administrators go along. So it's important to continually ask the question and ask the athlete what they think, ask an opinion, and communicate. You know, listen, talk, listen, learn.
Yep, thank you. I agree. It's almost like athlete knowledge is valuable knowledge. It's different valuable knowledge that can go a long way in a lot of different decision makings. And so thank you for touching base on that. And we will be wrapping up shortly. So I just wanted to throw one last time to Mere in Fiji. Mere, before we finish off, do you have, from your experiences and lessons learned, what advice do you have for young aspiring athletes to achieve their goals?
Just need to stay committed. They have that passion. Never to lose focus of what they are heading for. It's a lot of dedication. Yeah, towards. I think that's what I want to say, and not to be focusing just on the challenges, on the barriers around them. It's about pushing and voicing, as the team has alluded to. It's about voicing up those challenges, the barriers that they have.
Vinaka, thank you, Mary. And just to finish off and close off this panel discussion, Dame Valerie, would you be able to give some last inspirational words to our coaches and administrators of 300 people in the room, and just something for them to keep at the back of their minds as they go through the next 2 days of this Step Up conference?
Next 2 days, including the next less than 10 years away, is that the champions need to be made, and the Pacific is a melting pot of so many champions. In South Auckland itself, you've got so many more Valerie Adamses, but it's just so hard to find them and keep them in the sport, or get them enticed to participate in the sport that isn't so sociable. But how do we, as sports administrators, leaders, actually create a safe space for athletes to speak? That's one area that is still needs a lot of work on, especially within the Pacific region, because there is a hierarchy and there is culturally things that we must abide by. But when you're an athlete and you want to become an athlete, you need to give them that voice and that platform to be able to voice their concerns. No question is a dumb question, so please be open to listening. And how we do things today, be open to change. There are things that we do within each federation, member federation, associations, that is good and bad. Be open to change and making good change for the better. It's hard, change is difficult, but that's how we grow and that's how we become more resilient. So what we're doing today is not necessarily going to work in 10 years' time. That's okay. We've got to move with the times. Our athletes of today need us. This generation, our generation, I mean, for God's sake, some of us might be dead in 10 years, who knows? But we need to be able to create that platform that's safe, that's going to be of high performance value, and to be able to be there to support them in their journey. This is for them, not for us, and I'm one of those people.
Thank you. Thank you once again. And I would just like to thank again each and every one of you for being on stage with me also, and sharing your journey in the objective of gaining a deeper appreciation for what it takes and what it will take for all of us in putting a plan together and ensuring that we're working together with the athletes and having the athletes' voices out there. So thank you once again to all of you and to Mary online for joining us, and each and every one of you for your time this morning. And without further ado, I'd like to say thank you again and pass it back to our MC.
Our athletes, former athletes, deserve a louder round of applause. Can we give that to them, please? Understanding the family context, resourcing, and not just resourcing, but targeted resourcing, high performance. What does it mean? Recovery and the return to play, and the welfare for athletes around that whole process. Dreams, overcoming challenges that we heard from Mere this morning, adapting to challenges, speaking up, the platform to speak up, giving athletes a voice, passion, commitment, some of the themes coming through in this panel discussion. It was truly inspiring. Can we please acknowledge our athletes once again? We will have to turn the stage around to do the next session. And so this is not on the program, but I'm going to throw this in. So in your tables, if you can, within maybe the next 3 to 4 minutes, discuss amongst yourselves, you would have seen the way the program's designed and built. So obviously we're giving the athletes priority by putting them, after the opening session, the platform to hear from them and for them to share their experiences. We're talking about 10 years, the roadmap to Brisbane in 2032. So in your tables, can you please discuss what would be some of the considerations for the project, for ONOC, for the partners to take on as we start to design this roadmap to Brisbane 2032. I think what's come out is start now, we need to work now. Opportunities in Australia, and that's one of the considerations. Are there opportunities to bring athletes to Australia, like you've heard this morning, and even from Ryan? So in your tables, can you discuss that for about 3 to 4 minutes for us to turn the stage around? Then we go into the next exciting part of this program, which is the Great Oceania Debate. So if I can allow you for the next 2 to 3 minutes, discuss amongst yourselves. There'll be opportunities for us to hear back from you as well. So we turn the stage around and we'll begin the next session very shortly. Thank you, and can we please acknowledge our panelists as they move off? Thank you. I've got to take a photo with you.
Yes, of course.
Steph, do you want to introduce?
Okay, everyone, I hope you've had some fruitful discussion. And we'll have a look at the outcomes of your discussions as the days go on. But right now, we're ready for the discussion to continue on stage. Shh, thanks, everyone. And it's my absolute delight to welcome you to the Great Oceania Sport Debate. For an idea to be really tested, to be put through the fire, to gain a balanced position so that we may see it in all its facets, debating is the perfect vehicle. The theme today is home or away. It covers the issue of where high-performance units ought to be located, whether outside or within the Pacific Islands. The question has been long discussed in the islands, but seldom together, and highly likely it's never occurred in a forum such as this one. This thought-provoking topic will be argued by some of the best minds in Oceania, and we're privileged to witness these in person and online. I will be the timekeeper. The first two speakers will have 4 minutes each, and thereafter it'll be 3 minutes each. And to remind our speakers that you'll hear a bell with 1 minute to go, another bell with 30 seconds to go, and when I tap the bell twice, you need to stop speaking. However, I've got the easy job. It's now my delight to welcome you to your chair. And would you please put your hands together for the Chief Executive Officer, Samoa Association of Sports and National Olympic Committee, Mr. Matthew Vea.
Well, good morning and again, and Talofa Lava, ladies and gentlemen, and also to our wonderful athletes and our members of the AGA 2023 Step Up Brisbane 2032. I was on my way up and Dr. Mitchell reminded me, he said, Matt, people are getting cold in this room. You need to do something to warm them up. So in the spirit of being Pacific Islanders, I would like you to rub your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Just give yourself a rub, your hands. And in the spirit of Pacific, we say clap or pati. So when I say pati, this is how we're going to open and close our debate. So mili means rub. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Nearly lunchtime. Adma. Patia. Oh, you can do better than that. Mili patia. Thank you. Can I welcome you all to the inaugural Oceania Sport Debate that has never been done before in the history of the ONOC General Assembly. I've just picked up on the last panel key points, and some of the words that have come out of there is talanoa, talk, listen, feedback, roadmap to Brisbane 2032. And this stage that we're setting up today is to provide exactly that. As we all know, in our region, we tend to talk around and behind the scenes about what we need, dollars, resources, more coaches, more money from the IOC, but it never gets to the right platform. So today, we are going to hear from some of our debaters, the two teams who will be scrutinized and judged by a panel of judges. While I was here, I was told that in my role as chair, I need to provide a story linked to some of the key messages from this morning. And I would like to do that, if you can spare a minute. The word that came out this morning is shared resources. And I know we have a lot of development partners. We have other partners in the room today. And I'd just like to share what shared resources looked like many, many years ago. I played for Manu Samoa in 1991 World Cup. And it was the first time Samoa qualified after many battles with our brothers Fiji and Tonga. We made that trip on Air New Zealand from Samoa to Auckland. And the government and the rugby union said to us, we have qualified after beating Japan in 1990. Now go to the World Cup. That was it. That was it. Go to the World Cup. On the plane from Auckland, it's one of those flash Air New Zealand carriers. The All Blacks were on the plane. Manu Samoa was on the plane. We go in on the check-in and you go into the plane and they say to Pizza Fatialofa and ourselves, down the alley there, please, gentlemen. So we go down to the back, and I think we call it cattle class these days. It's economy. And as we're walking down there, we're looking at Michael Jones and Vainga Tuingamala. They're taking the steps. We think, where are these guys going? Business class. So as the plane went to England, and as you know, it's a long flight, 3 or 4 meals, the main course comes out. Economy, you know, it's very small. And when you're trying to feed Pita Fatjalofa and Stan Tomalantai, you need about 2 or 3 main courses. Halfway through the meal, we get this noise from the stairs, boom, 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 boom. It's in Zandbrook, Michael Jones, Vainga Tuingamala, bringing down their business class leftover meals. So they come down to the back of the plane and they say, brothers, yeah, I know we don't have enough meals, so we're going to share a meal on our way to the World Cup. So ladies and gentlemen, in light of shared resources, that's our shared resources. And I know Lotte's in the room. You know, I look at some of the issues coming across on TV last night, some of the rugby league players with long hair, and the issues we've seen over the media over the last 24 hours. I wonder, we'll talk about times and change. I wonder how Lotte, and I hope you don't mind me speaking, Lotte, brother, and if Lotte was playing with his long dreadlocks these days, and how he would have reacted differently from rugby league last night. So again, shared resources and times of change. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Vyers, my name, as Stephanie has alluded to, and I'm honored and privileged to be your chair today. Setting the scene, and before I introduce our debate team, for your information, in the light spirit of Oceania, as you came back through morning tea, you have all been automatically scanned. In the emphasis of anti-doping and being clean, we have anti-doping detectors in the room, and I'm happy to say you have all been cleared. Also, for the integrity part of this debate, no prior gifting or colluding has occurred overnight or prior to this moment. So I'm also happy to say we will be operating this debate 100% clean. Furthermore, as your chair, I have not yet received any approaches from the debating teams with any favors, that being monetary, trips, or brand new homes here in the wonderful outskirts of Brisbane. Thank you, teams. Last but not least, Immigration and Customs Australia has confirmed with me this morning you have all legally entered Australia. Thank you. The rules of engagement. Audience, may I ask you please, I've been told to say this word, it must be an Australian word, please, no heckling or harassing of the judges panel or any gestures towards our debating team. So in the spirit of FAS, prevention of harassment and abuse in sport, please avoid those actions during the debate. The debate. The Great Oceania Sport Debate aims to stimulate fierce arguments that will help shake up the thinking, the current thinking, the past thinking, and hopefully the future thinking, the mindsets and the forward planning across high performance in Oceania as we set our sights on bigger and better performances by our Pacific athletes come Brisbane 2032. Please do note that the views of our speakers, both debating team, are not necessarily their own personal or organizational views. Instead, it is a stance purely focused on the topic to be argued today. The selection of the teams, for your information. Debate teams have been selected with 3 speakers in each team. One team is affirmative. The other team is negative. These teams have been selected through a coin toss process and based on the following representation. And this process has taken place over the last 6 weeks. I now introduce our team. To my right, the affirmative team will be sitting, and to my left will be the negative team. So ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce the first speaker and captain of the affirmative team, Andrew Lepani from PNG, Team PNG Performance Partnership member. Andrew. I'd like to introduce Gay Lijanwera from Nauru, NOC Manager, Nauru Olympic Committee. Please come through. And the third member of the affirmative team, Bowden Hanson from Australia, Olympian. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce the negative team with the captain, Ashley Abbott from New Zealand, the captain, Public Affairs and Communications Director, New Zealand Olympic Committee. And to follow, Miss Louisa Peters, Cook Islands, Olympian. Last but not least, may I introduce Jed Gray from the Organisation of Sports Federations of Oceania, known as OSFO. Come through, Jed. I'd also like to introduce, for the information of our audience, we have a 6-member athlete judging panel, and I'm very honored to introduce these people by name. They are true blue ambassadors that need no introduction. Please acknowledge our first judge, Ryan Penny, PNG. Next judge is Dame Valerie Adams, New Zealand. Relly Kaputan from PNG. Matelita Bundromo, Fiji. And Lotte Tekuli, Australia, Fiji. And last but not least, Bowden Hanson from Australia. Sorry. I will take that back. My apologies. We also have a judging panel scrutineer, and that will be Queenie Woolley, who will be handing over our final results today. As Stephanie has alluded to, and I will go over the process again, very shortly I will be inviting the first speaker from each team. The first speaker will be our affirmative, the Andrew Lipani, who will have 4 minutes to present opening arguments. Each speaker after that will have 3 minutes each, and the team captain of both teams will have 3 minutes of closing their arguments. The debate topic, home or away. It's not home and away, as the TV program is, please, ladies and gentlemen, is home or away, to unlock the true potential of Pacific athletes' athletic performances. A high-performance environment outside the Pacific Islands is critical. May I ask our teams, both captains, are we ready?
We're ready.
Thank you. Can I invite the first speaker and captain of the affirmative team, Mr. Andrew Lipani, to take the podium. Andrew Lipani, your 4 minutes start now.
Dawai Namona, Gupla Morning Crew. Esteemed judges, debate chairperson, and timekeeper, fellow debaters, and sports leaders, sports experts, and enthusiasts in the room today. Team Affirmative is excited to be given the opportunity to put forward the case as to why it is vitally critical for Pacific athletes to be based in high-performance environments outside of the Pacific to unlock their true athletic potential and achieve success at the elite sporting level. We heard from Ryan Pinney this morning, and our athletes in the Pacific and the NOCs are already very accustomed with why this is so obvious. And there are an overwhelming number of cases of improved performances made possible through overseas training. My teammate, Gay Lijan Wera, NOC manager from Nauru, will share examples from Pacific Island countries that clearly support our position. Multiple Olympic medalist and high-performance expert, Bo Hansen, will draw on international research to back our argument. We will also argue that, with the added lens of Brisbane 2032 less than 10 years away, there is not enough time to develop a truly fit-for-purpose high-performance system and environment in the Pacific. Before my fellow team affirmative members hopefully blow your minds away and our opponents out of the water, with their combination of eloquence, acumen, and persuasion, allow me to set the scene. A scene, in all honesty, that is very familiar to all of us from the Pacific. Lack of quality sporting facilities, limited funding, low-level and unreliable competition opportunities, deficient coaching experience, and in some cases no coaches at all, inadequate sports science, sports medicine, and athlete well-being services. Sounds familiar. These are the realities of the Pacific sporting landscape. These are the reasons that we want our athletes, and our athletes themselves want to leave home and go away to be their best. the critical importance of a high-level quality daily training environment with support services needed for success at the elite sporting level is critical. But unfortunately, the reality is that they just don't exist in the Pacific Island countries at this moment. Although there have been some improvement in some countries in the Pacific, the level of improvement has lagged severely compared to how fast elite sport and high-performance systems that support elite sport are evolving in developed countries. And so it will be difficult for the Pacific to ever catch up. From a para-sport lens, there is added impetus for Pacific athletes to be based away from home, to not only unlock their potential, but to classify their potential. For para-athletes, going away is not an option, it's a necessity. No Pacific islands have a classifier. Para-athletes need to travel outside of the Pacific to be classified in order to compete. And the equipment needed by our para-athletes cannot be accessed in our Pacific islands. What is accessible in the Pacific for our athletes is their families. And perhaps our opponents may argue that family is a reason for athletes to be based at home, but we argue the opposite. A Pacific Island athlete's family and their family and cultural obligations are often the biggest reasons it's better for them to be based away from home. Many of us in the room know that when we're at home in the Pacific, especially if we're seen as someone of means, we'll be constantly visited by the uncle who needs money to fix the vehicle, the nieces and nephews that need help with their school fees, the extended family member's death that means everything stops while you attend to your family obligations, or the time, money, and effort you need to contribute when the wedding bells ring or the graduation happens in your extended family. For many women athletes, there is also the added burden of having to put their cultural and societal duties ahead of their sporting pursuits at home. These are all very real hindrances to the Pacific Island athletes being able to operate in a high-performance environment while at home. Team Affirmative is confident that at the end of the debate, you'll be convinced that to unlock the true potential of Pacific athletes' sporting performances, a high-performance environment outside of the Pacific Islands is critical.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Lepani. Very convincing, very fast. Keywords, families, travel, necessity. What a challenge. I now invite the captain and first speaker of the negative team, Ashley Abbott, for your response. Ashley, your time starts now.
Kia ora, ko Ashley Abbott toko ingoa. Kia ora ana, hey there. Today we will argue that to achieve the true potential of Pacific athlete performance, a high-performance environment within the Pacific is critical. So the potential we're talking about, the true potential, is more than just the field of play. True potential extends beyond the podium. It extends to an athlete's well-being and the success of their communities and cultures, and these in turn contribute to better athletic performances. So we'll present to you our most esteemed table of adjudicators, our arguments for home. We'll look at the value of fancy facilities versus the power of home-based cooking, about the risks of losing athletes overseas and the power of homegrown role models. We'll outline the importance of well-being and how it's best delivered, and we'll look at the value of leadership, role models, and the infrastructure development in the islands and how important that is to success on and off the field of play. But look, to start, I thought we were the negative team, but clearly not. It was a very sorry description of capability and promise in the Pacific that our most respected team there put forward. So we're all about potential and purpose at home over the next 10 years. We're about new thinking, new performances, new outcomes, as Dr. Mitchell said this morning. Now look, yes, sure, right now you can go out of the Pacific and get improved performances, but at what cost? We'll be asking athletes to choose between what's really important, their family, their culture, and sending money back home. But look, the rest of my team are going to cover these points off, so what I want to talk about now is what goes into athletic performances. And I tell you what, it's a whole lot more than the most expensive set of weights you can find. Loyalty, pride, access to good old home cooking trumps fancy equipment and the latest facilities. Just ask Usain Bolt, a man with a diet of chicken nuggets and yams, access to a grass track, Rusty weights. He was the fastest human on the planet. Why? Well, if you ask him, he says it's to do with home-based training and loyalty to his country. Look at the New Zealand team, a high-performance culture that draws on the traditions and treasure of the tangata whenua. That creates a sense of being unique and a real sense of belonging to the team. And sports psychologist Gary Hermanson, who travelled with our team, says that it's this sense of identity developed at home that can drive the extra 1% needed to win on the world stage. And what's more, during COVID, we Kiwis really could not fly. We had to stay at home and make do. We rode in our lounges, we lifted weights in the streets, we boxed in the parks, and we lugged around tractor tyres on our farms. And we came home from Tokyo with more medals than ever before. And let's think about the risks we face when Pacific Island athletes go offshore. I don't want to sound like an insecure Kiwi, surrounded by, no offence Bo, big bolshy Aussies, but I don't want to see the next generation of Pacific Island athletes go the way of Pavlova and Crowded House. Born in New Zealand, they cross the ditch and everyone thinks they're Aussies. And that brings me to my final point. There's a good reason Val was asked to speak last and share words of inspiration, because she's an at-home inspiration. She uses her profile at home to advocate for women and girls' empowerment, for social change and better communities. So let's keep talent in the Pacific. Let's not just focus on facilities. Let's not take the risk of the Aussies getting their hands on Pacific Island athletes.
I thank you, Ashley. You may sit down. Wow, what a counter response. Time, potential, power of homegrown meals and homegrown models, potential and purpose, loyalty, tangata whenua. That brings me the opportunity to introduce our second affirmative speaker, Gay Lijanwera from Nauru. Hey, your 3 minutes start now.
Time is precious, so I'll get right into it. We argue that preparing at home is rather a distraction and a disruption. If they are to choose to prioritize home cooking and being based at home and needing to provide at home than buying weights and getting high performance equipment, then they have chosen family over being an athlete. So why is it so critical to prepare away from home? The answer is very obvious. We simply do not have the full circle of resources, support systems, training environment, and diet in the Pacific Island countries they desperately need to unlock their high-level performance. As Andrew alluded to obvious opportunities and challenges earlier, allow me to share some real-life examples from smaller NOCs like Nauru and Kiribati. When we look at sports like athletics, boxing, judo, wrestling, and weightlifting, we think of opportunities they could explore to unlock their athletic performance. Boxers fight tremendously well with improved fighting skills and tenacity after undertaking training camps in Australia and in the UK. Sprinters in athletics run faster times when exposed to high-performance environments in Australia. Judokas and wrestlers perform extremely well with improved techniques, strength, and stamina when preparing in Japan. Swimmers, Ryan Penny is a classic example. Should have been on our team. Why is this so? Well, number one, access to better facilities. Number two, access to expert and experienced entourages. Number three, access to sports science. Number four, access to healthier foods, better diet. Number five, access to more high-level competitions. Number six, conducive and focused training environments, that is, away from home, away from family, cultural and societal obligations and expectations. When we look at sports like weightlifting, we instantly allude to challenges, lack of funding. IWF requires lifters to attend at least 2 events every quarter. This alone is a very expensive exercise. To travel out of Nauru alone and back costs about $1,600 to $1,800 for one athlete. Imagine sending a team of 4 lifters to 8 events in a year. Just on Brisbane-Nauru airfares alone, it roughly cost about 50k Australian dollars. You do the math, and at all related costs. Costly, isn't it? We know you agree. Sending them abroad gives them the opportunity to be able to travel more to more events, and it allows them to get access to visas. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay. Again, very convincing, conducive. These are new words to me. Scientific access and evidence of sports science. What a challenge. And that brings me to introduce our second counter from the negative team, Louisa Peters, Cook Islands Olympian. Louisa, your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you. 3 minutes, I'll take 2. Undoubtedly, elite facilities outside of our Pacific Islands can contribute to better performances, but what they can't provide for our Pacifica athletes is the 3 values that our athletes draw from to help them, that is culture, religion, and family support. Being in that environment is what drives our athletes to become the best. There's nothing better than having the support of your parents, and it becomes their why. Yes, we have many obstacles while being at home, but if athletes have a why, like Valerie said, that should trump all obstacles. This has been proven. Our Fiji rugby, our Pacifica Olympic weightlifters, who have been based at home, and many of the other Pacific Islanders for many years. The outcome, we have produced Olympic, Commonwealth, and World Championships. Champions. Isn't that right, Marcus? All of that success from being based in our islands. Gay said travel expense, stay at home, free of charge to train at home. This doesn't mean that we don't send our athletes overseas and just keep them at home, but we create a blended relationship with our overseas partners where they help with what we can't provide at home, but not take our athletes out of home. Our focus is on our athletes, but we are forgetting that sport is both athletes, officials, and administrators. With keeping our athletes at home, at our high performance, we can also help develop our administrators and our officials so that they can help develop our high performance centers. We have many qualified Pacifica sports officials who can all contribute to high performance in their own country, something we didn't have 20 years ago, but this is the 21st century. We have that now. We want to see Pacifica athletes, Pacifica doctors, and Pacifica physios, something we didn't have 20 years ago, but we have that now. Another benefit for our athletes to stay at home is the opportunity to become role models. If you stay at home and train, the youth will look at you and say, I want to do that. I want to stay home and train and become a champion like that. And hope in the next 10 years, we have the next Jerry Tuwai, the next Ele Opelonge, and so forth of all our athletes that have been trained at home. And it also gives the athletes the opportunities to become leaders in their own communities. My time's almost up. When we say homegrown to people, we want them to know that our athletes were trained and developed on home soil. Thank you.
Whakatau, Louisa. Very focused counter, culture, family, religion, home support, but also a very strong name dropper. Dame Valerie Adams, Marcus. That brings me to our next speaker, the third affirmative speaker, Bowden Hanson, Australia Olympian.
Well, I would certainly agree that family, culture, religion, these are things that are embedded in you in such an early age that you're going to take them wherever you go. What we're talking about here is the type of environment, the type of facilities, the type of opportunities. There was a really interesting study. It was done in 2008. It was after the Beijing Olympics, done by the Canadian Olympic team. Penny Worthner was the lady's name, and they looked at the 5 factors that were critical for winning Olympic medals, if that's what we're aspiring to, but really importantly, achieving a personal best at the Games. The Games is an out-of-comfort zone experience, but those 5 key factors, you had to have the right support network, and yes, we're developing that in our regional nations within the Pacific. That's a fact. That's the right physios, doctors, massage, all of the things that Ryan spoke about today that, yes, I was part of the QAS too, and I know the services that they do provide. We need that. you also need to manage the competition environment exceptionally well. If you're not travelling away from home, if you're not leaving where you grew up, managing that environment at the Olympics is in a different place every year. Someone is going to be away. Even a home Olympics is such a challenging thing to compete in purely because of some of those other family distractions as well. Some of the other key factors that came out of that study was you have to have the right training environment. It goes without saying. And some of the challenges around creating facilities which become more of a burden than a legacy. I think a true legacy is left with the people that are ultimately successful from these events in 2032. The other two key factors, one was the coach-athlete relationship. Hopefully you do get the opportunity to travel away with your coach, but also develop relationships with other coaches who can impart knowledge, as we've heard of some of our speakers today, what they learn from being exposed to a different type of expertise and a different way of thinking. But one of the most critical was athletes need to have a high level of self-awareness. Every person here has travelled. When you travel, you get exposed to a new way of thinking. You learn things about yourself. The Olympic Games is such an out-of-comfort-zone experience that to not have had the opportunity to travel away, to experience different cultures, and as good as your mum's home cooking could possibly be, I don't think I would have won any Olympic medals just living on that alone. But you do want to have that at some times, and there is a comfort factor to that. You know, Gay brings up a really important point. She made a little note for me that said, a lot of what we know today in terms of a home environment, the reality is that most Australian athletes don't get to compete from home. Whether we're travelling an hour on the plane or 2 hours or thousands of kilometres away to be in hotbeds of talent, that's our real challenge. So even a home athlete, it's not really a home games. But the other issue here is that we can simulate some of the environment today better than we ever could before. Having phones, technology, Zoom phone calls, we can have that family support. So absolutely, it's critical that you move away from home, develop some self-awareness, expand your horizons, and learn how to cope with an environment which is going to be entirely unfamiliar to you when you do get to wherever those next Olympics are.
Thank you. Thank you, Bowden. Study, research, study, support system, management, competition, environment. Bowden, you've been doing a lot of reading over the last 2 weeks. Thank you. And that brings me to the third speaker of the negative team. May I now invite Jet Gray, OSFO, for your 3 minutes. Jet, your 3 minutes start now.
Well, hopefully I'll only take a minute because this is a no-brainer. Just listen to it. It's a no-brainer. You keep the athletes in the region. You build the region. You get a holistic infrastructure in the region. Look at what happened to Sydney before 2000. 10 years they went out there and they developed the infrastructure. They developed the sports science of sports medicine. In 10 years they did that, and look at what happened in Sydney. And it continues to be there, the legacy. So I'm here to talk about legacy for the region. Real simple. But again, this is a no-brainer. Why are we having this debate? I'm trying to understand myself. It's already, we call ourselves the negative. We're not the negative. We're the positives here. All right? The past is the past. We got to look to the future. Every athlete that was sitting up here earlier talked about dreams. It starts with a dream. Well, here's the dream. Everybody heard of the Field of Dreams. Well, what about the Pacific as the Field of Dreams? Right? Come on, I can hear you out there. You want this right now. You can do it. There you go. And that's what I want to hear. You want about an infrastructure, about sport, about sports science, about coaches, about this and that? It's all here in the Pacific. There's examples already. Rugby. Rugby's done it. Come on, let's give them a clap. Weightlifting's done it in the region. Look at what Australia and New Zealand's done with the infrastructure. We can do this in 10 years in the Pacific and build it. Build it, they will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jet. By the sounds of our audience today, you are wonderfully gifted in massaging the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the rules of our debate, we now have two final speakers. The initial leaders, starting with the affirmative, will wrap up the argument in 4 minutes. Andrew Lapani, please come to the podium. 3 minutes. And your time starts now.
Before I summarize, I'd just like to rebut some of the points made by our colleagues. Home cooking in the Pacific is not suited to elite performance. Too much coconut cream, and we always go for seconds and thirds. Pacific Islanders are still proud when one of their own succeeds, whether they wear the green and gold like Lotte, or whether they wear the black like half of the All Blacks team. The technology is still there to connect our Pacific athletes when they are based overseas. And the good thing about technology is you can switch it off. When you're in the Pacific, you can't switch off your family members when they come knocking at the door. And we also have our Pacific diaspora in Australia and New Zealand and in other countries that we can draw on. AIS took close to 20 years to build before the Olympic Games in Sydney. And with Brisbane 2032, less than 10 years away, we do want capacity and infrastructure built in the Pacific, but it's not enough time. There's not enough time to develop a Pacific-based high-performance system that will produce Olympic and Paralympic medalists. But there is enough time for Pacific athletes and para-athletes to be embedded in existing infrastructures, to benefit from established high-performance environments away from home. Gay shared with us examples of Pacific athletes who themselves recognize the need to be based out of the Pacific Islands, improve their performance because they are based overseas. Better coaching, better facilities, better support services, better competitions, better nutrition. That's what they receive when they travel away from home. And she mentioned the waste of resources of athletes who need to travel to and from our islands to take part in the competitions they need in order to qualify for the Olympics. And this is also not to mention the climate impact associated with all this travel. Drawing on research showing key factors to elite level sporting success, our three-time Olympic gold medalist, Bo Hansen reminded us that the Olympic Games are on an out-of-comfort zone experience, and so athletes need to have a non-home environment to build resilience and self-awareness. Bo also reminded us that the true legacy comes from the development of people, not facilities, and to inspire others. And being away from home provides the best opportunity for Pacific athletes to develop as athletes, but also as individuals. Being outside of the Pacific exposes athletes to different environments, cultures, and experience, all of which should help them grow as individuals. Pacific athletes don't have to go far to be exposed to quality high-performance environments. Australia and New Zealand are right next door. These are already established links that exist, and access to training environments in the United States and France also exist in our region, as well as Asian countries. Brisbane 2032 is a perfect opportunity for Pacific Island athletes to take advantage of the Australian high-performance environment in the lead-up to the Games. An environment that has produced the most Olympic medals in our region, and it is recognized as a global leader in high-performance sport by the rest of the world. So the Pacific has already been benefiting from sending our athletes away from home for decades now. But it's because we know that that's the opportunity to unlock the true
Thank you, Andrew. May I invite you to join me on the floor. A very well articulated summary, may I say so. Switch, people, diaspora, resilience, legacy. Let's hear from the captain of the negative team, Ashley Abbott. Ashley, your 3 minutes start now.
I agree with Chet. Back to being the positive team, to be honest. Now look, home is where the heart is, and performance does not happen without heart. The Pacific is our field of dreams. But our opposition here seem to have forgotten it. They've talked just about medals and just about personal bests. They've not considered the true potential of Pacific Island athlete performances. They've said it's okay that athletes are offshore, that facilities are offshore, but we need to localise experience. We need to make sustainable legacy in the Pacific. Don't lose money. Don't let others take our expertise. They say it's okay to be away from family support, but be like Fiji and Jura. Money, performance, family at home. Plus, athlete voice. Give athletes the chance to speak in their own communities. And what about taro? I've heard on very expert advice that taro shipped overseas is not as good. We need this superfood at home. And what about role models? We need role models at home in the community. So the true potential of athletic performances is just not on the field of play. It's within communities, it's within the well-being of athletes, it's athletes having a voice, it's within developing a sustainable, holistic infrastructure, and it's a slow burn. By 2032, we want Pacific Island athletes training and competing in the Pacific. Ryan, how great would it be if your 7-year-old can do his training at home? We don't want to let this opportunity slip away. A stronger Pacific can only be better for all. So let's dig deep, let's make time, let's support a new way of thinking. New performances, new outcomes, a stronger Pacific, a sustainable legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley, and you've also managed to massage the crowd, as your former colleague did. Heart is where the home is, family support, communities, taro, and the example of the evidence of Ryan Pini. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please acknowledge our debaters once again? The process now, as our panel of judges are working on their score sheets, they should be ready in the next 2 minutes. Let me talk about the role of the chair. As I was appointed, my role is that of to decide which team won the debate, and that only one side can win the debate. No appeals are accepted. Okay. Also, in the spirit of putting the athlete in the center of investment, whilst I will announce the winner, it is not me that decides the winner. It's to our panel of well-recognized ambassadors and champions who will decide through the assessments. So I'm only the messenger, and please don't shoot me. There will be team prizes presented at the end, and I will be asking part of our judges to present those prizes at the end. So once again, we're waiting for our panel of judges as our scrutineer. Queenie, when you're ready. When I receive the final results from the panel of judges, I will be asking for expression of support from the audience, and I'll simply call out the affirmative team on their stance. Yes, it's critical. The affirmative team, it's critical to have high performance set up outside your home base, and then I'll be asking for your support, expression of support for the negative team. No, home is where the heart is. Remember, the theme of this morning is about home or away, not home and away. The expression of support can be expressed through a simple clap of hands, voice. I would encourage you not to stand or jump on your tables, please. So please do express your support when I call for that. Can we have a hand of applause for our panel of judges? Thank you. The panel has spoken, and I will now like to ask the audience to express its support, wherever that may go, for our two teams. The debate topic today has been to unlock the true potential of Pacific athletes' athletic performances, a high-performance environment outside the Pacific Islands is critical. The affirmative team have argued and presented their case very articulate, led by Andrew Rapani. Please show your appreciation and your support for this team. Thank you. In the spirit of home and away, the negative team, led by Ashley, have argued home is where the heart is. Please express. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel of judges have spoken. You've spoken. I am very honored to announce the winner today by a fine margin, the affirmative team. Congratulate to our negative team, and in the spirit of opening Talanoa debate and being heard and being spoken and giving feedback, We sincerely hope that this will create and enable solid dialogue with our partners who will come into the room. Some of you are already in the room, that will help the roadmap, help us design the needs for our athletes who are at the center of the investment. Thank you once again. I'd now like to invite Dame Valerie Adams, she's already on the podium, to present prizes. And we'd like to acknowledge the silver medalists, Ashley and Team Negative. Thank you. And we'd now like to once again acknowledge our winners, the affirmative team, Andrew, Bowden and Gay. We have been blessed by these cups. They're not Bledisloe cups, they're actually wine glasses. And they, for your information, there are monetary notes. They're distinguished monetary notes with the Fijian $7 note from the Olympics era. We also have some Australian dollar notes as the hosts and the people and the owner of the land. And the final $10 note is from the 2019 Samoa hosts of the Pacific Games with Ele Opilonge as the official Te Tala note of Samoa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to ask our panelists to join us in our official photo before we close.
Thank you. Can we please acknowledge our chairman and the debate team members? Thank you, Matt, and our debate team. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now going to adjourn for lunch, but just before we do that, if I can give you some information for the parallel sessions, I'll just have this slide come up, please. So the first session takes place at 1:15, and we're asking delegates to be seated. We have two tracks. The first track is the high performance track, as you see on the screen, and that's going to be in this breakout room. The topics, pathways for next generation high performance coaches. In the breakout room next door. And then the second track, talent identification and retention, will happen here in the main meeting room. So that's straight after lunch from 13:15 to 1400. We'll ask people to be seated at about 1:10, please. And then in the sessions, both myself and Stephanie will coordinate. The second parallel session takes place, if we can change, at 2:05, so 14:05 to 14:50. And again, the high performance, track 1 is high performance, and that will be here in this main meeting room. And the second track is talent identification and retention. There's a case study there, and that will be in the breakout room. So the breakout room is just the room right next door. So we will come back from lunch, and then you choose which ones you want to attend, and then you go there, and then the Masters of Ceremonies will be assigned to each of the track sessions, and will facilitate the changeover. And then we'll break for afternoon tea at about 14:50. Then we'll come back into plenary for the closing session, which takes us to about 10 to 5 this afternoon. So there you go. That's the breakout logistics. I've also been advised by the conference team, and forgive us, we should have said this much earlier in our housekeeping, but for those with dietary requirements, there is in the lunch area, the Suzette restaurant downstairs, there's a separate setup for dietary requirements. And also during the tea breaks, there's a setup for any dietary requirements near the lift area. So that's where you go if you have special requirements for diets, and you've put that in your registration. So that's information for lunch and also for the afternoon teas. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at about 1:10 Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Just tell me if you wanna, then say hey. Are you really that one for me? Or you wanna rambo tambo? 'Cause if you really are what you say, then you might get that candy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Are you really that one for me? Or you wanna rambo tambo? 'Cause if you really are what you say, then you might get that candy.
Baby, bring that thing, jiggy, jiggy, wiggy, wiggy on the low. Whatever you see, girl, nobody has to know. I'm nobody, you're somebody. The way you swing your body at the party. Say you love this feeling, yeah. It's a sexual healing, yeah. Now tell me if you don't mind. Never better go tamlo.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Are you really that one for me? Oh, you wanna rambo tambo? 'Cause if you really are what you say, then you might get that
I
candy.
go in my head with your body, girl. You gon' make me buy diamonds and pearls. You gon' make me spend my last with dollar. Oh, you got me wishing that dreams come true. Say how you wind up, you make me wonder. Give you that nana, the sweet banana. Killer boy, make him girls go freaky. Yeah, I love it, but you ain't my kiki.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Are you really that one for me? Oh, you wanna rambo tambo? 'Cause if you really are what you say, then you might get that candy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you wanna get that candy. Are you really that one for me? Oh, you wanna rambo tambo? 'Cause if you really are what you say, then you might get that candy.
just never saw this side of you. And I wanna be in love, but you change up overnight, playing player like you always do. And I just want you, but you're too indecisive. It's messing with my head. Ooh, her name was Isabel. Played me like ukulele, unapologetically breaking my heart into two. Putting me long Monday gone upside. You got him blessed up, best but and do you no good. Her name was Isabel. Played me like ukulele, unapologetically
something that's really valuable for everybody to have is like a philosophy or a method or a set of principles, and you got to know your way and understanding your way.
In my earlier years, I sort of emulated on what I thought a coach needed to be, and knew all the time that it didn't sit with me because it was sort of against my way or against my personality or character. So out of that, I think I've learnt to be more confident, but also find my own strengths and what resonates with me and go with it, basically.
So what was the pautuara mō te aropu? Whenua, tai ao.
That would relate to.
Like, for sure, the training's going to... Even in the last week, you can learn so much.
The fire is important because at the end,
Can you tell me what 1 to 3 does?
July 15th. But 'cause since there's no more you, there's no more anniversary. I'm so fed up with my thoughts of you and your memory, and how every song reminds me of what used to be. That's the reason I'm so sick of love songs, so tired of tears, so done with wishing you were still here. Said I'm so sick of love songs, so sad and slow. So why can't I turn off the radio? Said I'm so sick of love songs, so why can't I turn off the radio? That's the reason I'm so sick of love songs, so tired of tears, so done with wishing you were still here. Said I'm so sick of love songs, so sad and slow. So why can't I turn off the radio?
Saw me banging on the sofa. First you caught me on the counter. Saw me banging on the sofa. Honey came in and she caught me red-handed, creepy with the girl next door. Picture this, we were both butt naked, banging on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that?
she caught me on the counter, saw me banging on the sofa. I even had her in the shower. She even caught me on camera. She saw the marks on my shoulder, heard the words that I told her, heard the screams getting louder. She stayed until it was over. Honey came in and she caught me red-handed, creeping with the girl next door. Picture this, we were both butt naked, banging on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? All this time she was standing there, she never took her eyes off me. But she caught me on the counter, saw me banging on the sofa. I even had her in the shower. She even caught me on camera. She saw the marks on my shoulder, heard the words that I told her, heard the screams getting louder. She stayed until it was over. Honey came in and she caught me red-handed, creeping with the girl next door. Picture this, we were both butt naked, banging on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? All this time she was standing there, she never took her eyes off me. But she caught me on the counter, saw me banging on the sofa. But she caught me on the counter, saw me banging on the sofa.
Oh, oh, I got nowhere to go, waiting for you to show high. You got the music, let it shout down on me now. You got the music, you got the music, you got the music, let it shout down on me now. Shout down on me now. Shout down, shout down. You got the music going, I got the beat. Closer to you when you're closer to me. You got the music going, I got the beat. Closer to you when you're closer to me.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Could I ask you to please start to take your seats? Just a reminder, if you're in this room, we are here for the high performance coaching session. If you're after talent ID and retention, you are in the breakout room if you go out the doors to your right. So this one is the high performance coaching session. Just a reminder, we'll go till 2 o'clock with this session, then we'll have a 10-minute break to allow you to change rooms if you wish. And if you're staying with the high performance stream, you will be moving to the breakout room, and the talent ID will be moving into here for the second session. But this one, just for those still coming in, is for high performance coaching. So in the interest of time, we will get underway, and of course we can't have high-performing athletes and teams without our high-performance coaches. In this parallel session, we're going to get to investigate and interrogate pathways for next-generation high-performance coaches. We're going to listen to a conversation between 3 high-performance coaches as Ms. Susie Schuster speaks with Mr. Tristan Collins and Ms. Michelle de Heiden. Would you make them very welcome now?
Is he going to come up? Go ahead. That was really quick. Good afternoon, everyone. How was lunch? All right, so as promised, this is a fantastic session for the Brisbane 2032 Step Up Conference. So our session today is high performance coaching, and we're really looking at the pathways that we can develop for our future high performance coaches in the Pacific region. I just love this whole atmosphere. I think it's just an ideal way for us to share practices, build partnerships, and really create key actions for all of us, especially for the Pacific Island sporting community in anticipation of Brisbane. We don't have long to go. I was just speaking with some of my colleagues as well that, I think you all know the saying that the best time to have planted a tree was yesterday, and the next best time is to plant it today. And I think that we've come to that point where we need to start planting so that we have a harvest to reap instead of just talking about it. It's time for us to put our seeds down and let them grow. We can all agree that high performance coaching is really critical. Athletes' mental, physical, technical, tactical skill development can benefit from careful coaching. However, society often undermines the complexities of high performance coaches, as their success is usually measured by the win-loss record or sometimes the attention received through media. With such a restricted premise, high performance coaching does lose its true purpose, and we must be reminded that the backbone of the sports sector and the future success of our athletes sits fully on the shoulders of the coaches. High performance coaches are more than the masters of technique and tactics. There's a demand to develop caring, empathetic, culturally competent experts who know their sport, who know their craft, and also who know that performance culture includes relational elements. It includes athlete well-being, and it includes the innate ability to leave lasting impressions on the lives of athletes within the sporting pathway. This afternoon's session welcomes you to 2 dynamic high-performance coach professionals positioned both in New Zealand and Australia. I'm delighted to welcome first Tristan Collins, who's a coaching consultant with High Performance Sport New Zealand for the past 12 years. And before relocating to New Zealand, Tristan had a prosperous coaching development career in the United Kingdom. We also would like to welcome Michelle de Heiden to our session today. Michelle is an internationally trained coach developer who also had a long career as a high-performance coach herself. She's currently the High Performance Coaching Senior Lead with the Australia Institute of Sport. Both Tristan and Michelle have been major contributors to the considerable momentum and progress made in New Zealand and Australian high-performance coaching. Their presentations today will emphasize some of these coaching innovations, lessons learned, and best practices. Let these anecdotes that they share with us today forge new relationships. Let these stories today cultivate fresh perspectives, and let us launch innovative programs to better prepare the next generation of HP coaches in the Pacific Islands. The session format today will have both Tristan and Michelle share their presentations, and then we'll have time for questions after both speakers present. Please jot down your thoughts, ideas, concerns, reflections, so that we can discuss them at the end of the presentation. Ultimately, We want our own HP coaching paths to be front and center. We're advocating for regional agencies to speak with one voice and support that the coach education is the partnership between athlete and coach, which will bring about improved performance. Let us welcome Tristan first to the stage.
Thank you, Susie, and thank you for the opportunity presented by ONOC to come and present, to talk a little bit about high-performance coaching, specifically high-performance coach development today. Usually I'm not afforded this opportunity because when you start me talking about coaching, it's quite often difficult to stop me. So the opportunity today is just to try as hard as we can to take what can be quite a complex environment within a high-performance sport New Zealand, where we're working with 44 different sports and with coaches up and down the pathway, and to try as hard as we can to simplify some of the messages that we can position around coaching. So without further ado, kia ora koutou, ko Michalisburg te moanga, ko Val te awa, ko Collins toku whānau, ko Tristan toko ingoa. So my name is Tristan Collins. I've got a number of my colleagues here, supportive colleagues here from New Zealand. We've started to understand that understanding pathways, both for athletes and for coaches, is a critical component of our work, and it's a cornerstone of our strategy at High Performance Sport New Zealand. As I said, working with the complexity of the number of sports that we work with is sometimes a bit challenging. But the reassuring part of that is because we're relatively small, I know not as small as some of the nations that are represented today, we actually know our coaches. We know the people, we know them personally. Between myself and my colleagues, we have a connection probably with the best part of 300 coaches across all of our programs. And we feel comfortable that we know and understand the majority of what they need. Rather though today than me guffing on too much about the coaches, what I wanted to do was to amplify their voice. So I've chosen today to use a video of two different coaches talking about what they see as important. What I'd challenge you to do today is potentially to have a think about what is it that unites them? What is it that is common to them that is also common to the coaches in your environments? And what we can therefore learn about the best way to advance our work with coaching pathways. So my aspiration is that the technology works, and we'll start down the road of the presentation.
Something that's really valuable for everybody to have is like a philosophy or a method or a set of principles, and you've got to know your way and understanding your way.
In my earlier years, I sort of emulated on what I thought a coach needed to be, and knew all the time that it didn't sit with me because it was sort of against my way or against my personality or character. So out of that, I think I've learned to be more confident, but also find my own strengths and what resonates with me, and go with it, basically.
So, what was the post more about? Whenua, taiao, connection to place. Okay? And what are some other expressions of that? Manawaru, manituke, rupitapu, all of our places, huh? Aotearoa whānau, because we can start to stretch out like that. Wairuku manawa, you fellas, us, our whānau, Annie's, Mahoti, who else? Our whānau, people who we're singing to, we want them to connect. We want them to feel us. Hey, who are we?
So although we've got two, on the face of it, quite different coaches, one Māori woman who's coaching the Silver Ferns in netball, clearly a non-Olympic sport, but pursuing excellence in her domain. The other, Gordon Walker, who coaches within our kayaking program, which has been hugely successful since, well, for many, many years, but since Lisa Carrington won her first K1 200 event at the World Championships in 2011. But what unites them from my point of view, and I hope what comes across as you listen to their voice, is that the need for a philosophy or a way of operating is central to the way that they think and the way that they implement their coaching. And that is not something which is unique to high-performance coaches. That's true of coaches operating at any level in the pathway. And hopefully, as the presentation develops and we hear a little bit more from them, it'll be clear that there are other things which are common wherever you're operating within the pathway.
It's never about the coach. I got told this good thing once, like it's not about you, but another guy said, yeah, it's not about you, but it's up to you. And it was quite a good way of like calling you back in, saying you need to look at everything you possibly can do to help them and to give them the best possible chance. And a lot of time I'd be adjusting what your own behaviour is and what to help them better.
It's sort of like your children, and I think the influence that you have over your children for me is the same what I think of the athletes. So there's love, there's tough love, but also there's a care element that I feel that you want that person to be the best that they can. So the support that you will wrap around that person, I'll do that with my heart.
So the thing that both of these coaches know is where their responsibility begins and ends. It's a big responsibility that they take on for athletes who are pursuing their dreams, as we've heard a lot from the athletes who've been on the stage this morning. But they've got a real sense of where they fit within that journey, the responsibility they can take, the tough love that they have to bring to it from Norleen there. And I think it's a critical message that we can understand. Layered within that philosophy is you've got an opportunity for the coaches to be clear about where they fit and their responsibility.
Like, for sure, the training is going to change and the technology is going to change, but the ways we relate to people and the ways that we bring a group of people together, they need to build on top of one another. How we evolve our learning together, I think, is really, really important.
So possibly in the 12 years since I started at High Performance Sport New Zealand, probably the biggest factor in terms of the development, and Susie kind of indicated it during the introduction, was that we've seen a really quite a significant shift away from the technical and tactical aspects of sport, the complete focus on sport-specific knowledge and insight, and we've really placed a lot of emphasis on the ability to relate, to form connection, and for the development of coach-athlete relationships, which are kind of central to the performance of our athletes on the world stage.
Even in the last week, you can learn so much. That's when your antennas are up and you're really ready to learn. Like, I've got to outlearn. If I can outlearn my competitors for the next 5 days or 2 days or 3 days, there's huge opportunity in there, because people just, they stop. So you can never stop learning about that, because there's so much more that all of us are capable of.
So down in New Zealand, and by the sounds of what I've heard this morning, and the rest of Oceania, we can't always compete. We can't always compete from a resource perspective, but the attitude towards learning is something that we've heard our coaches really fostering for a number of years. So the ability to outlearn your opposition is a critical component of what our coaches are focused on. So through all of our programs, the emphasis is on how can we compete by learning faster than the opposition.
The fire is important because at the end they know. People know. So it's no use going in, you know, like kumbaya. You know when things are happening and they're not happening. So fire is fine. Emotion is fine. It's just making sure that it's directed and it's clear and that there's an outcome.
So I spoke a little bit about simplicity right at the beginning. The one thing that Nolene does, probably as well as any coach I've ever had the opportunity to work with, is keep things really, really clear and really, really simple. In this case, you can hear what she describes as a fire. The passion for coaching is alive within Nolene. She brings that every day in the training environment. And yeah, we've seen the benefits of that from the performances of our netball team.
Can you tell me what 1 to 3 does? Can you tell me what they look like? Can you tell me what they do every day? And if they can describe all of that in really good detail, because you can ask those questions and you can work out, okay, I think that might be the problem. You think you want to come third, you have to aim for first. If you think you're a medal chance, so you think we're top 3, you have to be thinking we're number 1, and you'll probably come second or third. And if you think you're going to win, you have to be confident by how much will you win. And you need to have like at least 1% better than your next competitor to be confident that you're going to win. Yeah, if you think you're going to get top 3, you're going to come 5th. That's a rough rule of thumb that I found to be pretty consistent.
It's all one-way traffic for Carrington. Wham! What a finish! No praise is too high.
So again, in terms of characteristics that are common to any coach, so these coaches I appreciate are operating at a high performance level on the world stage, coaching athletes who are likely to achieve podium performances. But the messages, just summarized like that, the messages are pretty simple ones. You've got to know that you're going to win. You've got to have the passion. You've got to be prepared to outlearn the opposition. I don't need to read all of those out. You can figure out what matters. But these are the things that we consistently see are characteristics of our very best coaches, whether they be coaching earlier in the pathway or whether they be coaching high-performance athletes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tristan, and thank you very much for the invitation to share with you today. What I'm going to do is to share with you a bit of a journey about 2 different coaches at different ends of the spectrum. So, developing high-performance coaches is contextual. We need to know the context, we need to know the coaches, who they are as people, and at the centre of all of that is the athlete. So it's problematic because everybody is different. The 2 stories I'm going to share with you today are diversely different. One at the start of their journey and a coach who's transitioned just recently out of high-performance coaching into becoming a coach development leader and facilitator. The methodology of the AIS high-performance coaching team is to base our learning upon experiential learning, to drive the social conversations between coaches at the heart of where they work. Our remit is based upon a strategy. I'm part of a 10-person team. There's 10 of us situated around Australia, 5 within each institute or within some of the major institutes, and the other 5 of us have different remits. The national strategy has 3 key pillars. Identify superior coaching talent. Make sure we have a learner-centred focus. Make sure we look at, if we're trying to drive and enhance coach learning, they're at the centre of it. What do they know already, and how can we build upon what they know within the context of which they work? And thirdly, to build systems and processes around them. Our remit is to identify, develop, attract and retain world-class coaches. Our how is based upon some key principles. Ultimately, if we enhance the capability of the coaches, we're going to support the development of the athletes they work with. So we look at developing and leading, integrating and organising things around them, programs, facilities, learnings and structures. We design and create and deliver specific programs, but they're not off-the-shelf programs. And the 2 programs I'm going to share with you today are individualised and bespoke, targeted at different ends of the spectrum, so we can understand what that pathway might look like, and that the young coach who comes in and puts up their hand and says, I'd like to coach, that they can actually have a vision of what looks ahead. And finally, our role is to really consult and collaborate with our national sporting organisations. So we don't go out, bring the coaches in, deliver a program. We actually work with the sporting organisations to understand, what do you already do? Who are you coaching talent, and how can we help? So we go out. I've spent earlier this week with Rowing Australia and the Australian Army. We've brought them to do a reciprocal exchange. We've got a softball camp on at the moment and an artistic swimming camp. So we go in, understand the environment, know who the coaches are and what they actually do. We have, I'm not going to read through this, we have 10 key operating principles by which it guides our how. How are we going to work with sports, and what does that look like? So essentially, the challenge of coaching is enormous. Context is key. We engage and learn to understand the people we're working with. We seek collaboration, and that collaboration is not just the athlete and the coach, but the support system. We've heard about that earlier today, that support system and structure that sits around the athlete, including the family support services. We make sure that we're aligned. We don't go in there and try and tell sports what to do. We have a key alignment between what they're already doing and how we can support and enhance that. At the pointy end, it's bespoke. Every high-performance coach at the pointy end needs something really different. So how do you scale something where everyone needs something different? We look very much at our evidence base. We're trying to make sure that fundamentally we can report back to the coaches, the administrators, what the benefits and gains of the programs we're delivering. The social experiential learning is fundamental to what we do. Support the coaches where they work. We look at system outcomes so that we're actually supporting the structure and the systems around them. And we've really looked at trying to look at a design thinking approach. So my first example I'm going to share with you is our Generation 2032 coach program. It's a national apprentice program targeted at aspiring coaches. It's a 2-year employment which is undertaken as a collaboration with the sport and or the institute and the coach. They had to apply, put their name forward, be interviewed and so forth. It involves fundamental learning labs, so it's not just workplace experience and payment to do a job. At the moment, tomorrow morning we'll kick off our national learning lab. We bring in 30 of our national 2032 coaches to come to a national learning lab. We do those 3 times a year. So throughout their 2-year journey, they'll have 6 learning labs, 3 days, short and sharp, and in between that, they're interspersed with other activities. We have a national program, but we also kicked it off with a pilot program with the QAS. The QAS Generation 2032 cohort will graduate in June this year from their 2-year journey. So the lessons we learn from that, we will be able to build upon, enhance, and extrapolate and improve upon. So the state pilot, like I said, was run in Queensland. We have structured mentoring. So when they applied for the program, each pathway coach had a targeted mentor. And in actual fact, as they've gone on their journey, they've actually put up their hand and said, I'd like to be mentored by so-and-so, who's completely out of their sport. And we have an ongoing community of practice built upon within the program. We have a key theme. I sat in a session yesterday morning with the group who listened to the national softball coach. So we have key themes on success leaves clues. The day before, we had our national Paralympic athletic coach talk to the group. So it's about leaving clues of what success looks like at the pointy end. We give them a bit of a vision of what this might look like. And each coach who goes through the program has an individual learning plan. So I'm going to share with you very quickly a journey of Renee. This is Renee, someone I know relatively well, but she was willing enough to share her journey and her story with me. Her background, she was a gymnast, transitioned into aerial skiing, didn't cut the mustard at the top end, had aspirations to be an Olympian, but realised and believes very strongly that her talent is far greater as a coach than it was as an athlete. That drives her. Her aspirations when she applied for the Gen 32 program were very much centred around, I'm isolated, I'm on a hill for 3 months by myself. I need to be able to have a support mechanism and a support structure around me to learn, and I'm on my own. The lessons she's learnt in the last 2 years, and like I said, she's one of the cohorts who's about to graduate, she's learnt a lot about empathy. She's done a program looking at her emotional intelligence profile, so she's looked at that in conjunction with her individual learning plan. She's focused on where her learning gaps are. The highs and lows she shared with me. The highs were having an athlete jump off a cliff, off a mountain, and actually do a skill she'd never done before. So we all know that there are highs there. But she shared within her cohort and her group of the significant lows of an athlete who misses out on a qualification. And so her being able to share those lows with others within her cohort has provided her enormous support because her peers are going through the same process, either have just been through it or about to. One particular thing that came out of the Learning Lab, they had a key person come and talk to them about campaign planning. And she was like, I don't know what this is. What's this campaign planning? What does it mean? Oh, it's a plan, a 4-year plan. This is where we're going. This is what we're doing. So she came out of that Learning Lab, initiated herself to contact the presenter. She meets now with that presenter once a fortnight. Gradually, when she's away overseas, it's less. But what she's done is to be able to initiate and drive her own learning. The second example I'm going to share with you is at the other end of the spectrum. The Summit program, which it's called, is for the learning of our very, very best coaches. And you can see here a picture of the group. This program started online, involved 2 facilitators and 12 of our very best coaches. So cost, not a lot. Paying the facilitators and designing the learning. They didn't meet till last September. So for 12 months, they connected for every 2 weeks with an expert facilitator. Someone who has a skill to draw out stories. And the first time this group met, like I said, was in September. It's based on a learner-centred approach. What do the coaches need to or want to talk about? One of the coaches had come back from Birmingham, came back and had a conversation then with the rest of them who hadn't yet travelled. So they were able to share and talk about things that were important to them. It considers different ways of thinking. They're given licence to have discussions. And the facilitator of the conversation is an expert, Neil Craig, who's well known to a lot of people in Australia. has been working with Eddie Jones over in the UK, and Neil's been part of the program. But in the behind the scenes, we have what we call a learning facilitator or convener. Each time they finish a session, he'll go away, research the topics they've talked about, come back and share them. They look at the real world experiences. We recently had a conversation with our national hockey coach, who came back and shared his experiences and learnings from his recent competition with the rest of the group. It's done in small groups of 4. Is that scalable? Perhaps, perhaps not. Is it impactful? Definitely yes. So I'm going to share with you the other quick example is Belinda. Belinda was an Olympian in 2000, gold medalist in fact, and she's been coaching. She's an outstanding ambassador for her sport and an outstanding human. Belinda approached the Summit program in the most humble way. I want to learn from the best, yet she's one of them. What can I learn from this group? What's important to me? How can I understand and take things from others who are the best in their craft? Paul and Neil facilitate a yarning process. Everyone has a turn, everyone listens, everyone fronts up to have the conversation. And it's really based on talking about things that are important to them. But not only that, it allows them to go away in between and examine things that they've talked about. So Belinda very much relies on the relationships and the connections she built within that group. And in actual fact, like I said, they didn't meet each other in person because we were locked down for quite some time, till September last year. And if you can imagine the very best coaches in your sport, they're always travelling. It's always challenging. How do you get them together? This group of coaches, whether they were at Doha Airport at 3 a.m, or whether they were in Perth, or whether they were in Adelaide, it didn't matter where they were, they rocked up because it was important to them. The regular contact allowed them to go away, test and practice some things that they talked about, and Belinda talks about the significant impact on her testing, trying, thinking, and coming back and reporting back to the group. It allowed her also to confirm the things that she thought she knew, but she needed validation on. So when I asked Belinda and Renee what was important to share with you as a group, Renee said, ask for help and say yes to all the opportunities that are presented to you, even if they're terrifying. She said shared a story of having to stand up in front of a group, absolutely terrified, but she said yes. And she's 2.5 years in to her high-performance coaching journey. Belinda, who's since transitioned from being a high-performance coach to a coach developer, has said it costs very little to ensure you make time to share with top-level coaches and experienced high-performance coaches and leaders through storytelling and sharing of ideas. The gains, both in learning and in connection, are lifelong gains for myself as a person, leader, and coach. So in summary, my thoughts to try and leave with you today are, have some sort of plan or a strategy. How can you support your high-performance coaches if they're starting the journey? And how can you recognise and lean on the knowledge and the skills and the assets of those who've come before them? Have some key principles to guide you. What might they be? Have a clear methodology of trying to deliver that. Maximise your custodians. The Summit Group are seen as custodians of knowledge to share with the next generation. Have a targeted approach. The Gen 32 program is really targeted. 93% of the coaches in the program were ex-athletes. The social experiential learning focus has been fundamental to their learning, and the feedback and the impact on them has been reported as highly successful. They're going to share their stories in a month's time of what they've learnt over the 2 years. bespoke approach is important, but it's hard to scale. So how can you have an impact? And the final thought is develop your facilitators. Thank you.
So what we'd like to do right now is open it up to the audience if you have any questions. I have questions myself, but I'll hold back on them. So we have a couple people out there with microphones. So just raise your hand if you have a question for Michelle or Tristan regarding how high-performance coach education could really be a reality in most Pacific countries. Any questions? Oh, you guys are... Oh, you have one over here, please?
Hi, my name's Tracy. Thank you. My question is about, you mentioned up there Superior Coach Talent ID, and I'd like to hear from both of you. How do you actually ID who that person is? Because when I think back through history and I think about the coaches that inspire and motivate great athletes or teams, they themselves seem to be coaches that are out of the box. So are we designing boxes to put coaches in when the best coaches are the ones that operate outside of that box? Thanks.
Tough question. They're outstanding humans. So the selection process, the identification process needs to really understand who they are as a person. And definitely our approach is not a box approach. It's enormously time consuming, and the amount of time we put into evaluating, checking, understanding. If I put in Google search talent ID and coaches, everything that comes up is about talent ID for athletes. The one thing that we have done is, which I think is having an impact on those who've been identified, is an individual learning plan. So you can identify what you're really good at, what you might need to work on, and you can develop a plan to get better. So if they're outstanding humans and they have a good infrastructure and support around them, then you can give them the opportunity. But for me, the relational human impact, and that's fundamental, that's key. I hope I've answered the question.
I think when we face up to the reality that coaching is not just a list of characteristics, people have done a lot of research for the last 40 years trying to identify what the magic formula is, and I'm not too sure that we're that much closer to it. A colleague of mine, actually, just before I started working at High Performance Sport New Zealand, asked me a similar question. He said, you know, what is a great high-performance coach? And I said, do you want a list of character traits and all the rest of it? And he said, well, whatever, just answer the question. And I said, I can't answer the question, but I know it when I see it. And I think making the point earlier that we know our people, we know our coaches, is that New Zealand is small enough that word spreads. We see that in athlete performances. We hear about our best coaches who are operating, and we have to at least have the humility to think that we're not the solution for every person. So the maverick coaches, the ones who are a little bit out there, if they've got a thirst for the kind of learning that we offer, then they're welcome. If they're pursuing excellence on their own, they'll find a way. So yeah, I don't think there is a magic formula for talent ID other than keep your eyes and ears open.
We have another question out here, please.
Yeah, you mentioned during your presentation that around 90% of prospective coaches are ex-athletes. So from my perspective, how would you see it best to create some sort of a program for athletes ending their career or towards the end of their career to give them some incentive to go to the next stage rather than potentially move away from the sport?
So the 93% was the group who were in the national program. So that's a reflection. I think there are some challenges with that, because often if the sporting organisation puts forward names, it's who they know. And I believe quite strongly there's an untapped pool of people that we may not know about. So that comes back to Tracy's question around talent ID. But in terms of answering your question, one thing that the Australian Institute of Sport do is an athlete transition program called Athlete Accelerate. So it's an opportunity for athletes transitioning to explore where they would like to go. We know everyone doesn't want to be a coach. I mean, it's a tough gig, right? So the opportunity to explore who you are, understand your experiences that you had as an athlete, and what the opportunities in the high performance system might be is one of the programs that we do offer to help with that. But coaching's not for everyone, and definitely not high performance coaching. It's hard. But we want to be able to take the knowledge that they have as athletes and support the transition somewhere. So that's what that program supports.
Yeah, I suppose from a New Zealand perspective, we try to do just a little bit, not make it too much, not make it too much of a program that has a defined beginning and an end, and a set of criteria. So again, we have names that come forward, much as Michelle's articulated there, of athletes who are showing an interest in coaching. But probably the key thing that we've figured out is that there's no rush. You know, high performance athletes are always in a bit of a hurry, but like there's no rush to get into high performance coaching. So just take a bit of a gentle approach and figure out whether it actually is for you, because exactly as Michelle said there, it's not for everyone. And take your time, have a few experiences of what it's like to stand on the other side of the white line, and then figure out whether that's something that is inside you. Like, I'm a great believer that coaching is what you do, but it's a little bit who you are as well. And it's quite, over a period of time, you can differentiate between those two things.
I just want to say thank you. We don't have any time for more questions, unfortunately, but I think a really big takeaway that I think was quite impactful from both Tristan and Michelle was that they spoke about the mana. They spoke about the power that came from the land, for where the roots of everyone, where they're based, be it New Zealand, be it Australia, be it within the Pacific Islands. And I think that is an absolute critical element that we really need to hold on to say, where is it and how is it that we want to develop our coach educators, our high performance coaches, for they are the ones that will see through the athletes over the next 10, 20, 30 years. And it's something that should not be ignored. So we just want to say thank you so much to Tristan and Michelle for their wonderful preparations and presentations. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you.
That's right, you're released. Thank you so much. One more round of applause, please. Michelle, Tristan and Susie, thank you so much. Anyone on the phone? Now, folks, our second session will start in about 9 minutes. I just want to let you know we are switching rooms if you are staying with High Performance. So High Performance will be in the next room, next door in the breakout room, and that will be bringing 2032, how we get from here to there. So High Performance, how we get from here to there 2032 will be in the breakout room. If you're staying in here, you'll be doing scaling up talent identification, and it's a case study on you for 2032. So Talent ID stays in here. If you want to continue with High Performance, you need to move into the next room. We'll have a case study on scaling up Talent ID with Troy Ayres and Dr. Jason Goulburn in about 8 minutes.
Take me to New York, I'd love to see LA. I've been
it's deep within me. Doesn't really matter if you're on the run. It seems like we're meant to be. I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you did, as long as you love me. Who you are, where you're from, don't care what you did, as long as you love me. Into the streets, we're coming down. We never sleep, never get tired. True urban fields and suburban life. Turn your crowd up now, we never back down. Shoot down the skyline, watch it on prime time. Turn up the love now, listen up now. Turn up the love. Who's gonna save the world tonight? Who's gonna bring it back to life? We're gonna make it you and I. We're gonna save the world.
Okay, folks, just confirming that if you're in this room, you are here for the Scaling Up Talent Identification stream. Track 2 in your program. If you are after high performance and 2032, how we get from here to there, you need to move into the breakout room next door. This one is Talent ID. So everyone sure they're in the right place? Excellent. All right, let's get underway because we've got a fascinating case study session ahead of us. It's on scaling up talent identification, and we are absolutely privileged to be joined by Mr. Troy Ayres of the Queensland Academy of Sport and Dr. Jason Gulbin of Bond University. Would you make them both very welcome?
Thanks very much, Stephanie. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to begin by actually thanking, on behalf of my co-presenter Troy, Ayres, the opportunity to present this case study. So thanks to the organising committee for inviting us. This case study is called UFA 2032, and it's a program that's been developed by the Queensland Academy of Sport. And the aim is to identify talent for the 2032 Games. We're looking for rural, regional and metropolitan talents who have the ability to potentially go to the Games, but more importantly try and win medals. We're going to share, I guess, our key talent identification processes that we followed in this program with you. We'll actually be alternating, Troy and I, between each of these bubbles, starting with the talent strategy. But we hope that the idea and the logic, you can either scale up or scale down. Scaling up, I think, would be a big effort because it's a fairly large project. And so the key here is to think about, adopting or adapting the things that resonate with you and your countries, particularly if you're looking at thinking about implementing a talent identification program. But before I hand over to Troy, I just wanted to play a very short sizzle reel which highlights all of the UFA 2032 sports that we're looking to find talent for.
Terrific, and look, thanks very much everybody for your time and attention today, and it's terrific to do this presentation with Jason as we've spent a lot of time over the last 18 months building this Youth for 2032 program. So as we step through this today, we really just wanted to share with you the really practical steps that we took and what it looked like from start to something that's still going, and our team are on their second year of the tour and currently up in the very, very far north of Queensland, which is really exciting. So from a strategy perspective to build this, we kind of have to rewind about 2 years. So at the QAS, we got a new CEO, Chelsea Waugh, who came to us from UK Sport. And one of the very first things that we did at the end of 2020 was take a full look at our strategy moving forward as an organisation. So we spent about 6 months building out a new strategy. We consulted with about 400 to 500 stakeholders across the high performance system, sports, government, institutes, etc., to get really clear on what it is that we thought we needed to do, thinking that we were going to get the home games in 2032. So at that point in time, as we were developing it, we hadn't yet secured the games as a state, but we did an awful lot of work, and one of the big parts that came out of that was a big talent pillar, which is an area that Jason and I spent a lot of time working in. So when we look a little bit more closely at the talent pillar there, I just want to draw your attention to a few things. So one of our biggest goals there was partner with sports to systematically identify, confirm and develop the future medal-winning athletes. So that was looking across all the different sports, where did we think we were going to get our best return to try and achieve our vision and our mission as an organisation. And then ultimately, how do we have an oversupply of talent in those sports for the next 3 Olympic and Paralympic cycles, also summer games and winter games that fit within that. So the team got about, and there's 2 sub-tactics there that the team did a lot of work on, which was, number one, we had to do a medal gap analysis, and Jace will talk a little bit more about what that looked like shortly, but really to help inform the type of sports and the type of athletes that we were looking for. And then how we would design and deliver a statewide approach to this, as well as a broad approach, and then more specifically within different cohorts. And I think something really important there to share is it truly is a statewide approach. So the team have been out to Cunnamulla earlier last month. They're in Mount Isa on Friday and Longreach. They're up in Cooktown this week, as well as time through the southeast corner and everywhere in between that. So as a strategy, we felt that was really, really important. So then we've got a new strategy. We've got some investment from government to help drive this. So we then really wanted to make sure that we were really clear on who we were going to start investing in, so which were the sports, and that aligned to the ones, as I said earlier, that aligned to our vision and our mission. And then we had to be really clear on capacity. You know, we've got a very small team that drive this internally, and we need to scale that up to bring in people to help us with the testing across the state. So that's really looking to the universities who are developing, you know, future sports scientists and those types of people. So that was really important, but also the capacity that each of the sports have. So we know that sports are often stretched right across their high performance area and pathways, and adding more to them sometimes can become really tricky. So here we just wanted to show you, so this plays out in, I guess, 2 major phases. So the QAS will lead all of the work around the Talent Gaps project, working closely with each of the sports, and that very first campaign of trying to go across the state and test as far and as wide as we possibly can. And then you'll see as it moves toward phase 2, 3 and 4, the sports then really become very active in this whole approach. So often sports will want to do more sport-specific testing themselves through the testing that we've done in our statewide campaign, may not have something that's very specific for cycling as an example, and they say, well, for us to verify this athlete, we want to have a look more closely at certain attributes. We're just finishing our talent confirmation phase from our first year of the program, and then we're about to start to head into that talent development phase. So you can see at times where we lead or where sport leads and how we work together and complement each other. So to start all this off was about a 3-month process to really understand what the landscape was in each of the sports and what the needs were and what their gaps were, and looking at did they have any plans in place that they were looking at nationally and what did that look like, and then how might that work with us as a QAS or here in Queensland. So you can see a set of sequences there. From the invitation into interviewing around, you know, looking at capacity and capability and interest, and where they were looking for specific athletes, and overall about an end-to-end process of about 3 months, if that helps set the scene. So I'm going to hand over to Jace, and he's going to talk about this next phase of talent development planning.
So the QAS has set a fairly ambitious strategy, and at that point you could imagine some very motivated people would start getting out there and finding the talent. And that's a bit of an error I think a lot of people make in Talent ID. They get very excited and they start finding the talent, but they haven't really thought about the development side of things, which is of course the most important thing. So it may seem out of sequence, this talent development planning, but before we actually struck a blow and pulled out the tape measures, we needed to be really clear, having dialogue and communication with sport, that they were in for the commitment to this project, and we really understood what it was that they were able to deliver if we found the talent for them. So this talent development phase was critical before we did anything else. You saw in the video some of the sports that we're working with. So I've just summarised them there for you. So you can see on the left-hand side the list of Olympic sports. And so as a result of having a discussion with the sports about what gaps might you foresee in your sports coming up to 2032 and what specific areas would you like the QAS to help you with, you can see, for example, athletics there at number 2. They didn't want Talent ID's support or help in jumps or sprints, but in circular throws. That's the priority. Similarly for boxing, they weren't going to mess around with the lightweight divisions. They'll do that within their sport programs, but they wanted a heavyweight focus, and so on and so forth. You can see number 8 there. We won't get anybody in freestyle skiing at the Brisbane 2032 Games. We had one opportunity to do a winter sport because we've got this fantastic Jeff Henke water jump facility out there at Chandler, which we wanted to make use of. You can see there that we're not doing men's rugby, but we're doing women's rugby sevens. So those pink ones indicate that it was a women's only focus. So you can see there was quite a variation in what sports and how they wanted to move forward with us. We also had commitment from the para sports as well, and you can see those listed on the right-hand side. In the end, what's common to both of those is we are aiming to increase, obviously, the number of medals or medalists, like in team sports, for example, hopefully through this process. In sitting down with sports, we wanted to be really clear, as I said, about what was going to be delivered. And this was a program that was going to be a little bit two-paced. Two-paced in that not toothpaste, but two-paced, in that we've got a metropolitan cohort, but we've got these rural, remote and regional athletes. And that's a different development environment. So the way that we did it is on the left-hand side, we asked the sports to be very specific around how many numbers could they deal with, who exactly would be coaching, if you could name them now, not knowing exactly where the talent might come from, who's going to coordinate it, tell us a little bit about how you'll have an induction process with new talents, the goals, the venues, the training volumes, right through to how you're going to select them, and also what is your process for deselecting an athlete in this program, and of course a monitoring and review. So we had a laundry list of items that the sports needed to think about and get back to us. And you can see from that pie graph in the middle that we asked them to apply those elements to the metro athletes, to the regional athletes, and the bottom two are two important distinct components of development. The very early part of development, which is the ongoing talent identification process in the talent confirmation, that is that early sensitisation to the sport, but we still don't know if they're a talent at this point. And that requires a little bit of a different work, as you might think, 12 months later or 24 months later. So we signed MOUs with all the sports with all these details. The final thing that we did in that planning phase, we said, what is it that you want from us? What talent do you need? And so what you have to realise is the outcome. Once we finish the testing, we're going to ask the sports and the coaches to select without having never seen the talent. All right, and I'll explain what the implications of that will be. But in the end, we've got a testing procedure. And so just to give you an example, boxing, their focus, as I said, was heavyweights. They wanted both male and female. You can see the age range. That RAG rating, we asked the athletes, how interested would you be to do boxing? And then they could red, absolutely no way. Amber, don't know. Green, yeah, I'll give it a go. Gold, yeah, absolutely, I want to do that. So we've got a bit of an interest factor from them. And the sport of boxing, you can see they want some fairly high results in terms of the percentiles in a range of fairly standardised tests. Rugby sevens was for females only. They only wanted anybody that had put green or gold, that they really want to do this sport. And you can see they're after fairly fast, explosive girls. And diving, just as an example, they declared their male and female 13 to 15, and they're happy to give anyone a go that didn't say no. And they want fairly short-statured people that are very explosive. So you can imagine for all those 15 Olympic sports in that regard that we're able to create those elements. I'll talk about parasports in a moment. We had a different process. We didn't undertake any testing. Okay, let's hand back to Troy, the next phase.
Thank you, Jason. So the next phase was about creating a brand around this. So before we could launch, obviously we needed to come up with a name of what the program is. So we engaged an agency to help us with this, and you can see the brand there, U for 2032, which came out. We think it's a name that now really stands out in the community, and you see it a lot coming through social media, which is really important. People occasionally shorten it to U for 32, which we like to try and keep it as it's meant to be there, but creating that brand and identity is really important to help get traction of this program early on. Then developing a website. We need to be able to steer people toward the information source for them to be able to register to attend the program. So we managed all the registrations at our end for both the Olympic and the Paralympic side of the program. So creating enough information to be able to tell them about what it is, what we're trying to achieve, where they can sign up to attend a day, and all the different elements that go with it so that they know what they're putting their hand up for. The collateral, as people know, when you're running programs, what are all the things that you need? So you've got a degree of consistency across it. So your social media tiles, your banners, your flyers, everything's got that same look and feel. And again, an agency really helped us to make sure we've got that consistent look and feel right across the board. And then lastly, you'll see Logan Martin there, our freestyle BMX gold medalist from Tokyo, having significant ambassadors like Logan Martin, a Taliqua Clancy, who was a silver medalist at beach volleyball in Tokyo, Emma McKeon, our greatest ever Olympian, but also Curtis McGrath from a Paralympic side of things. Really important to have those people on board, and they've been great advocates and ambassadors of the program. So coming up with a range of different channels or ways that we can promote the program. So we ran 2 launches. One was more of a soft launch at the QAS a couple of months earlier than our formal launch, but it was amazing to be able to tie in a trip that our Premier made to the QAS to open some facilities that we'd recently launched. So getting that sort of buy-in and traction from the Premier was huge for us to being able to get interest immediately out there. Followed by our launch event on the Gold Coast, where our Minister, Sterling Hinchliffe, come and spoke and really to help kickstart that program off, got things up and running. We also then spent the next number of days travelling across Queensland to key regional areas to help get the message right across the state. Our social media, so you can see a couple of examples there. The first one's from when we were in Toowoomba doing some promotion, and then our second one's around our sport-specific Daredevils program that Logan Martin was sharing with others. And then that helped to drive a lot of mainstream media. So now as we're going on this tour again, it's reaching out with media releases and then doing a whole bunch of interviews on local, regional radio and TV to help try and drive that interest at a local end. And we've been very fortunate to get a lot of press in those areas. Our communications team built a toolkit, so being able to share with your stakeholders a basic toolkit that's got all the right information, media releases, use of the appropriate socials tiles just helps keep a degree of consistency and control across that brand messaging. And then you'll see below there, Queensland School Sport were pivotal in this as well, of helping to share this information through their whole school network, but particularly also directly to the athletes who are involved at representative school sport at a regional level. And then we also work closely with Brisbane Catholic Education. And then the last one here is we tried to pick up on every other opportunity. So at the Brisbane exhibition held in August, the government have an area for displays across all the different departments. So we had a display with the Brisbane 2032 group, or positioning of signage in TV interviews around things, or the Green and Gold Runway event hosted by the AOC with 10 years to go at South Bank. So trying to capitalise on as many of those different opportunities that exist as possible. And then here's just a few highlights. As I said earlier, we were very lucky to get on the front page of the Cairns News website, into the Bulletin in Townsville, or we've had a number of articles come through the Courier Mail, which is great to get that level of exposure across the program. Just a couple of quick stats here. So our age group on the Olympic side is 13 to 23, and on the Paralympic side is 13 to 30. So in this Olympic side of the program, 95% of our registrations are coming from that secondary school age. And we've done a lot of promotion through that area, and half the people who have signed up have come through some form of schools communication, either through a Facebook post that their school did or directly through some marketing. 17% through word of mouth. So, you know, my mum heard it on the radio, she told me to do it, or however that works, being able to, you know, family, friends, getting that word out there. And one other thing that we're doing a lot at the moment is trying to encourage people to bring your friend, bring your mate. You know, if you're a bit worried about doing it yourself, bring someone else that you think's really sporty that could take part of it. And just lastly, for those that progressed, and I'll touch on that slide shortly, 97% of those that progressed were in that subject age group. So as Jay said up earlier, on the age group that sports are looking for, there was a heavy amount in that demographic there. Back to Jace for detection and selection.
All right, so just to recap, we've got the strategy, we've got sports, we want to find talent. We're going to really plan out, if we find them, what are we going to do with them? Troy's just talked about brewing up interest, promoting and getting people aware. And so now it's time to find some talent. So let's look at how we decided to find the talent. I said before, one of the challenges was that we will do a whole lot of testing, and the coaches or the sports will need to make a selection without having never seen them. So that's a challenge in talent identification, right? We like to see kind of how they move and to have as much information to make our decisions. So part of the registration process, so as they saw Troy's paraphernalia and got onto the website, they had the opportunity, well, they had to basically register in order to come to a testing session. So the sorts of things that we wanted to get from them were obviously some personal details around their, you know, their age and where they lived, obviously. And we also were interested in parental height, because that will come into play later when we start to have some maturation measures or some predicted height analytics, and that's quite important for some sports where height's a factor. You would imagine you want to know what kind of background do you have in sport, so what were the main sports that you played and the level to which you played them. I mentioned the RAG ratings, those colour-coded ratings for all of the sports. So for each one of the Olympic sports, and also for the Paralympic sports actually, each of the registrants would say how interested they were to pursue it. And then we asked them to rate along the lines of how comfortable were they in aquatic sports. So obviously we have diving, swimming, triathlon. How comfortable might you be in physical sports, you know, or physical contact? So we've got rugby sevens, maybe cycling, you know, when you fall off on the track. Gymnastics and tricks, so we've got aerial skiing, obviously in diving, and we had skate as well, freestyle BMX. And also whether you had a bit of an interest more towards the team sports or more towards the individual sports. So we just tried to capture a little bit more background about who is this person coming along to testing that we can start to build a profile. On the right-hand side there, also as part of the registration, we were really interested a little bit in their mindset, and we asked them again some self-reflection questions. And of course you might say, well, you know, they know they've got to answer positively. And that's of course true, and there was, you know, certainly a strong positive response for kind of questions along these sorts of themes. But what we wanted to do was to reinforce that this is not a participation program. If you sign up for this, know what we're about. This is a serious endeavour where you're going to have to work very hard for a very long period of time, and it's not going to be easy. And so we had some mindset questions, just so they fully understood, you know, we're looking for someone special here. As part of the registration process, we wanted to get a sense of, you know, how they move. And so we asked them to submit a video, 20 seconds. How do you like to move? And so what I've got here, I'll play it for you. I've got literally 3 separate videos that 3 applicants submitted. I haven't done anything to them. I'm just going to play simultaneously. I might let it roll a couple of times. But this was the sort of information or the videos that people would submit. Okay. So just on that video, you can imagine a coach looking at that, and they've got some data as well, and they're starting to get a little bit more of a complete picture, not total, but more of a complete picture of the person. I'm about to talk about some of the tests that we did on the road to find some of these talents. As I mentioned, with the Paralympic side of things, we weren't really doing any testing. We wanted to have more of a come and try feel. So we tried to incorporate as many athletes and quality pathway coaches in the para system that would work with these new aspirants. And so that's just a bit of a snapshot of excuse me, some of the sessions that we had, and we had multiple sessions there. So in terms of the testing, remember, as Troy said, that we're going from Cairns to Coolangatta to Mount Isa and even offshore as well, some of the islands. And so we have to come up with a fairly robust, consistent, standardised test battery. And if I asked you what tests would you do, you'd all come up with different ones. So we had to sort of have a bit of a compromise of one that we could repeatedly do in the environments. All the different sports want a little extra add-ons, their little special version. But we said, no, this is the first step. This is not the final part of TID. But you can see there that we had some basic anthropometry, so height, weight, arm span and sitting height. And again, they're instrumental in terms of maturation and height prediction. Standardised vertical jump, sprint test, an agility test. We had a maximum 30-second pull-up test. We also had a video station where, again, we're getting more information from them about who they are. So basically we asked every applicant who came along for testing, who are you, why are you here, what's special or unique about you on the spot. And then everybody's favourite, we have the beep test. I just want to say that there was a lot of training that went into the staff who conducted these tests, because we wanted to make sure that the data was robust as possible and that we're comparing apples with apples and we don't have rubbish data, because in the end someone's going to be selected or deselected sometimes when they're going to be close to a cutoff. So is a 49 centimetre vertical jump in, or should a 50 centimetre excuse me, be in? And so there's, it's important that we really gave every person the opportunity to have the best result possible. Just a quick video example of this particular candidate.
Yeah, awesome, Ben. And why are you here today?
I want to see if I can receive generous support to help me in my career of triathlons and possibly medal between these Olympics.
Perfect, that's why we're here. And what makes you special and or unique?
I bring up more drive and dedication and talent to dominate my field.
Perfect. What are your kind of main aspirations for the future?
I want to be an Ironman. I want to be an Australian Ironman one day.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing, Ben. That's awesome.
No worries.
So that's Ben, who wants to do a non-Olympic sport, and we're looking for Olympic medalists. But you look at that and you go, that guy's motivated. He wants to go somewhere fast, and so that's exactly the sort of person we're looking for. And finally, within each of these test sessions, we took an opportunity to have a short parent engagement session to talk about, could be nutrition, had different themes, sports psychology, talk a little bit more about the pathway of development, etc. And so we took that opportunity while the parents were sort of a captive audience. All the data on the road, etc., we cleaned up. So we double-checked and triple-checked and made sure the data going in was as robust as possible. We had a commercial arrangement with Sportmatch, and this was fantastic for us because they could, we would give them the data, they would upload it and give us back the data that we wanted, particularly in terms of the percentiles for each of the scores, but also those maturational indices. But importantly, when we're on the road and we've got a lot of work to do, they were also able to generate these online certificates. So basically they put in an individual certificate, they sent them out really within days. It was really incredible the way that they did it. So you can kind of get a sense of that certificate there in the middle, had our livery on it, and just had some basic physical test percentile information. So they all got feedback quite quickly. And this is this magical selection process where after all the data was collected and set up, we gave it to the sport for a couple of weeks to have a look at in the first instance. So every individual that tested had 80 plus pieces of data on them. That's quite different in Talent ID where you normally got a vertical jump and a beep test. Right, we've got 80 pieces of data on every individual, including 2 videos. How do you like to move and what's your interview? So we distributed it to them, and then the next stage was for the sport to come in to discuss their selections. And so we wanted to know, why did you select the ones that you have, or why did you deselect some people? So this was an important, not a negotiation, but just to fully understand their process. Prior to selection, I mentioned that issue about vertical jump. Is 49 centimetres good or is 50 centimetres good? It's the same, really. So we said to them, you've got your criteria and cut-off, call that the alpha selection, that's your A selection. We want to encourage you to have beta selections, that is those that might be just a little bit off but you like the package, and a smoky. A smoky is a real outsider. I want you to consider if there's a smoky in there that maybe the smoky didn't do the beep test because they had a knee injury but everything else looked good, something that you liked or you felt, you're the sport, you're going to select them. Consider going deeper in your selections and making it more inclusive. So what happened? So over a couple of thousand people and data points that we had, you can see that in the first iteration of this program, if we'd have only stuck it at the alphas, the true benchmarks that they set in those meetings, a quarter of these applicants wouldn't even be in the program. And so what we now have is we have almost half of the people that we tested are now in a program, some on the alpha, some on those secondary selections, because you just don't know with Talent ID. It's too early to say. So this is one feature that I'm really pleased about, is this extended deeper dive into selection. Of course, there was the great opportunity to send positive selection notices. And obviously in social media you got some nice responses as well, that people were happy to be considered to be part of that program. All right, so the final part now is they've been selected and now they're going to start the actual sports that they've been selected for. Bring it home.
Thank you. So as Jay said, sat around the table for about 3 weeks with every sport and poured over spreadsheet after spreadsheet after spreadsheet, and you saw the numbers and how they peeled out from the alphas, the betas, the smokies. And the other great part to that was each sport had their own lens of looking at it, and then our team in the background were also looking at every athlete. And often they would come into that sport meeting with 2 or 3 up their sleeve that see if sport knew about them. And so that they were doing their homework as well to then present it back to the sports to say, hey, have you thought about this person? Or maybe they weren't on your initial cut-off list, but I've been looking at them further. So it kept our advisors and the sports really well connected because they were trying to come up with the one common thing, which was great athletes. So phase 2 commences. As you can imagine, there's a whole bunch of people that will receive this really nice letter that says, congratulations, you're moving forward, and then a number of others that get something that says you're not quite ready yet. And that was something really important that we discussed with Jason as a team of, for some people they just need more time, they need to grow more, a bit of maturation, interest, whatever that looked like. So we didn't want to cut off anyone's hopes, and we also talked about other opportunities within sports and how we could connect them into participation pathways, and equally, when we go around again, we'd love to see you come back and test yourself and see how much you've improved. So phase 2 is well and truly moving. So as I showed you this slide earlier, so that's where the sports really had to start to lead on this approach, because we don't deliver the daily training environment for these athletes, but our advisors will work really closely with those sports on starting to roll out either weekly training or specific camps. And with some of those sports, it was very specific testing of, I want to see them first on a bike before I'm prepared to put them into a 3-month program to confirm that talent further. So we made the selections. 673 young Queenslanders got an opportunity to progress forward, which was excellent. Of those 673 unique people, there were 954 opportunities. So as Jay said earlier, when people applied, they told us what sports they were interested in or not. So we had 3 people who had 7 sports chasing them, because they told us they were interested and they met the benchmark of each of those sports, which is a pretty good problem to have. And you can see the range there. So 478 people had 1 sport offer, 138 had 2 sports, etc., etc. We had a higher female to male ratio, so 53% to 47. Now that sits about in line with what our categorisation as a QAS is as well through the national data. And then lastly, and really importantly, regional Queensland was represented in here, and not from a tokenistic, we need to keep the regions happy. They were genuinely selected because they met the level. So it was about 24% of the people who met it came from regional Queensland from, we had a young girl in Longreach, we had lots around the southwest, and you can see through that, bit hard to see the data potentially down the right-hand side there, but we had a lot of balanced representation across, Cairns and the Tablelands area. It was about 30 people in Townsville and Charters Towers, and then through other major centres, Rockhampton, etc., all the way down the coast, which was really positive to see. So the confirmation phase, or that 3-month block, it starts to look at what do the sports really want to test these people now, given that the type of testing that they did through the first phase. And the sports have to design their own program for that 3-month block. And we think what's really important is it was the continuation of that identification phase. So they had to keep looking for these characteristics and traits. And we know in 3 months that they're not going to get a performance outcome. So they didn't look at that as anywhere near as greatly as looking at all those other really positive attributes that the coach could be assessing through those environments. And as I said, then our talent advisors, and we've got 3 of those people, would be out in those sport environments helping them run camps, run sessions, do some further testing, but also working with them and challenging them around the way that the program was going to be run and delivered for those athletes. You can see a picture there on the side. So each of the sports also would, when they've made the selections, would run an induction. So all the athletes knew what they were about to get themselves into, and we encourage the families into those processes as well. Just a few snaps. So freestyle BMX up in the top left corner. So give you an example. Freestyle BMX, last year at the National Championships, they had 5 girls in the National Championships. This year they had 16, and most of that's off the back of this program. So Youth 2032 and our Daredevils program, which is a specific BMX program. So those girls in the past wouldn't feel safe and comfortable going to a skate park to ride in their own. But now there's a core group of girls that will travel together and ring each other up and go, right, I'll meet you at the skate park and let's go and ride together, which is brilliant. So we're seeing some of the sports change quite significantly. Rugby Sevens camp, we talked before around the aerial skiing facility that we've got out at the Sleeman complex. So this is an indoor venue. So some of these kids have never been on snow before. So an experience with an indoor ski-like facility before they go to the snow in June and really try their stuff on the cold stuff. Bottom left is a cycling induction with the athletes and parents, a diving camp and then boxing. Then a little bit more around our rowing program, our sailing program, both from crew and also foiling and skateboarding. And, you know, archery is another sport that's really, I guess, grown significantly from, you know, expectations of what they were looking for, fast forward to who they've now got, a really athletic population that are motivated and really trying to press forward. And now they're asking for double the numbers next year and double the number of centres and those things, which is really positive. So we're just finishing this 3-month phase now, and all the sports have either finished their selections or about to make their final selections, and then they head into the 12-month phase. Numbers, we're thinking it's about 180 thereabouts at the moment. That will progress into that phase, but that's to be finalised in the next little bit. And I guess where we start to play more of a significant role in the athlete's journey, while sports will continue to run their DTE, is we're going to be hosting a series of education opportunities. So through big camps, we'll bring them all together, educate them on a whole host of things, but not just the athletes, also their parents, also their coaches. And then we'll be doing some online work on a monthly basis. Jace.
How are we going, Stephanie?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. It almost feels like it worked out. So we weren't quite sure whether we'd exactly have time for question, but with 3 minutes, it was perfectly planned, of course. So we're happy to take any questions about any aspect of the program that Troy and I'd be happy to answer. Oh, do you want me to talk to that slide? Just go back one slide. Sorry, please.
Go forward.
Oh yeah, sorry, this was the fly in the ointment. Just want to make a point that I said at the outset, you can adopt or adapt and scale up and scale down. I did say it was an advanced program, this effort. You can see for the amount of detail and work, there's a lot's gone into it. But what I would say to you is that those first 3 bubbles about having a strategy, about planning, and even promotion and communication, which can really suck up your budget, of course, or you can really do it in a very cheap way using contacts and social media, etc. That doesn't require a lot of resources. If you go out into the field, there is a little bit of basic equipment, etc., and maybe staff and student time that you might want to put some investment into. But the bottom line here is that the development stage is where you need money. You need some resources, and how many programs you're running will dictate a little bit there, but it's important that we want quality coaching. We want great developmental experiences for those athletes. So you can't do that on the smell of an oily rag. You know, we try to. I know that you've all done it, and I've done it myself, but if you're going to start getting some money together, then keep it for the back end, wherever you can, to sort of optimise that development. Okay, so now we've got time maybe for one question. Who'd like to ask it? First hand up down the back. Sorry, I don't know.
Is that on? Yep. So just a quick question. Looking at just the images, so I'm drawing some sort of existential conclusions here. How successful were you in recruiting cultural diversity into this program? Because I didn't see a lot of it in the kids that were doing the testing, and I didn't see a lot of it in the later shots. I'm also interested whether you collected any data that showed the socio-economic disparity that you were able to successfully recruit from as well, or was this rather a homogenous group of middle-class, affluent children that were in regional and urban centres? Can you give us any insight to that?
Well, that's a doozy. I should have spoken for 3 minutes. That's a pretty deep question. Look, it's some of the questions that you've asked, we simply cannot answer in terms of, you know, what's their socio-economic status and how affluent were them. We made a massive effort to get out into far-reaching areas of Australia, and there were certainly a lot of Indigenous communities that we specifically went to as well. And that process was a little bit different because it wasn't the online registration process. That was quite a different process working with them. I think there was quite broad cultural representation in the metro areas from all sorts of nationalities coming along to the testing session. So I guess the pictures are what they are, but it was pretty representative of metropolitan Australia. I'll hand over to Troy. He might want to add something to that.
Yeah, thanks, Jace. And Patrick Johnson was in the room, but we've recently also started a partnership with Deadly Choices. So we're running 8 QAS Deadly Choices talent testing days out in the regions. So the team have just been, we did one in Brisbane, out in Logan area, we did one in Cunnamulla, and they're about to do Cairns this weekend, and we've got a series of those across the state, and we know that there's a significant amount of talent out there, and last year we travelled to Thursday Island as well, and there's some amazing talent in those parts of the country. And what we really want to make sure that we do is when we go and deliver it, we know that we can have the follow-up and not just, see it as we've been once and tick and, that was really good to do, but a genuine, meaningful way that we can engage that community, help and support them in an ongoing fashion. So the partnership with Deadly Choices moving forward is going to be really important in that area. And then also how we work with our sport and recreation team, who've got that really broad reach across the whole state. And I think we've got time for one more question.
Sorry, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. It's very detailed. This Talent ID program is obviously very Queensland focused, Australian focused. Obviously, and you talk about the metropolitan cohort, rural environment, I'm actually going to ask about the wider Oceania environment and whether or not a program like this could be modified to suit more Pacifica, because they don't have the resources or a pot of athletes to select and then deselect. Because it's very, Australian heavy, and quite possibly in New Zealand we can run the same thing. But as for Oceania, that's not our issue. Our issue is actually getting athletes to be involved, and then how do we keep them involved and all the rest of it. We don't have that pot. So I'm wondering if there's a modified program that could be done to accommodate majority of the national federations here. Thanks.
Yeah, good question. I think, hopefully one of the takeaways today for the group is looking at all the different elements that we had, and as this last slide, it's not up there now, but that Jace had, talks about what are the things that don't cost any money, can be done, themselves, and I guess sharing the learning across a broader network of people, hence why we had this opportunity today to talk to everyone about it. So is there possibility of doing it more broadly? Yeah, it's probably going to come down to time and focus and those things, and so I'd be interested to hear if others have got an interest to pursue it. But hopefully people have got a lot of takeaway of here's an approach that we're doing. We're sharing the way that we're doing it with other parts of our system here, so that we're not reinventing the wheel. But as we keep going, we keep learning each time as well of what works and what doesn't when you promote through certain communities. What's the best way to reach out to them in a different way? And so open to a discussion, I guess, from an ONOC perspective. Do you want to?
Will you gentlemen be around for afternoon tea for the break? For a little bit. Are you okay if anyone has got any questions to come up? Yeah.
Perfect. Troy, Jason, that was so fascinating, and I'm sure there are many more questions. These gentlemen will be around for the afternoon tea break, so anyone that missed out on being able to ask a question, race up to the front and we'll hold them hostage here on stage for a moment. For the moment, would you please thank Jason Goulburn and Troy Ayres. And folks, that does bring us to the afternoon tea break. You've got about 27 minutes to go and grab a cuppa and a nibble, and we'll be back in here. Everyone will be back in here. We'll be doing a panel on unleashing para sport and the potential in the Pacific with Dr. Carolyn Rio. So see you back here in about 25 minutes. Thank you.
Please, 'cause only your good loving could set me free. Hey, hey, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Oh, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Oh, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Hey, hey, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Oh, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Hey, hey, baby. Cause only your good love some sleep. I wanna dive into the cold dark deep. It's getting serious, it's getting real. I'm thirsty, I am tired, I am weak. Tell me when the rain comes. Tell me when the rain comes. Tell me when the rain comes. I need a break from the heat of the moment. Give me a second for my needs. I wanna close my eyes so I can see. It's way too serious, it's far too real. And when the rain comes pouring down, I'm free. Tell me when the rain comes. Tell me when the rain comes. Tell me when the rain comes. I need a break from the heat of the moment.
This ain't nothing but a summer jam. Bronze skin and cinnamon tans. Whoa. This ain't nothing but a summer jam. We ain't gonna party as much as we can. This ain't nothing but a summer jam. Bronze skin and cinnamon tans. Whoa. This ain't nothing but a summer jam. We ain't gonna party as much as we can. Summer jam, alright. Tonight, hotties wearing Prada skirts real tight. Temperatures rising, feeling real hot in the heat of the night. Midnight, the party won't stop until the moonlight. I'm scoping out the hotties with the light eyes. Be with me tonight. Can't get you out of my mind, I can't lie. 'Cause a girl like you is so hard to find. I'm waiting for the day to make you mine. 'Cause I can't take it. This ain't nothing but a summer jam. Bronze skin and cinnamon tans. Whoa. This ain't nothing but a summer jam. We ain't gonna party as much as we can. This ain't nothing but a summer jam. Bronze skin and cinnamon tans. Whoa. This ain't nothing but a summer jam. We ain't gonna party as much as we can.
There's a place I go to when no one knows me. It's not lonely, it's a necessary thing. It's a place I made up, find out what I made up. The nights I've stayed up, counting stars and fighting sleep. Let it wash over me, I'm ready to lose my feet. Take me off to the place where one reviews life's mystery. Steady on down the line, lose every sense of time. Take it all in and wake up that small part of me. Day to day I'm blind to see and find how far to go. Everybody got their reason, everybody got their way. We're just catching and releasing what builds up throughout the day. It gets into your body and it flows right through your blood. We can tell each other secrets and remember how to love. Da da dum da dum dum dum. Da dum dum dum. Da dum dum. Da da dum da dum dum dum. Da dum dum dum. Da dum dum. There's a place I'm going, no one knows me. If I breathe real slow, let it out and let it in. It can be terrifying to be slowly dying, also clarifying. We end where we begin, so let it wash over me. I'm ready to lose my feet. Take me off to the place where one reveals life's mystery. Steady on down the line, lose every sense of time. Take it all in and wake up that small part of me. Day to day I'm blind to see and find how far to go. Everybody got the reason, everybody got the way. We're just catching and releasing what builds up throughout the day. And it gets into your body, flows right through your blood. We can tell each other secrets and remember how to love. Da da dum da dum dum dum. Da dum dum dum. Da dum dum. Da da dum da dum dum dum. Da dum dum dum. Da dum dum.
Take my hand, come to me. Sense the vibe, the tension's high tonight. Summertime, we are free. Hold me like this beat will never end. This feeling tastes real, real good. You know it, and you love it. And you got me real, real good. I know it, and I love it. Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. 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 Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. 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 Monkey dance. Dance with me, boogie woogie like there's no return. Lose yourself, let it go. We are fools and there's no rules tonight. This feeling tastes real, real good. You know it, and you love it. And you got me real, real good. I know it, and I love it. Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. 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 Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. 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 Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying. Boy, you keep my heart alive. This feeling is electrifying.
We don't wanna believe it, that it's all gone. Just a matter of minutes before the sun goes down. We're afraid to admit it, but I know you know that we should've known better, but kept on trying. And It's time that we see it, the fire's dying out. Can't believe that I see this, we're out our chances now. And I just want you to know that you and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. And it'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. So I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. You and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. And it'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. So I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. I hope you'll be happy now. Yeah, I hope you'll be happy now. I hope you'll be happy now. Yeah, I hope you'll be happy now. Yeah, I hope you'll be happy now. I hope you'll be happy now. Thought we could make it if I just held on. But it's really crazy how love could fade so fast. We said forever, but now we're in the past. And I just want you to know that you and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. And it'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. So I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. You and me, it was good, but it wasn't right. And it'll be hard, but I know I will make it out. Step by step, I move on and get on with life. So I let go and I hope you'll be happy now. Yeah, I hope you'll be happy now. 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 Yeah,
I will find the time, we will find the timing. Cause you're on my mind, I hope that you don't mind. You know that I want you, you know that I want you next to me. But if you need some space, I will step away. And I know it might sound stupid, but for me, yeah. I just gotta keep believing that I've heard. Some say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your love one day. Just say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your love one day. And there's so many guys who told me I deserve someone. I wanna call you up, but maybe it will only make it worse. I guess that I just don't know what to do with myself. Cause I know it might sound stupid, but for me, yeah. I just gotta keep believing and I've heard. Some say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your love one day. Just say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your love one day.
flying by. I sail away and watch people down on Sunset and Vine, getting high. And all my years of worry and all the things I've done will turn right into water like snowflakes in the sun. If I'd a wish, I'd wanna be a blackbird up in the sky, flying high. Blackbird up in the sky, flying by. Sail away and watch people down on Sunset and Vine, getting high. And all my years of worry and all the things I've done will turn right into water like snowflakes in the sun. If I'd a wish, I'd wanna be a blackbird up in the sky, flying by. Time I close my eyes, I'll be there with you. Out of this world and out my mind, it's where I'm going to. If I'd a wish, I'd wanna be a blackbird up in the sky, flying high. And all my years of worry and all the things I've done turn right into water like snowflakes in the sun. If I'd a wish, I wanna be a blackbird up in the sky, flying high.
Tears on my pillow, but I will go through Josephine. I sent you my love, and every single step I take for you, Josephine. I sent you my love, ocean, drown in emotions. You are the oxygen I breathe, set me in motion when I'm frozen. You are the oxygen I breathe. You are the oxygen I breathe. You are the oxygen I breathe. Ooh, teach me to dive into the blue. Ooh, stay by my side when I'm too lost in the ocean, drown in emotions. You are the oxygen I breathe, set me in motion when I'm frozen. You are the oxygen I breathe. You are the oxygen I breathe.
No matter how hard I try, you keep pushing me aside and I can't break through. There's no talking to you. It's so sad that you're leaving. It takes time to believe it. But after all is said and done, you're gonna be the lonely one. Oh, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. What am I supposed to do? Sit around and wait for you? Well, I can't do that. There's no turning back. I need time to move on. I need love to feel strong. 'Cause I've had time to think it through. And maybe I'm too good for you. Oh, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough now. Do you believe in life after love?
Given up 100 times before, but I know a miracle is not something to ignore. You take me for a fool. You take me for a fool. I never knew anybody till I knew you. I never knew anybody till I knew you. I know when it rains or it pours. I know I was born to be yours. I never knew anybody till I knew you. I never knew anybody till I knew you. I know when it rains or it pours.
Thanks, everyone. We're about to restart, so if I could ask you to please find your seats, and I'll invite our panel up to the stage so we can get underway. Well, as we heard in our opening remarks this morning, the potential for parasport ahead of 2032 is absolutely enormous, and we're looking at so many more numbers joining in before 2032. So our next panel is Unleashing Parasport, the Potential in the Pacific. This will be facilitated by Dr. Carolyn Rio, and it will feature Mr. Paul Bird, Ms. Catherine Clark, Mr. Dwayne Cale, Ms. Mira Rodan once again on Zoom, and Associate Professor Sean Tweedy. I'll let Caro go into more detail, and again, in your conference guides, you can read the bios of all these very talented panellists, but the panel will, among other things, provide innovative solutions to step up policy and strategies to improve quality of life and increase inclusive sport and societies. So to start the show, would you please welcome Dr. Carolyn Rio.
Thanks, Steph. You could bring them up. Yeah, that'd be lovely. Thank you so much. Now, while Steph is bringing the panel up, I'm going to get started and say good afternoon and welcome. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here at the inaugural panel on Unleashing Parasport Potential in the Pacific, which I think is really about unleashing potential of everyone, from government to government, from organisation to organisation, and from people to people. So while my panel makes themselves nice and comfortable, it's just a real honour for us to be here today. And really fantastic to be in this beautiful city of Brisbane and to share the stage with such an incredibly esteemed panel to lead such an important and timely conversation. And look, it's not a privilege just because we are here to talk about such an important topic at the right time, but it's also because of the lived experience that the panellists have had and that I've had as well. So working with the International Olympic Committee across 8 different countries to collect data on the needs of elite athletes in all sorts of countries, but also because that we have worked with the Oceania Parasport team recently here at the Gold Coast, just down south with Griffith, but also in Birmingham, where we had 90 para-athletes come and train just before the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. So we've really witnessed firsthand the impact that dedicated programs like the GAPS program can have on athletes and coach performance. So without any further ado, I will introduce our panellists, and their full bios are available in the conference booklet. But I'll start in alphabetical order. So we have Paul Bird, who's an Australian athlete, swimmer, Paralympic gold and silver medalist and president of the Oceania Paralympic Committee. And we've heard from Paul today, so very happy to have him with us. Round of applause for Paul. We have Catherine Clark, who's the CEO of Paralympics Australia. Delighted to have Catherine with us. And she does wear many hats: an athlete, coach, local committee member, a volunteer, anti-doping officer, CEO, board director, government official, and probably most importantly, she's a mum of 2 wild little boys. Currently also a board director with the Queensland Rugby Union, Queensland Reds. So really lovely to have you with us, Catherine. And please join me in welcoming Dwayne Cale, who is also a Paralympian, number 96, and of course the Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee, an experienced leader in both business and sport. And alongside his recent concluded career in banking, he has significant experience in leadership and governance in sport at both a domestic and international level. So wonderful to have you with us, Dwayne. And I believe zooming in with us online is Mary Rodan, who you've also met earlier today. So Mary is a Fijian Paralympic athlete who competed at the 2016 Summer Paralympics for Fiji in table tennis, and of course won a silver medal at the 2015 Oceania Para Championships and a gold medal at the 2015 Pacific Games in the women's seated category. So an incredible athlete, and so I'm sure she's with us. online. Oh, it's on this side of my screen, so wonderful. Thank you, Mary. And also Sean Tweedy, of course, who leads the Parasport and Adaptive Physical Activity Research Area in the School of Human Movement and Nutrition Sciences at the University of Queensland. Welcome, Sean. Fabulous to have you with us. And I'll just, a little fun note, Sean was my lecturer about 20 or so years ago when I was a budding sports scientist, so good to have you with us on the panel. Now I'm just going to make my way over to this much more comfortable chair, if that's okay, to join you all. So what's really kind of exciting, I think, is that today's panel has come together to reimagine the power of actually coming together as the Oceania region to develop parasport pathways and legacies. So today we're going to hear about what is possible, but also what we will do now and along the way, so that when we get to 2032, we can showcase to the world what excellence in partnership and what commitment to collaboration can deliver for a region and its people. We know that there's actually more than 1 billion people worldwide who live with a disability. But we also know that these statistics are very poor on disability. So in Australia, we can say that there's up to 40% of the population who have a chronic disabling condition or impairment. Around 20% of people have registered a diagnosed disability, and another 20% have a chronic health condition. So that gives us that figure of about 40%. Now, in the Pacific Island countries, estimates indicate that 1.7 million people are living with a disability, representing nearly 15% of the total population in the islands. And again, this could be more because of the way that we measure those statistics. So of all the modern challenges that are facing humankind, creating a just, inclusive and equitable future for those living with a disability is arguably one of the greatest. And for para-athletes, many are our heroes of communities and can be significant change agents, we're really curious here on this panel today to think about the singular opportunity that Brisbane 2032 provides for reimagining high-performance parasport and the impact that this could have on reshaping inclusive communities in the Pacific. The good news is that we're certainly on our way to creating a better and brighter future for parasport and for those living with a disability. And I think the best place to start is to talk about leadership. In September last year, we met, many of us on the panel here and others in the room. We came together as part of an Oceania Olympic and Paralympic network at Griffith University's Gold Coast campus for a 3-day strategic workshop. We had members of the International Paralympic Committee, the Paralympics Australia, Paralympics New Zealand, the Oceania Olympic Committee, and we focused on strategies to see more Oceania countries involved in parasport. How we wanted to build capacity in the region, to actually fine-tune the action items around expanding the skills of para-athletes and coaches through the GAPS program, for example. And for those of you who don't know, the GAPS program stands for Gather, Adjust, Perform and Sustain. It has been a powerful, able-bodied and parasport resource since 2016, led by the Commonwealth Games Federation in partnership with Griffith University across the Oceania region, with wide-reaching impacts, both in terms of medals won and social impact with global reach. So if we think about that strategic planning initiative that we kicked off last year, in terms of vision and tangible commitment, Dwayne, what does leadership look like to deliver regional support to the islands from an IPC? And I know that you're wearing a hat of the PNZ committee today as well. So from those perspectives, what would you say leadership looks like to deliver regional support?
Thanks, Caroline. I think we've got to take it back to at a holistic level, and the point you made is that disability is largely an untapped opportunity, particularly within the Pacific. And Pacifica people that occupy or are in large parts of Australia and New Zealand, and that notion of having a disability and being hidden away from society is very, very real. And I think it's even compounded more when you take the large geography of the Pacific and the islands, and in Australia and New Zealand, your access to health and education so much greater. So I think that disability aspect is probably even worse, those statistics, and hidden away. So somehow we need to sort of capture and identify, because these people don't always take the traditional, with a disability, pathway of education. And so finding is going to be a big part for us. In terms of how do we help lead through that? Yes, it is from a variety of areas. I think from an IPC level, we're wanting to work with through the OPC here in Paul, but particularly at a governance level with the National Olympic Committees. We've had an amazing response from a number of you last year, and we're building that this year. And how do we make it easy to incorporate the Paralympic aspect within your constitutions? Because there seems little point in actually creating a separate and new organisation, particularly when the population numbers are relatively small, and how we can get those synergies together. So we had that, and then I think in a New Zealand, Paralympics New Zealand level, I think our responsibility and leadership in that area is we have large Pacifica people within our communities, particularly in Auckland and also in Wellington. And that same concept of how do we identify and help find sporting pathways, recreation first, but sporting pathways for those that wish to. So it's a combined approach. We need to be working with NOCs, with the OPC. How can we provide some governance support? But I think most importantly, when we are working with the NOCs in the Pacific, we need to understand from your point of view, what are the issues that you identify? Because there's no point in me coming in and saying, geez, I know what to do for you, here it is. We need to know what are the issues, what have you identified, what are you looking for support with, and then how do we partner? And I think that's a key part. How do we partner in that delivery?
Wonderful. So I'm hearing governance, I'm hearing needs-based, and really understanding and listening to the needs of the region as well when trying to work out how the combined approach might work. So that's really useful. Thank you. Catherine, congratulations with having, of course, the Paralympics Australia strategy launched most recently. So from a PA perspective, how do you see the support to the region unfolding over the next several years on the road to 32?
Sure, and I think I'm just acknowledging I'm the newbie on this list here, and I think in a way that's been really useful, going through our strategic planning process and being new. I get to ask all of those questions, and Dwayne just talked about, I think one of the most powerful things that we can do is ask rather than assume. We've been doing that for the last sort of 9 months as we build our strategic plan. If I can distill it down to the 4 biggest things that I've heard along that journey. The first one has been around opportunities for competition. From a PA perspective and talking with Paul, who's we're so fortunate to have here, is how can we build a regional Oceania competition, which lends itself to the second part, which is around classification. Building the capacity and capability across the region. What can Paralympics Australia and Australia do to support that? And there's many forms in that resourcing, but competition is critical for international classification. So those to me go hand in hand. Classification is a major challenge for us here in Australia as well as across the whole region. Coaching. I have heard that continually. I'm a year into this role, and whether it's Australia regionally or globally, how can Australia provide support and I think an exchange? If I think about my 10 years living in New Zealand and what I learnt in terms of coaching pedagogy and different approaches, and I became a much better coach, there is such a value exchange open to us by working on education, development and mentoring and sharing coaches across the region. And the last one I've heard is around equipment, is what can we do collectively to work together to ensure that we are, particularly Dwayne talked about, in some places culturally disability is somewhat hidden. We have a commitment here to providing high support needs, athletes, great opportunities to compete, and that is something that we want to provide across the region, which will build the amount of competition and athletes we have for Australian athletes to compete. So those are the 4 things that have really resonated with me over the last 9 to 12 months.
Excellent, and we're going to drill down into some of those 4 key topics as well, because I think they're absolutely essential. So lovely summary of what's important to PA in terms of your leadership in the region. Paul, from an OPC perspective now, what in your opinion would make a difference to OPC and also the National Paralympic Committee's success in Brisbane 2032, and perhaps more importantly, athlete and coach long-term success beyond 32?
No, thanks, Caroline. Look, what I'd like to do is try to address that in the 2 parts. So,
sure.
First of all, can I just reiterate and thank Dwayne and Catherine for their comments on the leadership role. I think that's exactly the points they've made are exactly where we need to be. But if I took, from a leadership perspective, if I take a purely management focus on what we need, OPC needs, very simply, we need strong, committed partnerships with our stakeholders, key stakeholders. Most are in the room today. ONOC, IPC, CGF, Griffith University, UQ, DFAT, Paralympics Australia, Paralympics New Zealand. We want partners, and we know these people do. We want them to share our vision, our values, are committed to innovation, are inspired by our stories to engage others, and more importantly, who are prepared to challenge and be inclusive. And I think we've got that, but it's now really building on those partnerships. We have a clear vision, obviously, and a mission to empower social change, as what I've said earlier today, through greater participation and representation. And we also have a clear goal of 17 flags in 32, but that'll falter, absolutely falter, with our current model that we have on management, with few volunteers running OPC together with our current model of volunteers in our NPCs. That needs to change. So I would see initially, the initial catalyst to really make a difference, a sustainable difference to our success, is a supported and funded administration, obviously for OPC. If I come back now to the second point on really what makes a difference for athlete and a coach long-term success, again, the answer is very simple, and we've already discussed it: GAPS. The GAPS program, or should I really say the continuation and the leverage of the GAPS program to capture the full opportunity of reaching and supporting talented athletes and coaches right across our region. CGF and Griffith have single-handedly developed for parasport the most successful model we've had for athletes and coaches within our Pacific region. And for those parasport athletes, they've produced medals and records for both Vanuatu and Fiji athletes in 2018 and 22 Commonwealth Games. But more importantly, they created opportunities and development for classification access, which we never had and we could never afford or fund to support. And I noticed too, the next Commonwealth Games is 3 years away. There are 11 of our 17 ONOC members who are Commonwealth countries here. But that does not mean that we could not develop this model and include opportunities for all 17 here by benefiting from effective leverage, particularly from IPC, from DFAT and other stakeholders, to make sure that the CGF and Griffith, are developing their best practice model. And actually, one last point, there were 6 out of the 11 Commonwealth countries actually participated in Birmingham. I was surprised at that, and we certainly need to make that 11 by 26. So that's a plug for not only CGF, but with what the GAPS program is doing. And I think the last thing, a tangible outcome for our members, is not only stronger medal opportunities, and members, I mean you, it's also the long-term outcomes include highly talented and experienced coaches, plus stronger and better prepared athletes who together become our future leaders in sport within our country. And it's all could be as a direct result of the GAPS program. So they're the 2 key points I'd like to make. Caroline?
Thank you so much. You've mentioned classification, well, a couple of you have mentioned classification now, and we know that accurate classification is a core issue in parasport for classes where extent of disability is uncertain or can be misrepresented. But in the Oceania region, access to classification opportunities for our athletes is the burning issue. We've heard that time again today, including in the debate. So, Dwayne, I'll just ask you what your thoughts might be around improving equitable access to classification so that participation in IPC sanctioned events is possible to achieve. Nice challenging question there.
Certainly is. And I think, firstly, I might just address the question, the framing of the question when we talk about the issue of classification, because I don't think it's an issue. There is no doubt that it underpins the equity and how parasport is run. It's super important. And why I address the word issue at the moment, I'm sure many of you have seen there's been some recent media attention around the potential of misrepresentation. I think it's also fair to say that thousands of us athletes have been through the system and it works very, very, very well. But that's not to say it can't be improved, and it does certainly underpin what the Paralympic Games is about and how it operates. So it's unfortunate that material that has been provided in a public forum, because we are reviewing it and we've gone out with a public portal to seek feedback, and how some of those feedback messages have been taken completely out of context and used in an inappropriate way to say that there is a problem. And there's a difference between a problem and knowing that we can actually make it better. And so my emphasis is on we do, and I acknowledge we do need to make the classification system better and easier to understand. And it's, I can't speak on behalf of my expert colleague here, Sean, who's very proficient and understanding of the classification, but to the point, Caroline, we do need to make it easier, and part of the review process that is going on at the moment with the IPC and the classification code is understanding the feedback from all those involved, and how do we make it more accessible to people, how to ensure that we don't have to get people, particularly that are living on an island, that have to get 2 boats to get to a mainland, to then get a flight and a visa to get to a country, to then get classified, and the expense that's involved in doing that. How do we use more current technology methods to be able to assess through video technology, through science? I'd say as a layperson in classification, science has got to underpin how we assess and classify athletes. And I won't try to educate you on it, but there is going to be a range, within a classification of, similar but maybe slightly different disabilities. And it's how do we ensure that we have good and meaningful competition, but have an equitable system at the same time. So, it's acknowledged, and there is the second review of the classification code is underway, and it's important that we listen to those that have been through the system and experts on how we build a stronger and more robust system for the future.
Excellent. And so, Sean, you're going to be delighted because I'm going to give you all the resources in the world right now and give you an opportunity to think about sort of what innovative ideas might you have for how classification can be done differently if we really want to upscale and mobilise the opportunities into the future.
Thanks very much, Caroline. It's a dream question for a guys who are always after money to improve classification. So I think the ubiquitous nature of video at the moment, I think somebody referred to VHS as a technology that we used to have to capture video on back in the 90s. Now we've got, these days, everybody, so many people have got access to phones that they can take video on. So this is huge access, and using that, taking advantage of this video to take classification out of a situation where it's based on written profiles, word on a page, describing classification, and actually illustrate movement problems or movement issues with video, using that to capture and really illustrate concepts that are very difficult to illustrate on a page, such as mild, moderate or severe impairment. If you can show pictures of what that looks like, that's going to improve validity and reliability between classifiers, but it also, to Dwayne's point, brings in the possibility of educating the public and helping people understand classification if they're able to see these profiles based on video that illustrate graphically what these impairments look like. If that's the base, we take this huge access now to accessible video. We use the advent of artificial intelligence and markerless motion capture to be able to take all this video and start to extract data from it, so that it's not just illustrative, but we're able to extract data. If we're extracting data, we can analyse that, and we can come up with profiles that are a little more quantitative. This is a downstream sort of an advent. If we can build on this video upscale or video enhancement of classification, and combine those two things, those two possibilities with telehealth. They're able to do surgery remotely these days using telehealth. UQ's got an outstanding telehealth research facility. There's a lot of scope for that. It's a way of really democratising classification, so that we're using video as a base for class profiles, and telehealth and the advent of markerless motion capture. We can really raise what best practice classification looks like, so that we're getting not only classification that's more accessible, but of a superior quality across the system. So that'd be that's
Awesome.
my thought on it, and I think that it's eminently achievable.
Excellent. Dwayne, you can add to that.
If I could add to that, you avoided the question on an unlimited budget. And I think if you considered that, when you think about drugs and sport and what has that created? It's created WADA. And how, like sport, we have, this vast number of volunteers that support, all sorts of aspects of sport, including our classification system. And it's how could we, in conjunction with what Sean's talked about, how could we professionalise that network? Now, whether it needs to be a bureaucracy in behind it, but a solid independent organisation that has the resources to be able to review, follow up, and provide an increased level of support to classification. That's where I'd be using the money.
It's terrific. The professionalisation of the network, the opportunities to upscale, absolutely wonderful. Sean, so now I'm just thinking about events. So we've got a few events before 2032, including the Pacific Games, of course. So Paul, how can we intertwine some of that conversation around classification and the next steps sort of around that into thinking about events into the future? So what does our pipeline of regional and major sport events look like? What can we do to sort of unleash parasport potential starting today?
Yeah, no, thanks, Caroline. I'll look, a couple of things. Obviously, we've just talked about classification. So before an athlete can get to an event, they have to be classified. So access, obviously, that's the first one. I think locally, working with the Pacific Games Council, now we've been very successful in integrating events to start. I think we started in 2011 in the first Pacific Games to have parasport events. So ramping that up, trying to work with the Pacific Games Council on effective opportunities to add more events, which allows then more parasport athletes to participate. It's the major event, particularly for our Oceania Pacific family, and we want that to become a major event. So that would be a key one for us. And then the third one within that, but certainly working with them to create qualifiers, and that would particularly be for qualifications. Pacific Games becomes a qualifier event opportunity for certain events for LA 28 and obviously Brisbane 32. So that would be a great way to ramp it up. Catherine's already mentioned the opportunity for developing an Oceania para multi-sport event. We think that's essential. An event that we used to run years ago in the Arafura. Some of you might have mentioned, remember that. every 2 years. If we could have that operating here as an additional event, that would be great. And I think if I go back to you in the country, your individual countries, what's happening there? Are you including parasport events in all your national championships? If you're not, how can we work with you to do that? So from a grassroots level, we think it's extremely important. Parasport events within your school events, within your national events, and particularly target your national federations where there are parasport opportunities, to encourage them to look at talent ID, opportunities for activity, etc. So I'll be going locally as well as globally. And the last one, which I think we tend to forget, we're locked into our region, and that's important, but we have, you know, one of the biggest active regions right beside us, Asia. And so I'd be looking also at how do we involve and engage the Asian Paralympic Committee within their events calendar to look at what opportunities we have to connect to some of their events that are local, easy access. For goodness sake, I can fly from Darwin to Singapore in 2 hours. You know, it makes it so much easier to create those opportunities. So we'd also be looking at how do we also connect there and engage with our local Asian partners.
Wonderful, thanks Paul. Mary, how are you going? You look great. So we've spoken a lot about accessibility, we've just spoken a little bit about events, and we've heard a lot about training today as well. But I'd like to talk a little bit about facilities and some of the challenges that even Dr. Mitchell highlighted earlier today around, of course, logistical infrastructure and financial challenges. But one thing that does stand out is the cost of equipment for people with a disability, especially specialised sports equipment that can often be quite inhibitive. Often we find that athletes from wealthy countries give their old prosthetic legs, their wheelchairs, etc., to people from developing nations, but the divide and disparity in access to resources for parasport in Oceania is evident. Mary, from your experience, what more could be done to reduce this barrier for sports participation more broadly?
Thank you. I guess looking at the challenges that we have, that is something within the region experienced by para athletes, not having the proper equipment, wheelchairs and prosthetics, and what else that they could be in need of. I think it's about time that we engage with our governments, and if possible with donors with us in the region here, we could have, because with the organization that I work for, Spinal Injury, we have donors that send in equipments. Sometimes they do send in 2 or 3 of these wheelchairs that could be used for by para athletes. Similar to those ones that I use with our Australian colleagues. I've seen the chairs that was way before I even joined table tennis. And, you know, and I'm thinking back, oh, we haven't been receiving any of this. What would it be like if I had one, those ones? And I think that's within the region, because now, learning from the regional conference that we just had last month, that there's the delivery services in terms of mobility devices that is with not just with us here in Fiji. We are not the only one doing that work. It's also with Tuvalu, Tonga, Samoa, Nauru, I believe, that's also involved in this. And then that could be a way of engaging with donors overseas. I know of a few organizations that would be able to help, and I think it's just about networking with our regional sporting partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, you raised some really important points, and Catherine, I was hoping that you might be able to share with us some of the disability networks and some activities that are happening either across Australia or New Zealand that you might be familiar with to support equity and access to facilities in the region.
Can I just go to one of the points Mary raised around venues, which I think has struck me as not an easy win, but something that we need to be mindful of, particularly, I don't know how many of you are hearing the word legacy. Oh my God, it's everywhere. And stadiums and venues. But I think when we were ideating and designing Nissan Arena, which is here in Brisbane and is now the home of our wheelchair rugby team, world champion wheelchair rugby team, sorry, where's Ella? Is that we can share a lot across this region by simply looking at how we design venues and how we can adapt venues that we already have to increase accessibility. Coming into this role, you know, particularly having worked in Olympic codes and that stream for so long, never before have I seen so many stairs as I do now. I'm looking at the same venues and I'm seeing them with new eyes. And every single person in this room has that opportunity and that responsibility because we're leaders in sport. And our greatest opportunity with Brisbane is to lead the most inclusive games the world has ever seen and to make sure that that bleeds through all Oceania and Pacifica countries here. And it starts with us just sharing information. I know when we did Nissan Arena, we went to, I'm going to say about 35 venues and just had a chat. And you learned from those people sometimes some very painful lessons about what they would do differently. Storage, any woman who's gone house hunting before, storage. Storage is the same as sporting venues. But so is having a look at just accessibility and stairs and the height of cupboards and various things that you don't think about. And I think that would be one of my biggest messages that you hear, whether we're talking about disability advocacy networks, whether I'm talking with job access around employment for people with a disability. It's inclusion is about that invitation to not just be at the table, but to be heard and to be contributing and to be welcomed and to belong. And that starts with things that we can control and have an impact on, which is our physical infrastructure. So, you know, from Mary talking about that, I just wanted to raise that point. I'm seeing it myself, but I'm hearing it everywhere I go. I've been involved in design and construction of venues outside of legacy, but with the legacy journey that we have, that is something every single person in this room can take away to the facilities that you are in, that you are going in with your kids or that you're a part of with your career, your workplaces. That will make such a dramatic difference to athletes, coaches, and will build the legacy on the road to Brisbane. I'll get off my
Incredible. No, really, really good, because it segues very nicely to my next question, which I'll come back to you in a moment, but I'm going to go back to Mary. Mary, as a Paralympian, you would like to see more women in wheelchairs across the Pacific benefit from the same opportunities that para-table tennis has given you. And I've read some documentation where you've said that sometimes we feel like we're on our own because we are in these wheelchairs and people have a different perspective towards us. But we are not doing this for ourselves, we are doing this for the others who are coming behind us, the younger ones. The only reason I'm holding on to this sport is that I love it. I'm thinking of other women with disabilities. It's always in my heart that one day I will see maybe 5 women in wheelchairs playing table tennis at the Pacific Games. I've got goosebumps. So here we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, and if you haven't seen the wall outside, then please make sure you get a photo in front of it. But we're talking also about how high performance is a great catalyst for the sport development agenda. We're thinking about infrastructure, we're thinking about facilities, we're thinking about venues and what we can do there to really enhance social development and cohesion at the end of the day around the topics of live, work and play. But Mary, to increase women athletes and coaches and administrators with a disability in sport, to increase their numbers in sport, what can be done systematically on the road to Brisbane 2032?
Currently, I don't remember, I can't remember that the number of women with disabilities who are coaches. I don't think there's anyone in that position. And there are fewer athletes, that's one thing I do know. Take it from us as a para table tennis player. Back in 2017, I think there were 17 athletes participating in the championship. World qualification championships that we had here in Fiji, but then there was just 5 women and 12 male athletes. And as of today, I feel like there's just 2 women athletes active, and that's a big drop. And I think that there needs to be a lot of work to be done to carry out in the rural areas. It's not just within the urban cities that where I think the focus is mainly on. It's about time that we take the sports out, more awareness. Because I hear most women that I meet, I could meet them in a hospital or somewhere that I've gone to for my work with the organization Spinal Injury. And I meet some of these women that they say that they want to be just like me. They are so thankful that I'm doing this. And I'm thinking that it's what's stopping them. And I think we are just, we need to do our part of taking these sports, whatever it may be, if it's para sports or athletics, whatever, we need to go out and let them know about what we can do to help them be part of the sport that we are part of. And yeah, going forward.
Mary, you're really talking about what's happening at the grassroots level. You're actually activating these conversations and getting out to the regions. But from an IPC and a PA perspective, how are you thinking about equity in terms of having people with diverse experiences and those with a disability, or variations in terms of culture, gender, age and sexuality? How are we involving them in our places that we work, live and play?
Yep. I think firstly you need to, it's the same if we're talking, we've just completed our first wrap. The first thing is to reflect and to be aware. I think sometimes we make assumptions or we take a real rush into certain things. So for us, it's a matter of having a look at our organisation while we're championing inclusion and diversity and certainly representation of lived experience for all of our sports. PA needs to lead the way. So having a look at diversity on our board, having a look at it on our exec team, through our staff, but also in our appointments. Kate McLaughlin, our chef de mission, I think is speaking tomorrow or Wednesday. We want to actively look at succession planning. We want to have, a Paralympian as chef de mission, deputy chef, and moving forward. Those kinds of visible displays of that path are absolutely critical. So whether it's on our board, the CEO, I think you've got to be looking at succession planning, but it starts with sort of a honest assessment of where you're at and where you want to go. Because the other thing I hear very loudly from my community is it can't be just tokenistic, it can't be a tick box. This has to be about a genuine commitment to not just invite people to the table, to then listen and hold the space, because not everything that we hear in that reflection will be things that we want to. And that's okay, because we're going to take a leaf out of, I'm not sure, was it Ken who was on the panel this morning? Mm-hmm. You learn so much more from the things that you sometimes stuff up and, honest mistakes that are made. But I think when we're talking about true diversity, whichever one of the minority groups that you sort of just named, but it's really the benefits and the value that can be gained by truly listening. It's worth the time to maybe go a bit slower at the beginning and plan that out, to be clear on how you're not just going to bring people to the table, but how you make sure that they belong and can influence the direction of your organisation.
Absolutely. It's a critical part of the conversation, I think, when we're talking about belonging and bringing people to the table. And it's a nice little segue to, of course, the excellent Parasport facility that we now have in our midst, that will be developed and completed by 2028. The new Centre for Paralympics will work, of course, with existing programs and will engage countries in the region to develop meaningful pathways to support participation and high performance. And there's probably, so the facility will be completed in 2028, and we're really curious, I think, about what might be done in the lead up to the facility being completed, what the ambition is for once it's completed, and also then, of course, post Brisbane 2032. So Sean, do you want to have a little bit of a discussion on that? Yeah.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love nothing more. We're still pinching myself, to be honest, that it's come through. I think it's such a great win for people with disabilities, not just parasport. It's fantastic. We're shout out to the Queensland government. Thanks for backing it in, and we hope that the federal government comes on board. We're really hanging out for that last commitment. it picks up, I think it's a great example of this idea of high performance as a catalyst for development. The driver that the driving idea behind the development of the centre was that it would create a pipeline for para-athletes, secure a talent pipeline for people with disabilities to sports participation and eventually to elite sport. And if we do that properly, with getting people with secure that talent pipeline properly, we can't do that without real spin-offs to improvements in rehabilitation outcomes, improvements in paediatric rehabilitation, whether that's trauma or congenital disabilities, disease prevention and health promotion for people with disabilities, getting people more physically active, a more inclusive community, if we're doing that with the centre, and skilled workforce development, because working well with safely and effectively with para-athletes is a specific skill set. We're at a university, we'll be able to sort of to really facilitate that. But for this audience and this theme, the other thing that comes out of that is securing this talent pipeline and having those systems in place is the opportunity for competition and interaction with the South Pacific region. There's a real opportunity that one of the components of the centre will be accommodation, on-campus accommodation, where we can host competition, all the facilities at competition standard, that is going to facilitate that engagement with the South Pacific. That would be from the, to pick up the Arafura theme that you tossed out, invoke that, Paul, in terms of what might be a place where this could get hosted. This is exactly the sort of centre that it's the opportunity that would be created by this centre, but also going back to the islands, to people in the South Pacific with outreach and upskilling and skill dissemination. So, yeah, I think it's such an exciting opportunity for the region. We had really positive talks with Paul before we got the had the centre secured, and now in partnership with PA, it's great to have it on campus.
Excellent, congratulations. I'm going to finish with a quick fire question to each of our panellists, if that's okay. I'm going to start with you, Dwayne. How can the Oceania region be a model for the world?
Quick fire. IPC is about using sport as a platform to have inclusion, and I think we've got a unique opportunity here, thanks to Dr. Robin Mitchell for including para-sport within the strategic plan. That's starting a pathway for us to now work with NOCs, as I referred to before, and how each of the countries are using their own coaches to be involved with para-athletes. If I'm a swimmer and with one arm and it looks like I might swim around in a circle, a coach is a coach, and they are good at adapting and being agile and changing, and an able-bodied coach will learn just as much from their own athlete as they will from coaching someone with a disability. And I think we can use our opportunity here to be a model that the IPC can use in a similar geography like the Caribbean, and then possibly into Africa. But I can see that we are further down that path and we can really maximise that.
Excellent. Paul, what will it take for 17 nations of the Pacific to fully participate in the Paralympic Games?
Well, I think if I just start, and I'll pick up on Mary's point, we have untapped talent. That's the first thing. Within our current and new NPCs, it is amazing to us every time we visit that what we can find, and not only the fact that they're naturally strong, they've got the talent, but with limited opportunity and resources, they can be on the world stage very quickly. So I think that's what really differentiates our region and the opportunity. And if I would also say, as we've talked about today going around in a number of conversations, the management models that we're now looking at, you know, if we can bring together, as we keep saying, work closer with our NOCs and NPCs, it's not really being done around the world. There are some examples, but if we can do it and get it right, we have got incredible leadership opportunity to make a difference. So I'd see if we can get those two things right, you know, we're on track.
Well said. Mary, what will the Paralympic Games in Brisbane in 2032 mean to the Pacific?
Wow. It means a lot to us. And it's not just about being included, not just inclusion, but equity that will make it really of value to us. That, you know, just that little extra support to get more para athletes from the Oceania participating in Brisbane 2032. Yeah.
Excellent. Fabulous. Sean, what will it take for 17 nations of the Pacific to fully participate in the Paralympic Games?
I think cooperation on those Cs, on the coaching, classification, I've run out of my Cs. What am I? Competition. Coaching, competition, and classification. Yep. Really working hand in glove on those themes, getting them two-way communication and problem solving to bring them forward.
Fabulous. And last but not least, Catherine is another C, of course, Catherine and Caroline. What will the Paralympic Games in Brisbane in 2032 mean to the Pacific?
Well, for me, this is the game-changing opportunity for social change. It's using the power and the platform Paralympic sport has to change our communities, and I think to truly unleash the potential of every human to contribute to, whether it's society, community. We talked before about family, whānau, you know, religion, whatever endeavour it is that, you know, a truly barrier-free society, whether you're able-bodied or, you know, have a person with a disability of any form. This is our opportunity to show and shine.
Excellent. Please join me in thanking our wonderful panel today. Thank you. Thank you all very much. It was lovely. Thank you.
We could listen to them all afternoon. And again, if we can acknowledge Dr. Caroline Ryat there, who facilitated this discussion. We're on to the second last session for today, and like me, I hope you are finding the insights and the discussions, the dialogue, the interactions very useful. It sets the platform for what we're covering, what we're going to cover off tomorrow. This next session is titled Optimizing Athlete Development for 2032. In this session, we're very pleased to have Dr. Jason Galbin share practical, evidence-informed insights to ensure that Olympic and Paralympic athletes and entourage are fit for purpose in 2032. Can we please make him welcome?
Thanks again for the introduction, and also again to the organising committee for the opportunity to present. I was invited to think about preparing athletes long-term for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and I'm lucky, I think, to get 25 minutes, but you're going to have to forgive me if I leave some things out. It's a pretty complex area. So I've taken the approach to try to give an evidence-based perspective of this work, but try to make it as practical as possible. So I've titled it Strengthening Your Approach rather than sort of telling you what to do, because I'm sure there's some great planning and processes that are already in place. Excuse me. First thing I'd say as my opening gambit is there's been some terrific material, and a great diversity of speakers has provided some great insights already today, and there's some terrific work tomorrow. So what I would say is review and reflect on the material that's come across your ears so far, because that can really kind of help you advance your work. The concept of home games obviously is a big theme. We know that having home crowds, even the home supporters are influencing referee decisions. having short travel times or no travel times as it may be, and being really familiar with local venues and conditions makes a difference. But interestingly, Japan had their best games ever, yet they really didn't have any spectators at all. So it might suggest that certainly being quite familiar with local venues and conditions might be a kind of a weighted aspect, and so I would sort of encourage you to think about getting to Brisbane and the Gold Coast reasonably often. I'm not being paid by any tourism group here, but that might sort of give you some potential performance advantage. About long-term athlete development, there's lots of different models or frameworks that are out there. Clearly we don't have the time to go through these, and I may be biased if I start talking about these, and I think actually our next group after me will actually be speaking probably about that concept of models or frameworks. And remember, everyone kind of has a different, literally a different view depending on what you like and what resonates with you and what that framework, what kind of lens that framework has. The most important thing is not to say one's better than the other, but the important thing is to have one. And that's completely consistent with the IOC's, I call it a biblical consensus statement, which came out in 2015, where they really reviewed the latest research into athlete development. And basically their strong recommendation was about adopting viable, evidence-informed and inclusive frameworks of athlete development that are flexible, but also use a best practice approach for each developmental level. If we think about the athletes before us as we head to 2032, I think there's 5 N groups. So I think there's the now group, and they're the athletes that are preparing for Paris, and depending on the athlete and the sport, you may find that they go on to LA and potentially Brisbane 2032. So they're already sort of frontline athletes that are doing the job right now. You've got your next gen group. These are the athletes that are in your high performance pathways. They're hopefully on a clear trajectory. Some of them may perform in 28, but certainly on the road to 2032. And then there's another group, the new, and these are the ones that will be invited or selected into your high performance pathways through talent or great performance results, or they may be included because of some sort of talent identification or talent detection program. There's 2 other groups there. The other N group is the not yet group, so they're not going to be competing in 2032, but it's really important that we continue to inspire and motivate them and ensure that they do come onto that trajectory to compete in 2036 and beyond. And perhaps the most polite way I could say it, the not likely group, it's a big group. And of course, I know that a lot of NOCs and federations want to continue the sport participation, encourage people to engage in sport. And so I'm not going to spend too much time on that dotted line group, but I'll focus now on the new, the next, and the now. So I've kept it really simple. And I think that with the now athletes, again, it's very individual, so it's hard to give motherhood statements and generalisations, but I think the key would be to have excellent case management of those individuals and great performance planning, but also partnering. Where can you find partners or third-party providers, or whether they're universities or other providers, that can add value to the development of that athlete and also that coach as well. The next gen athletes who are on their way, I think it's really important to review carefully that they are on a high performance trajectory, that they have what it takes to get where they need to get to. And so the key here would be to amplify their daily development environments and really to improve that they can advance in the way that they should be, but also improve their tracking towards achieving those outcomes. I'm going to talk a little bit about that group again in a minute. And with the new athletes coming in, you know, have a strategic transition program for your current athletes who are going to be moving up into high performance pathways. Think about the programs as they transition in. And particularly if they're new athletes coming from a talent detection or talent transfer kind of environment, how they fit in. Also, I would encourage you to review the coaches. You know, are they fit for purpose? So again, if I look at those three groups, and you know, let's be clear that there is some commonalities across the entire pathway in terms of coaching. So I've just picked out a couple of areas of differentiation. But your now coaches, you know, your frontline coaches, you know, they've really got that ability, or they need that ability to lead support teams, because a support team, as we've heard from Ryan Pinney this morning, is critical to success. And often they should have, or hopefully have, well-developed extensive networks to help them and to troubleshoot or to bounce ideas off. And they're really capable of achieving the mission delivery. They're going to get the job done. They've got that ability to get it across the line. Next-gen coaches, again, what's interesting is that great developmental coaches have that ability to get the athlete from the junior, high junior level to the senior level. That junior-senior transition is a tricky one. And often they'll just have that ability to be able to understand the big picture, but they can actually understand what is required to make the next step. But importantly, they can make the corrective adjustments, they can deliver, and they know how to make those changes. And then I guess it goes without saying that you know, those new developmental athletes getting away for a nice start, you know, if you've got patient, motivating coaches who've got excellence in the basics with great teaching or human or time management skills, you know, it's a different skill set at that end of the pathway also. I just want to come back to the athlete and do a quick stock take across those different cohorts. From 100 selected studies from this piece of work, you know, which has included almost 100 Olympic champions, you know, 650 plus international medalists, you know, success leaves clues. When you look at the characteristics from studies investigating those kind of athletes, we're probably pretty good on the first two elements. That is, we see the body type that we like, and we see these great physical or physiological attributes with endurance or speed or power or particular, you know, ball sense, water sense, something that really fits our sport. Where we tend to be a little bit shallower, I suppose, particularly with our developing athletes, is the things around the rates of learning. So characteristics of high-performing athletes is that their rate of learning is very high. Their rate of improvement is also high. Probably goes without saying, exceptional attitude and discipline, but this relentless motivation, persistence, but also creativity to reinvent yourself, to find a new solution, to find a way, and having a suite of key psychological skills which they tend to acquire more than their less talented peers. So what I would say is that maybe for your now athletes, they might tick a lot of those boxes if you like, but particularly for those emerging athletes, just do a double stock take on those and ensure that those areas can be addressed, or you may think about other cohorts of athletes. When we select from a group of athletes, we typically, I'll just use my pointer here on this far screen. If we make a selection, we take those to the right. Then we're going to have those that we think will succeed, and ultimately they do. But some of the people that we select, they actually don't achieve. They're our unexpected non-achievers. And conversely, we go to the left, we expect that some that we don't select are not going to achieve, and that's true. And then there are those that we deselect, but guess what? They actually come up and they do prove to be successful. So the point being is that picking the ones that might do well and picking the ones who won't do well is the easiest part. It's these other two areas. Oh, I'm sorry, just need to go back one. It's these other two areas here where we get this unexpected non-achiever. Now, there's a lot of reasons why they're not succeeding. You could probably write a long list, but I think in one of the areas that I see quite often is that the daily development environment, the quality coaching is not there, and I think a lot of people do not reach their potential because of it. So try to think, I'm thinking about one area that might sort of help reduce that, that false positive, if you like. And conversely, for those in the earlier presentation, in talent ID, trying to be as more deeper and inclusive as possible, that there are people that we deselect and they shouldn't be deselected, and I'm trying to encourage programs and sports to select deeper. If you're really not certain, don't deselect them, try to incorporate them and keep them in a high performance pathway journey as long as you can. There's a lot of things that we get wrong with selection. We haven't seen enough of it, and try to keep it a little bit more open. Valerie might recognise that little picture there. So in your what it takes to win plan, so you're thinking about how are we going to win a medal at 2032, and you'll have a whole lot of factors that will be on that list. This is just one idea about age precedence. There tends to be, an age where you're more likely to achieve a peak performance, and this is just kind of one example of one study that looked at cycling, swimming, athletics and triathlon. And so you end up getting these trends, if you like, and you might have your own trajectory trends and models and frameworks which may be more sophisticated than this, but the purpose of this slide is just to say, if you just look at age precedence as one idea of do you have the right athletes for the future, there's a consistency, if you like, knowing that there's always exceptions to the rules, but there is this trend and consistency around when you're likely to have a peak performance. So, in explosive power and sprint events, very short events tend to be older. There's a declining relationship up to events of around about 4 minutes. And the converse is true in endurance events. That is, short endurance events tend to be younger, and the very older longer endurance events tend to produce older athletes. This is just one example of, do you have athletes who are in that sweet spot for 2032? Just a word of caution about some of those age precedences and thinking about those studies is that be careful that parasport is different. It's not the same as able sport. And so in this particular age precedence for powerlifting, men are peaking at 36 and women at 41. And so that there are just differences that you need to be aware of. And I think on the right-hand side, what is really important is that there are differences within the differences. So athletes who acquire their impairment congenitally at birth, those who acquire it pre-adolescence, during adolescence, or post-adolescence will also have a different trajectory. So again, there's a lot of discussion to be had around that, but that's an area to take care on. All right, there was a debate this morning about home or away. And so I'm definitely a fan of home and away, not the show, absolutely not, but in terms of the logic of home and away. A little study there, actually from a little country called Greenland with 300,000 people in it. But basically, they're coming to the conclusion that fostering international competitiveness, it's necessary to support the integration of the best athletes into the elite sports systems of larger countries. So I think the key here is that it's all about the right transition, the right timing for that individual and what's happening with that transition. And we've heard from Carol and her team a little bit around the GAPS program, and it's getting a lot of big ticks and pats on the back. But that's the kind of program where it's helping people integrate and to be more successful out of country, if you like. And and how do you allow an athlete to try to get some work when they're out of country? How do you find the right community so that they feel comfortable, the right church for them, etc., depending on their individual needs? So I think thinking about transition programs and making that sensitised before they go out of the country full-time is important. We should look at high-performing teams. So we're all probably familiar with a high-performance team. It's typically a high-performance director, technical director, high-performance coach. We've got some medicos, sports scientists, nutrition, strength and conditioning, etc. And so this is an interesting paper about, well, what are the characteristics of great high-performing teams? And you can have a look at some different domains in terms of engineering, education, medicine, business, military, and also multi-sectors. And so this is just a summary across all those different domains. What are the characteristics of great high-performing teams? So you can look at the leadership and style. So they tend to have very charismatic leaders and very consultative leaders and decision makers as well. Very supportive within the team, so often other parts of the team will chip in and pick somebody else's work up. I think in sport, performance feedback is very regular and it's quite usual. Perhaps in engineering, maybe not. So we're kind of used to that. But it's interesting that these groups see it as a learning occasion and to try to understand how to be more collaborative. And the last one's really important around the communication is that it's better to be interdisciplinary rather than multidisciplinary, because multidisciplinary you can still set up silos, but interdisciplinary you're really sharing along the way. You've got athletes, you've done all those checks, they're in your system, but guess what? Some of them leave. And so if I asked you the question, why do athletes leave the high performance pathway system before basically they reach their goals and achieve their medal performances? Why? Well, the answer will depend a little bit about who you talk to. So athletes will definitely have a perspective. Mums and dads will, or carers as well. Internal stakeholders, if it's an institute or academy, or external stakeholders, if it's a sport or a coach. Well, that question has been asked, and I have some answers for you. This study has been done. And so this is a recent study where they had 61 of those stakeholders, if you like, come together and try to answer that question. Now, that's a big map, and don't get too flummoxed by that. I just want to point out that when you ask those people after they've brainstormed and there's been a sensible grouping, I guess, of the answers, a summary, there are 83 reasons why athletes would leave the high performance system. So what I'm suggesting to you, I'm not going to go through all of those, but that paper lists actually all of those 83. So the worst thing you could do is get a hold of that paper and find out what do those experienced people think about the things that could trip up an athlete. And maybe there are some things that you can address and fix and some others you can't. But particularly when I look at, sports system, policy, structure and processes, there's a big theme there, as well as pathway structure, transition and support. A lot of those are within your control. And so that might be like an easy way to step forward. If you can't get hold of the paper, then a lot of that good thinking has already been done for you in that paper. When you get those statements and you rank them in terms of what's really important, what do people think's really important in those statements, and secondly, how feasible are they to fix it? So if you look at this top right-hand green square, this is our go zone. This is the one where they're the most important and the most feasible, highly feasible. So you can see on the left-hand side of that slide there, you can that injury management, lack of tracking, poor coach mentoring, unsupportive systems which ignore abusive coaching behaviours, training loads are too high, causing injuries, lack of performance psych skills, and lack of effective athlete feedback from the coaches and the support team. Some of those are really feasible to stamp out and to address. So that's just an example where you might want to consider going through a little bit of a checklist there. I'm coming to a conclusion shortly here. We've got 9 years to Brisbane 2032, and you can do a lot in that time. Here's a couple of programs I was personally involved with from a talent ID point of view, finding talent for the Olympic Games. And you can see there with a kayak gold medal with Jake Clear in the back and Brittany Broban in diving, hadn't done the sport before, picked up in a talent ID program, and within a 7-year and a 6-year period respectively, a gold and silver medal was won. So that's well inside the 9 years. In parasport, it's actually much faster. And here's 2 cases where 2 athletes, it's well publicised in the public, 2 athletes had an accident, became Paralympians, if you like, eventually, and they went on to win a bronze and a gold in 3 and 4 years, respectively. So again, if you're chasing medals, don't forget the parasports. For those in the Talent ID seminar that I gave with Troy Ayres, we presented this slide as a little bit of a recommended key processes. So if you are thinking about a Talent ID program to introduce and find new sport, then my recommendation would be really clear about your strategy. Who do you want, what type of athletes, what ages, etc. Be really clear on the planning. If you do find them, who will coach them and how will you coach them and how will you develop them? Have a strong promotions and communications to get as many talents registering as possible. Be clever and inclusive with your detection and selection processes. And then be aware that the talent confirmation period, once you've selected them, is like that 3 to 6 month period where you're just checking for good behaviours, good signs of being an elite talent before they sort of get onto that sort of regular development in the high performance pathway. So in summary, in conclusion, on the left-hand side, my take-home messages would be my 5 N's to consider and how you might want to address working with them. Reflect and apply the relevant conference inputs, become familiar with venues and conditions, establish a long-term development framework, confirm that the talents have the right characteristics, check that your selections are valid and robust, monitor your athlete development trajectories, develop high-functioning support teams, retain athletes by avoiding some of those attrition hurdles that I went through on that concept map. Use Talent ID to attract or detect or confirm new talents. And lastly, but not leastly, if that's a word, incorporate Paralympic activities into your plans. Thank you very much.
Jason, thank you so much. The high performance pathway is always so very fascinating. I just want to add something regarding the GAPS program, which you've heard a bit about today already, and many of you are familiar with, delivered by CGS and Griffith University. In fantastic news, it is evolving to be delivered in country, and we'll be hearing more, undoubtedly, a little bit about that tomorrow when we have Professor Caitlin Byrne on one of our panels. So look forward to hearing more information on that. Folks, we're up to our final session today, and this session will explore past, present and future towards an evidence-informed Pacific Pathway development model. We have Professor John Canny and Dr. Veronique Richard with us. They're going to offer a strengths-based, culturally responsive sport development model, and what it could look like for us. Would you please make them very welcome?
So good to be standing between you and drinks at the end of the day in a 15-minute presentation. So look, we didn't have a lot of time in the schedule, which is perfectly fine. So we did struggle a little bit to try to think about what were the kind of key messages that we wanted to leave with you and bring home. Are we able to advance the slides, or do we? Or we could just tell you to advance the. Perfect. Excellent. So as has been said, my name is John Kearney, and this is Veronique Richard. And I just want to really quickly, before we begin, acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet today and pay our collective respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and recognize the contribution that Indigenous peoples have made to global society and Australian society as well, and certainly throughout the South Pacific. Just to give you a bit of context in this, both Veronique and I have done research for a number of years in sport. Veronique is a mental performance coach and has worked with the Canadian Olympic team, Cirque du Soleil, and a number of different sporting organizations. And I was in part of my role back in Canada was actually involved in the long-term athlete development model, which is the rectangular red model that you see on your screen there, as part of the scientific team that put together the 2.0 version of long-term athlete development. So we want to come at this both as researchers who've done some work in this area, but really importantly, we had the great pleasure of doing a project which was funded by DFAT towards the end of last year, where we were able to do some field work and consultations in the Pacific, asking questions around where gaps were in the long-term athlete system, in the high-performance system, and begin to think about some solutions that could occur between Australia and our Pacific partners. And unfortunately, we can't talk about the specifics of that research project today, but we certainly want to emphasize that a lot of what we're going to be talking about comes from well over 150 consultations that we did with athletes, coaches, senior managers, leaders in the sports system at various levels, and actual field visits to 4 countries. We went to Fiji, the Solomon Islands, Samoa, and Papua New Guinea. So a lot of the influence for what we're going to talk about really comes from that recent experience and our interactions with the stakeholders. So originally we were going to go through quite an elaborate discussion of long-term athlete development models. I really just want to emphasize a couple things, and you've seen pictures of some of these already from the previous presentation. There's a few things that you should know about long-term athlete development models. Number one, they are evidence-informed, not evidence-based, which means no one's ever tested any of these models to see if they actually work. What we've done is taken bits and pieces from research, synthesized it, put it together, and tried to come up with a theoretical model for what the best training pathways should look like. What you'll see and the variability that you'll see across these models, you've got the Canadian and the Australian models, which are very, very complex. The New Zealand model, which is wonderfully simplistic. It's one of our favorites, actually, because it really does simplify the essential elements. And then the one to my right, but to your left, is actually a developmental participation model that was developed by Jean Cote and his colleagues. What's common to all of these models, though, that's important for us to emphasize here, is that they're all about the individual athlete. When athletes should be participating, when that transition from participation to competition should occur, when tactics should enter, when highly sophisticated sports science-based training programs should enter into the equation. It's really about the individual athlete, and the context and the environment is sublimated to the individual athlete. It's kind of assumed in the system, but not really articulated. So evidence-informed, not evidence-based, and very, very individualistic in its orientation. I might point out with the Canadian model that you should be able to see in there, hopefully you can see it in the diagram, that the Canadian model is actually based on the classic LTAD model, which is a pyramid. And a lot of the discussions we've had here today have kind of focused on that pyramid concept. Bring as many people in as you can, identify the most talented and keep them in the system long enough so that you can get to that elite pinnacle of performance. But you're talking about a very, very small number of people relative to those that are getting into the system. What the Canadians did a few years ago is rectangularize that to try to emphasize that we shouldn't necessarily see it as a pyramid. It's not about kicking people out of the high performance system or out of sport. It's about keeping them in sport, but recognizing that there's a small sliver that might get to that top level. That was very much motivated by the fact that the Canadians hosted the Olympic Games in 1976 and were the first host country not to win a gold medal in their own home games. So again, I would point out when somebody said that you have an advantage, a home field advantage, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. We have to be very, very careful about that. So again, very individualistic and that evidence-based point that I made a moment ago. So just to move on before I pass it over to Vero, another important consideration in these models is that they tend to make a distinction between talent identification and development and what we might call more broadly sport for development. And in fact, there's often a tension in literature among sports scientists and researchers about where we should be making our investments. Now, should it really be about sport for all and increasing participation to the maximum that we can so that the maximum amount of people benefit and society benefits more broadly? And in the case of the Pacific, should we be thinking about that in development context? So some of the economic and social and political benefits that can come from access to sport and participation at sport at all levels, grassroots participation through to elite competition. Those athlete development models are very much about talent identification and supporting individual athletes. It's our position, having spent time and done the stakeholder consultations that we did do in the Pacific, that the gap between that sport for development and talent ID and development in the Pacific in particular is much, much narrower than it is in all the other contexts in which those models were created. And I think we need to really think carefully about the dual goals of sport for development and talent identification and development, recognizing it's not a quantum leap between broadening participation and the potential for high-performance sport, particularly in countries that don't have as developed a high-performance system as we do in Australia and Canada and other places. So I'm going to pass it over to Veronique, and she's going to talk a little bit about talent identification.
Yeah, so can we just do this? Yay. When we started the pathway model, or at least the pathway project for the Pacific, we knew the other model that John just talked about. And one of the things that we decided to look in was like, okay, let's look at the talent research and what is it telling us in a Pacific perspective. So the first thing that you need to be aware of is that the findings from studies and reviews about talent ID or TID is that we know very little about it in sport generally, and that the research mostly focus on physical profile. I think the prior presenter made that pretty clear. So all those testing that we do, so bringing a bunch of athletes and testing them physically. Most research has been done on male athlete, which we can question the transfer to women. Team sports, soccer is yeah, you call soccer here, football, soccer, whatever. And it's led, like very heavily led by countries like Australia, the UK, Germany, US, and Canada, which we can also question how much what we know in those countries is transferable to the Pacific. And finally, those studies that have actually evaluated the capacity to predict have came to the conclusion that it is very poor. Our capacity to predict whether or not a young athlete will make it to the top is not so good. So then the question that we ask ourselves was like, okay, then maybe we should focus on specific aspect of the talent research. And one of the questions we should all ask ourselves, why are we so poor at evaluating talent? Well, it's because talent is very complex. Here, it's just a model that I like very much that explains the multidimensionality, the interactivity of talent, and the dynamic aspect of it. So again, they list all the things we should consider within talent. So yes, physical aspect, but then you have all the psychological aspect, cognitive, and there's just 4 there. I think we could list more than that. And then all those factors are relative to different sport. So it's not all the same characteristic that matters as much in different sport. And then if you move on a little bit more to the left, those characteristics, some are a bit more stable and some are a bit more teachable, if that makes sense, and that then this leads to a better accuracy of our prediction. But the big thing in blue around is that talent is very contextual. So I think Ryan Pinney actually said it very well this morning. When he was in PNG swimming with other like younger swimmer, he thought he was like incredibly talented, and then welcome to Australia. Maybe if you change context, your evaluation of talent may change. If I would evaluate talent, you evaluate the same talent, we would also have different perspective on that talent. So if we're really poor at assessing talent, and talent is very complicated to assess in itself, what can the Pacific do, or what could be the findings that we have that could actually be of great support for those nations? So the athlete panel this morning showed this very well. If we want to focus on some talent identification and development, we should really make the system fluid and easy to transfer from sport to sport. So this morning we had an amazing panel of athletes. One athlete entered a sport at 40 years old, a para-athlete. We had an athlete that transferred from team sport to individual sport. We had an athlete that started sport more around her 20 years old. So we need to keep it fluid. We need to keep it very easy. And this, I think it's feasible in the Pacific from all the discussion we had with, by the way, a lot of you guys. I hope you recognize my face, but I recognize a lot of faces in the audience. So a lot of discussion, yeah, hey, hi. A lot of the discussion we had was also about that, making it fluid and transferable. And then the other message that I think from our consultation could fit very well to the Pacific, the speaker right before us mentioned it very quickly, as many as possible for as long as possible. If we can keep the people into the system, the athlete into the system, as long as possible, it seems to work well in some countries. This study was performed in a north country. It was performed in Norway. One thing that is also very interesting, and I highlighted it in yellow, is that it was very successful. So the fact of keeping as many athletes as possible for as long as possible was successful in attaining personal development. And we had a very interesting conversation about the aspect that a lot of the research that is conducted in talent identification and development, my God, TID, is very individualistic or individually oriented. And we actually question if we move from talent ID to sport for development. I think the next question is sport for development of what? And that can also change depending on the context. So I'm going to leave you to explain what.
Well, thank you. Thinking of Richard Keegan's study that was presented towards the end there about the many factors that influence why people drop out of high-performance sport, the literature on why adolescents drop out of sport, why youth drop out of sport is much simpler. It's two reasons: fun and friends. My friends aren't doing it anymore and I don't find it fun. And that gives us some really important clues about how to keep, to go back to that principle, more people in it for longer. Because we might be tempted to assume that the person who says, I'm not in it because my friends aren't in it and I don't find it fun, isn't talented, that they don't have that mental mindset that we've heard mentioned a number of times already today. And this is actually flies in the face of how we understand talent, which is Vero's point. Talent is the interaction between those who are evaluating the talent and the individual athletes. It doesn't reside singularly within the person. It's a very complicated thing that arises from a complex social circumstance. So adhering to some of these basic principles is actually good for overall participation, but good for high performance systems as well. So it's our perspective that most of the sport for development literature, when you look at it, really focuses again on the physical, the psychological, and the social. But one of the key themes that came out of our consultation work in the Pacific was the importance of community. And that became a really critical factor when we were talking, when there were panels earlier today in our great debate between the affirmative and the negative on whether it should be in country or out of country. It was community that was often referred, community and food, which go actually hand in hand, back to again and again as being the important elements. And so one of the things we thought we might leave you with is the beginnings towards what we might call a principles-based framework to contrast these athlete development models from what we might think about as developmental principles that could work in the Pacific. So first and foremost, probably the thing I should have mentioned too, that those athlete development models are not only highly individualistic and evidence-informed, not evidence-based, they're also, as you can tell by the countries who develop them, very Western in their orientation. So they come from a particular culture, a particular way of viewing the world, where individualism is particularly prized, and it's really about personal development and individual achievement. That all of those pathways point to critical junctures where specialization to sport specificity becomes critically important. What they don't help us with is what happens when people drop out of those pathways. How they can become reintegrated into the sports system isn't always clear from those developmental models. The quality of the environment is taken for granted, and that was really the essence of the debate we had this morning, wasn't it? That when we think about things like governance structures, whether there's adequate governance structures in place to run high-performance systems, whether the resources are there, the infrastructure is there, are taken for granted in all of those models because they come from countries with highly developed high-performance sports systems already. In fact, the models, and this is critically important, the models didn't lead to the creation of a high-performance system. The high-performance system led to the creation of the models, and that's a really important consideration. So when we flip to that sort of this developmental principles for the Pacific, these kinds of principles-based framework, well then obviously given the importance of a collectivist culture, we need to think about what it means to develop a high-performance athlete in the context of the communities from which they come from. And be sensitive to the fact that there's not a distinction often made between the athlete and the community, and what are the benefits to the community, not only the athlete. We put this thing in here called dual career pathway because even though we agree with the comments that were made earlier by many athletes around that critical point where when you're on that high performance pathway, it's good not to have that distraction from family and friends. You know, you want to be singularly focused on shaving those milliseconds off of your time so that you can end up on the podium. But for most athletes, there has to be a pathway that leads to something after sport. Because for the vast majority of athletes, sport ends early, ends in their 20s, ends in their teens, or early 30s if you're lucky. And so having something to go to means we have to think about not only the athlete as an athlete, but the athlete in terms of what they're going to do after sport. And we can't ignore that environmental consideration around functioning governance. And I know ONOC has done a lot of work in this area already about raising the capacity and abilities for self-governance and sport governance within the Pacific. A balance between that exposure to high-performance sport and the comfort of home. What many people have talked about, and I agree with the previous speaker, that it really isn't an either-or proposition. It's about when it's appropriate and when and in what form it needs to take. And I think we all agree, particularly in the Pacific, that coming to Australia or New Zealand is far more desirable than going to the United States because it's much further away. It's a very different culture. The diaspora and cultural connectivities aren't there. So we really have to take full advantage of our geographical relationship, of our cultural exchange that's happened for many, many years. And investing in defining what high performance looks like in the Pacific to fit the unique needs of that population. So we very much believe that any athlete development model has to come from the islands themselves. It has to be rooted in the cultures and the social systems that exist in the Pacific. It has to be based on what you need and what athletes need in that context. The importation of ideas and science from the Western world are fine, but when you're talking about a holistic model, it really has to be driven from within the Pacific itself. And I think that's about all the time we have, but we'll just leave it there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Can we please acknowledge Dr. Jason? Sorry, that was Professor John Kearney and Dr. Veronique Richard. Let's acknowledge them one more time. So just before we wrap up today, 2 housekeeping notices. First, the presentations. We received queries about the presentations throughout the course of today. That will be loaded in an online resource folder. And if you've downloaded the app, you'll get a platform alert when the presentations are all loaded. So if you haven't downloaded the app, I'll encourage you to please do so. And that's also where you'll find all the presentations across the sessions. Finally, as I mentioned this morning, the cocktail that's been hosted by the Queensland Government, the Brisbane City Council, as well as the Brisbane 2032 Organising Committee is this evening. It's at another venue called the Rivershed. Buses will be stationed up front from 6 p.m. and between 6 p.m. to 6:15, we're going to ask you to please board the buses, so the buses will start leaving by 6:15 to head to the Rivershed. At the Rivershed, we have formalities there by the hosts, and then buses will start to return to the Sofitel from 8:30 p.m. onwards. Now, we've wrapped up today, day 1 of our Brisbane 2032 Step Up Oceania Conference. We have a total of 285 delegates registered. Today, we've clocked 227. We have another 45, not clocked rather. We've registered 227, and we expect another 45 to join us tomorrow. Across today, we've had a total of 32 speakers, 5 moderators, again across 10 sessions, 2 of which were parallel sessions. So in summing up, 6 major takeaway points. 1, athletes are at the heart of the sporting movement, especially the Olympic movement, and they need our support to maintain their independence, voice their concerns, and have a strong voice in articulating their concerns. And as I mentioned, we gave them the platform first up after the opening session this morning. Second takeaway, Pacific Islands need the support and resources of more advanced, high-performing NOCs and countries, but need to be heard, to voice what works for them, what lessons they have learned, and how to create the Brisbane 2032 home games advantage together with its partners. Day 1 showed that both Australia and New Zealand are willing to opt for this way of thinking. Takeaway point 3, high-performance units, resources, and coaches and technical officials are a key component to Pacific Island athletes gaining more medals come 2032. Takeaway point 4, we have all agreed that the now 9-year journey left to reach Brisbane 2032 will enable the Pacific to achieve what it has never achieved before, a spirit of cooperation and respect for each other's diversity, and planned purposeful inclusion will make this possible. Takeaway point 5, we have so much to celebrate even at the start of our journey, as we have achieved what we have never done before, collaboration within the Oceania Paralympic Committee and movement. Together, we can transform Oceania. And the final takeaway point, it will take an ocean to achieve our joint aspirations in 9 years' time. It will be difficult in some respect, but if we sail together in one direction, we can make it. We need the one sail to catch that right wind, and that is what Step Up Oceania is about. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Delegates to be seated by 8:15 for the program to begin at 8:30. And again, if you see in the program, our opening address will be delivered by the Honourable Sterling Hinchliffe, Queensland Minister for Tourism, Innovation and Sport, and is also the Minister assisting the Premier on Olympics and Paralympic sport and engagement. Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience today. And we look forward to seeing you at the cocktail this evening. Vinaka.